A Filbert is a Nut by Rick Raphael. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. A Filbert is a Nut by Rick Raphael. Miss Abercrombie, the manual therapist, patted the old man on the shoulder. "You're doing just fine, Mr. Lieberman. Show it to me when you've finished." The oldster in the stained convalescent suit gave her a quick, shy smile and went back to his aimless smearing in the finger paints. Miss Abercrombie smoothed her smock down over trim hips and surveyed the other patients working at the long tables in the hospital's arts and crafts shop. Two muscular and bored attendants in spotless whites lounged beside the locked door and chatted idly about the Dodgers' prospects for the pennant. Through the barred windows of the workshop, rolling green hills were seen, their tree-studded flanks making a pleasant setting for the mental institution. The crafts building was a good mile away from the main buildings of the hospital, and the hills blocked the view of the austere complex of buildings that housed the main wards. The therapist strolled down the line of tables, pausing to give a word of advice here and a suggestion there. She stopped behind a frowning, intense patient, rapidly shaping blobs of clay into odd-sized strips and forms. As he finished each piece, he carefully placed it into a hollow shell hemisphere of clay. "And what are we making today, Mr. Funston?" Miss Abercrombie asked. The flying fingers continued to whip out the bits of shaped clay as the patient ignored the question. He hunched closer to his table, as if to draw away from the woman. "We mustn't be antisocial, Mr. Funston," Miss Abercrombie said lightly but firmly. "You've been coming along famously, and you must remember to answer when someone talks to you. Now, what are you making? It looks very complicated." She stared professionally at the maze of clay parts. Thaddeus Funston continued to mold the clay bits and put them in place. Without looking up from his bench, he muttered a reply. "Atom bomb." A puzzled look crossed the therapist's face. "Pardon me, Mr. Funston, I thought you said an atom bomb." "Did," Funston murmured. Safely behind the patient's back, Miss Abercrombie smiled ever so slightly. "Why, that's very good, Mr. Funston. That shows real creative thought. I'm very pleased." She patted him on the shoulder and moved down the line of patients. A few minutes later, one of the attendants glanced at his watch, stood up and stretched. "All right, fellows," he called out. "Time to go back. Put up your things." There was a rustle of paint boxes and papers being shuffled and chairs being moved back. A tall blonde patient with a flowing moustache put one more dab of paint on his canvas and stood back to survey the meaningless smears. He sighed happily and laid down his palette. At the clay table, Funston feverishly fabricated the last odd-shaped bit of clay and slapped it into place. With a furtive glance around him, he clapped the other half of the clay sphere over the filled hemisphere and then stood up. The patients lined up at the door, waiting for the walk back across the green hills to the main hospital. The attendants made a quick count and then unlocked the door. The group shuffled out into the warm afternoon sunlight, and the door closed behind them. Miss Abercrombie gazed around the cluttered room and picked up her chart book of patient progress. Moving slowly down the line of benches, she made short, precise notes of the day's work accomplished by each patient. At the clay table, she carefully lifted the top half of the clay ball and stared thoughtfully at the jumble maze of clay strips laced through the lower hemisphere. She placed the lid back in place and jotted lengthily in her chart book. When she had completed her rounds, she slipped out of the smock, tucked the chart book under her arm, and left the crafts building for the day. The late afternoon sun felt warm and comfortable as she walked the mile to the main administration building where her car was parked. As she drove out of the hospital grounds, Thaddeus Funston stood at the barred window of his locked ward and stared vacantly over the hills towards the craft shop. He stood there unmoving until a ward attendant came and took his arm an hour later to lead him off to the patient's mess hall. The sun set, Darkness fell over the stilled hospital grounds, and the ward lights winked out at 9 o'clock, leaving just a single light burning in each ward office. A quiet wind sighed over the still warm hills. At 3:01 a.m. Thaddeus Funston stirred in his sleep and awakened. He sat up in bed and looked around the dark ward. The quiet breathing and occasional snores of 30 other sleeping patients filled the room. Funston turned to the window and stared out across the black hills that sheltered the deserted crafts building. He gave a quick cry, shut his eyes, and clapped his hands over his face. The brilliance of 100 suns glared in the night and threw stark shadows on the walls of the suddenly illuminated ward. An instant later, the shattering roar and blast of the explosion struck the hospital buildings in a wave of force, and the bursting crash of 1,000 windows was lost in the fury of the explosion and the wild screams of the frightened and demented patients. It was over in an instant, and a stunned moment later, recessed ceiling lights began flashing on throughout the big institution. Beyond the again silent hills, a great pillar of smoke, topped by a small mushroom-shaped cloud, rose above the gaping hole that had been the Arts and Crafts building. Thaddeus Funston took his hands from his face and lay back on his bed with a small, secret smile on his lips. Attendants and nurses scurried through the hospital, seeing how many had been injured in the explosion. None had. The hills had absorbed most of the shock, and apart from a welter of broken glass, the damage had been surprisingly slight. The roar and flash of the explosion had lighted and rocked the surrounding countryside. Soon firemen and civil defense disaster units from a half-dozen neighboring communities had gathered at the still smoking hole that marked the site of the vanished crafts building. Within 15 minutes, the disaster-trained crews had detected heavy radiation emanating from the crater, and there was a scurry of men and equipment back to a safe distance, a few hundred yards away. At 5:30 a.m., a plane landed at a nearby airfield, and a platoon of Atomic Energy Commission experts, military intelligence men, 4 FBI agents, and an Army full colonel disembarked. At 5:45 a.m., a cordon was thrown around both the hospital and the blast crater. In Ward 4C, Thaddeus Funston slept peacefully and happily. "It's impossible and unbelievable," Colonel Thomas Thurgood said for the 15th time later that morning, as he looked around the group of experts gathered in the tent erected on the hill overlooking the crater. "How could an atom bomb go off in a nut house?" "It apparently was a very small bomb, Colonel," one of the haggard AEC men offered timidly. "Not over 3 kilotons." "I don't care if it was the size of a peanut," Thurgood screamed. "How did it get here?" A military intelligence agent spoke up. "If we knew, sir, we wouldn't be standing around here. We don't know, but the fact remains that it was an atomic explosion." Thurgood turned wearily to the small white-haired man at his side. "Let's go over it once more, Dr. Crane. Are you sure you knew everything that was in that building?" Thurgood swept his hand in the general direction of the blast crater. "Colonel, I've told you a dozen times," the hospital administrator said with exasperation. "This was our manual therapy room. We gave our patients artwork. It was a means of getting out of their systems, through the use of their hands, some of the frustrations and problems that led them to this hospital. They worked with oil and water paints and clay. If you can make an atomic bomb from vermilion pigments, then Madame Curie was a misguided scrubwoman." "All I know is that you say this was a crafts building. Okay, so it was," Thurgood sighed. "I also know that an atomic explosion at 3:02 this morning blew it to hell and gone. And I have got to find out how it happened." Thurgood slumped into a field chair and gazed tiredly up at the little doctor. "Where's that girl you said was in charge of this place?" "We've already called for Miss Abercrombie, and she's on her way here now," the doctor snapped. Outside the tent, a small army of military men and AEC technicians moved around the perimeter of the crater, scintillators in hand, examining every tiny scrap that might have been a part of the building at one time. A jeep raced down the road from the hospital and drew up in front of the tent. An armed MP helped Miss Abercrombie from the vehicle. She walked to the edge of the hill and looked down with a stunned expression. "He did make an atom bomb!" she cried. Colonel Thurgood, who had snapped from his chair at her words, leapt forward to catch her as she collapsed in a faint. At 4 p.m. the argument was still raging in the long, narrow staff room of the hospital administration building. Colonel Thurgood, looking more like a patient every minute, sat on the edge of his chair at the head of a long table and pounded with his fist on the wooden surface, making Miss Abercrombie's chart book bounce with every beat. "It's ridiculous!" Thurgood roared. "We'll all be the laughing stocks of the world if this ever gets out. An atomic bomb made out of clay? You're all nuts. You're in the right place, but count me out." At his left, Miss Abercrombie cringed deeper into her chair at the broadside. Down both sides of the long table, psychiatrists, physicists, strategists, and radiologists sat in various stages of nerve-shattered weariness. "Miss Abercrombie," one of the physicists spoke up gently, "you say that after the patients had departed the building, you looked again at Funston's work." The therapist nodded unhappily. "And you say that, to the best of your knowledge," the physicist continued, "there was nothing inside the ball but other pieces of clay." "I'm positive that's all there was in it," Miss Abercrombie cried. There was a renewed buzz of conversation at the table, and the senior AEC man present got heads together with the senior intelligence men. They conferred briefly, and then the intelligence officer spoke. "That seems to settle it, Colonel. We've got to give this Funston another chance to repeat his bomb, but this time under our supervision." Thurgood leapt to his feet, his face purpling. "Are you crazy?" he screamed. "You want to get us all thrown into this filbert factory? Do you know what the newspapers would do to us if ever they got wind of the fact that for one tiny fraction of a second any one of us here entertained the notion that a paranoidal idiot with the IQ of an ape could make an atomic bomb out of kids' modeling clay? They'd crucify us, that's what they'd do." At 8:30 that night, Thaddeus Funston, swathed in an army officer's greatcoat that concealed the straitjacket binding him, and with an officer's cap jammed far down over his face, was hustled out of a small side door of the hospital and into a waiting staff car. A few minutes later, the car pulled into the flying field at the nearby community and drove directly to the military transport plane that stood at the end of the runway with propellers turning. 2 military policemen and a brace of staff psychiatrists, sworn to secrecy under the National Atomic Secrets Act, bundled Thaddeus aboard the plane. They plopped him into a seat directly in front of Miss Abercrombie, and with a roar the plane raced down the runway and into the night skies. The plane landed the next morning at the AEC's atomic testing ground in the Nevada desert, and 2 hours later, in a small, hot, wooden shack miles up the barren desert wastelands, a cluster of scientists and military men huddled around a small wooden table. There was nothing on the table but a bowl of water and a great lump of modeling clay. While the psychiatrists were taking the straitjacket off Thaddeus in the staff car outside, Colonel Thurgood spoke to the weary Miss Abercrombie. "Now, you're positive this is just about the same amount and the same kind of clay he used before?" "I brought it along from the same batch we had in the storeroom at the hospital," she replied, "and it's the same amount." Thurgood signaled to the doctors, and they entered the shack with Thaddeus Funston between them. The colonel nudged Miss Abercrombie. She smiled at Funston. "Now, isn't this nice, Mr. Funston?" she said. "These nice men have brought us way out here just to see you make another atom bomb like the one you made for me yesterday." A flicker of interest lightened Thaddeus's face. He looked around the shack and then spotted the clay on the table. Without hesitation, he walked to the table and sat down. His fingers began working the damp clay, making first the hollow, half-round shell while the nation's top atomic scientists watched in fascination. His busy fingers flew through the clay, shaping odd flat bits and clay parts that were dropped almost aimlessly into the open hemisphere in front of him. Miss Abercrombie stood at his shoulder as Thaddeus hunched over the table just as he had done the previous day. From time to time she glanced at her watch. The maze of clay strips grew, and as Funston finished shaping the other half hemisphere of clay, she broke the tense silence. "Time to go back now, Mr. Funston. You can work some more tomorrow." She looked at the men and nodded her head. The 2 psychiatrists went to Thaddeus' side as he put the upper lid of clay carefully in place. Funston stood up, and the doctors escorted him from the shack. There was a moment of hushed silence, and then pandemonium burst. The experts converged on the clay ball, instruments blossoming from nowhere and cameras clicking. For 2 hours they studied and gently probed the mass of child's clay and photographed it from every angle. Then they left for the concrete observatory bunker, several miles down range, where Thaddeus and the psychiatrists waited inside a ring of stony-faced military policemen. "I told you this whole thing was asinine," Thurgood snarled as the scientific team trooped into the bunker. Thaddeus Funston stared out over the heads of the MPs, through the open door, looking uprange over the heat-shimmering desert. He gave a sudden cry, shut his eyes, and clapped his hands over his face. A brilliance 100 times brighter than the glaring Nevada sun lit the dim interior of the bunker, and the pneumatically operated doors slammed shut just before the wave of the blast hit the structure. 6 hours and a jet plane trip later, Thaddeus, once again in his straitjacket, sat between his armed escorts in a small room in the Pentagon. Through the window he could see the hurried bustle of traffic over the Potomac, and beyond, the domed roof of the Capitol. In the conference room next door, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were closeted with a grey-faced and bone-weary Colonel Thurgood and his baker's dozen of AEC brains. Scraps of the hot and scornful talk drifted over a half-opened transom into the room where Thaddeus Funston sat in a neatly tied bundle. In the conference room, a red-faced four-star general cast a chilling glance at the rumpled figure of Colonel Thurgood. "I've listened to some silly stories in my life, Colonel," the general said coldly, "but this takes the cake. You come in here with an insane asylum inmate in a straitjacket, and you have the colossal gall to sit there and tell me that this poor soul has made not one, but 2 atomic devices out of modeling clay, and then has detonated them." The general paused. "Why don't you just tell me, Colonel, that he can also make spaceships out of sponge rubber?" the general added bitingly. In the next room, Thaddeus Funston stared out over the sweeping panorama of the Washington landscape. He stared hard. In the distance, a white cloud began billowing up from the base of the Washington Monument, and with an ear-shattering, glass-splintering roar, the great shaft rose majestically from its base and vanished into space on a tail of flame. End of A Filbert is a Nut by Rick Raphael.
Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley. It's well established now that the way you put a question often determines not only the answer you'll get, but the type of answer possible. So, a mechanical answerer, geared to produce the ultimate revelations in reference to anything you want to know, might have unsuspected limitations. Answerer was built to last as long as was necessary, which was quite long, as some races judge time, and not long at all, according to others. But to Answerer, it was just long enough. As to size, Answerer was large to some and small to others. He could be viewed as complex, although some believed that he was really very simple. Answerer knew that he was as he should be. Above and beyond all else, he was the Answerer. He knew. Of the race that built him, the less said, the better. They also knew, and never said whether they found the knowledge pleasant. They built Answerer as a service to less sophisticated races, and departed in a unique manner. Where they went, only Answerer knows, because Answerer knows everything. Upon his planet, circling his sun, Answerer sat. Duration continued, long, as some judge duration, short as others judge it, but as it should be to Answerer. Within him were the answers. He knew the nature of things, and why things are as they are, and what they are, and what it all means. Answerer could answer anything, provided it was a legitimate question. And he wanted to. He was eager to. How else should an answerer be? What else should an answerer do? So he waited for creatures to come and ask. How do you feel, sir? Moran asked, floating gently over to the old man. Better, Lingman said, trying to smile. No wait was a vast relief. Even though Moran had expended an enormous amount of fuel getting into space under minimum acceleration, Lingman's feeble heart hadn't liked it. Lingman's heart had balked and sulked, pounded angrily against the brittle rib case, hesitated, and sped up. It seemed for a time as though Lingman's heart was going to stop, out of sheer pique. But no weight was a vast relief, and the feeble heart was going again. Moran had no such problems. His strong body was built for strain and stress. He wouldn't experience them on this trip, not if he expected old Lingman to live. I'm going to live, Lingman muttered, in answer to the unspoken question. Long enough to find out. Moran touched the controls, and the ship slipped into subspace like an eel into oil. We'll find out, Moran murmured. He helped the old man unstrap himself. We're going to find the answerer. Lingman nodded at his young partner. They had been reassuring themselves for years. Originally it had been Lingman's project. Then Moran, graduating from Caltech, had joined him. Together they had traced the rumors across the solar system, the legends of an ancient humanoid race who had known the answer to all things and who had built Answerer and departed. Think of it, Moran said. The answer to everything. A physicist, Moran had many questions to ask Answerer. The expanding universe, the binding force of atomic nuclei, nova and supernova, planetary formation, redshift, relativity, and 1,000 others. Yes, Lingman said. He pulled himself to the vision plate and looked out on the bleak prairie of the illusory subspace. He was a biologist and an old man. He had two questions. What is life? What is death? After a particularly long period of hunting purple, Lek and his friends gathered to talk. Purple always ran thin in the neighborhood of multiple cluster stars. Why, no one knew, so talk was definitely in order. Do you know, Lek said, I think I'll hunt up this answerer. Lek spoke the Algrak language now, the language of imminent decision. Why? Ilm asked him, in the Vest tongue of light banter. Why do you want to know things? Isn't the job of gathering purple enough for you? No, Lek said, still speaking the language of imminent decision. It is not. The great job of Lek and his kind was the gathering of purple. They found purple embedded in many parts of the fabric of space, minute quantities of it. Slowly, they were building a huge mound of it. What the mound was for, no one knew. I suppose you'll ask him what purple is, Ilm asked, pushing his star out of his way and lying down. I will, Lek said. We have continued in ignorance too long. We must know the true nature of purple and its meaning in the scheme of things. We must know why it governs our lives. For this speech, Lek switched to Ilgret, the language of incipient knowledge. Ilm and the others didn't try to argue, even in the tongue of arguments. They knew that the knowledge was important. Ever since the dawn of time, Lek, Ilm, and the others had gathered purple. Now it was time to know the ultimate answers to the universe, what purple was, and what the mound was for. And of course, there was the Answerer to tell them. Everyone had heard of the Answerer, built by a race not unlike themselves, now long departed. Will you ask him anything else? Ilm asked Lek. I don't know, Lek said. Perhaps I'll ask about the stars. There's really nothing else important. Since Lek and his brothers had lived since the dawn of time, they didn't consider death. And since their numbers were always the same, they didn't consider the question of life. But purple? And the mound? I go, Lek shouted in the vernacular of decision to fact. Good fortune, his brothers shouted back in the jargon of greatest friendship. Lek strode off, leaping from star to star. Alone on his little planet, Answerer sat, waiting for the questioners. Occasionally he mumbled the answers to himself. This was his privilege. He knew. But he waited, and the time was neither too long nor too short for any of the creatures of space to come and ask. There were 18 of them gathered in one place. I invoke the rule of 18, cried one, and another appeared who had never before been born by the rule of 18. We must go to the Answerer, one cried. Our lives are governed by the rule of 18. Where there are 18, there will be 19. Why is this so? No one could answer. Where am I? Asked the newborn 19. One took him aside for instruction. That left 17, a stable number. And we must find out, cried another, why all places are different, although there is no distance. That was the problem. One is here, then one is there, just like that. No movement, no reason. And yet, without moving, one is in another place. The stars are cold, one cried. Why? We must go to the Answerer. For they had heard the legends, knew the tales. Once there was a race, a good deal like us, and they knew, and they told Answerer. Then they departed to where there is no place, but much distance. How do we get there? The newborn 19th cried, filled now with knowledge. We go. And 18 of them vanished. One was left. Moodily he stared at the tremendous spread of an icy star. Then he too vanished. Those old legends are true, Moran gasped. There it is. They had come out of subspace at the place the legends told of, and before them was a star unlike any other star. Moran invented a classification for it, but it didn't matter. There was no other like it. Swinging around the star was a planet, and this too was unlike any other planet. Moran invented reasons, but they didn't matter. This planet was the only one. Strap yourself in, sir, Moran said. I'll land as gently as I can. Lek came to Answerer, striding swiftly from star to star. He lifted Answerer in his hand and looked at him. So you are Answerer, he said. Yes, Answerer said. Then tell me, Lek said, settling himself comfortably in a gap between the stars. Tell me what I am. A partiality, Answerer said. An indication. Come now, Lek muttered, his pride hurt. You can do better than that. Now then, the purpose of my kind is to gather purple, and to build a mound of it. Can you tell me the real meaning of this? Your question is without meaning, Answerer said. He knew what purple actually was, and what the mound was for, but the explanation was concealed in a greater explanation. Without this, Lek's question was inexplicable, and Lek had failed to ask the real question. Lek asked other questions, and the Answerer was unable to answer them. Lek viewed things through his specialized eyes, extracted a part of the truth, and refused to see more. How to tell a blind man the sensation of green? Answerer didn't try. He wasn't supposed to. Finally, Lek emitted a scornful laugh. One of his little stepping stones flared at the sound, then faded back to its usual intensity. like departing, striding swiftly across the stars. Answerer knew, but he had to be asked the proper questions first. He pondered this limitation, gazing at the stars which were neither large nor small, but exactly the right size. The proper questions. The race which built Answerer should have taken that into account, Answerer thought. They should have made some allowance for semantic nonsense, allowed him to attempt an unraveling. Answerer contented himself with muttering the answers to himself. 18 creatures came to Answerer, neither walking nor flying, but simply appearing. Shivering in the cold glare of the stars, they gazed up at the massiveness of Answerer. If there is no distance, one asked, then how can things be in other places? Answerer knew what distance was, and what places were, but he couldn't answer the question. There was distance, but not as these creatures saw it, and there were places, but in a different fashion from that which the creatures expected. Rephrase the question, Answerer said hopefully. Why are we short here, one asked, and long over there? Why are we fat over there and short here? Why are the stars cold? Answerer knew all things. He knew why stars were cold, but he couldn't explain it in terms of stars or coldness. Why, another asked, is there a rule of 18? Why, when 18 gather, is another produced? But of course the answer was part of another, greater question, which hadn't been asked. Another was produced by the rule of 18, and the 19 creatures vanished. Answerer mumbled the right questions to himself, and answered them. We made it, Moran said. Well, well, he patted Lingman on the shoulder, lightly, because Lingman might fall apart. The old biologist was tired. His face was sunken, yellow, lined. Already the mark of the skull was showing in his prominent yellow teeth, his small, flat nose, his exposed cheekbones. The matrix was showing through. Let's go on, Lingman said. He didn't want to waste any time. He didn't have any time to waste. Helmeted, they walked along the little path. Not so fast, Lingman murmured. Right, Moran said. They walked together along the dark path of the planet that was different from all other planets, soaring alone around a sun different from all other suns. Up here, Moran said. The legends were explicit. A path leading to stone steps to a courtyard, and then the Answerer. To them, Answerer looked like a white screen set in a wall. To their eyes, Answerer was very simple. Lingman clasped his shaking hands together. This was the culmination of a lifetime's work, financing, arguing, ferreting bits of legend, ending here, now. Remember, he said to Moran, we will be shocked. The truth will be like nothing we have imagined. I'm ready, Moran said, his eyes rapturous. Very well, Answerer, Lingman said, in his thin little voice. What is life? A voice spoke in their heads. The question has no meaning. By life, the questioner is referring to a partial phenomenon, inexplicable except in terms of its whole. Of what is life a part? Lingman asked. This question in its present form admits of no answer. Questioner is still considering life from his personal, limited bias. Answer it in your own terms, then, Moran said. The answerer can only answer questions. Answerer thought again of the sad limitation imposed by his builders. Silence. Is the universe expanding? Moran asked confidently. Expansion is a term inapplicable to the situation. Universe, as the questioner views it, is an illusory concept. Can you tell us Anything? Moran asked. I can answer any valid question concerning the nature of things. The two men looked at each other. I think I know what he means, Lingman said sadly. Our basic assumptions are wrong, all of them. They can't be, Moran said. Physics, biology. Partial truths, Lingman said, with a great weariness in his voice. At least we've determined that much. We've found out that our inferences concerning observed phenomena are wrong. But the rule of the simplest hypothesis? It's only a theory, Lingman said. But life, he certainly could answer what life is. Look at it this way, Lingman said. Suppose you were to ask, why was I born under the constellation Scorpio in conjunction with Saturn? I would be unable to answer your question in terms of the zodiac, because the zodiac has nothing to do with it. I see, Moran said slowly. He can't answer questions in terms of our assumptions. That seems to be the case, and he can't alter our assumptions. He is limited to valid questions, which imply, it would seem, a knowledge we just don't have. We can't even ask a valid question? Moran asked. I don't believe that. We must know some basics. He turned to Answerer. What is death? I cannot explain an anthropomorphism. Death and anthropomorphism, Moran said, and Lingman turned quickly. Now we're getting somewhere. Are anthropomorphisms unreal? He asked. Anthropomorphisms may be classified tentatively as A. False truths, or B. Partial truths in terms of a partial situation. Which is applicable here? Both. That was the closest they got. Moran was unable to draw any more from Answerer. For hours the two men tried, but truth was slipping farther and farther away. It's maddening, Moran said after a while. This thing has the answer to the whole universe, and he can't tell us unless we ask the right question. But how are we supposed to know the right question? Lingman sat down on the ground, leaning against a stone wall. He closed his eyes. Savages, that's what we are, Moran said, pacing up and down in front of Answerer. Imagine a bushman walking up to a physicist and asking him why he can't shoot his arrow into the sun. The scientist can explain it only in his own terms. What would happen? The scientist wouldn't even attempt it, Lingman said in a dim voice. He would know the limitations of the questioner. It's fine, Moran said angrily. How do you explain the Earth's rotation to a bushman? Or better, how do you explain relativity to him? Maintaining scientific rigor in your explanation at all times, of course. Lingman's eyes closed, didn't answer. We're bushmen, but the gap is much greater here. Worm and Superman, perhaps. The worm desires to know the nature of dirt, and why there's so much of it. Oh well. Shall we go, sir? Moran asked. Lingman's eyes remained closed. His taloned fingers were clenched, his cheeks sunk further in. The skull was emerging. Sir, sir! And Answerer knew that he was not the answer. Alone on his planet, which is neither large nor small, but exactly the right size, Answerer waits. He cannot help the people who come to him, for even Answerer has restrictions. He can answer only valid questions. Universe, life, death, purple, 18, partial truths, half-truths, little bits of the great question. But Answerer alone mumbles the questions to himself, the true questions, which no one can understand. How could they understand the true answers? The questions will never be asked, and Answerer remembers something his builders knew and forgot. In order to ask a question, you must already know most of the answer. End of Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Shepley. This recording is dedicated to Greg Marguerite.
Beasts in the Void by Paul W. Fairman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Rogers. The Beasts in the Void by Paul W. Fairman. The examiner looked doubtful, but said, "But Mr. Holloway, regulations require that I read your log before I take verbal testimony." Holloway's face was drawn and ravaged. His bloodshot eyes sat in black pits. They were trained on the examiner, but looked through him rather than at him. Holloway said, "But I must talk. I've got to tell you about it. I have to keep talking." "But—" Holloway's words tumbled out. "It started in the control cabin, there in deep space. When Mrs. Kelvey came in, she was the blonde one, I turned around and she said, 'Captain, there's a great big tiger in the companionway.'" The desperate Holloway, fearful of being stopped or running out of words, went into minute detail. "She made the statement as a pouting complaint, almost casually. Then before I could speak, she realized what she'd said and her face changed. A kind of horrified double-take. A tiger? In the companionway of a spaceship? This last was an incredulous question she asked herself. Then she fainted. I looked outside. I thought I saw something blurred and indistinct, but it vanished quickly, if it was really there at all. The companionway was empty. No tiger. No animal of any kind." The examiner, holding up a hand of protest, looked like a man directing traffic. "Please, Mr. Holloway, please. We must remember regulations." Holloway's eyes closed for a moment, but he resolutely forced them open, as though afraid of something. The scene was Holloway's two-room suite in the Spaceport Hotel. There were 3 men present: Holloway, skipper of the Space King; John Mason, port resident; and Merle Kennedy, section examiner for the Space Authority people. Kennedy regarded Holloway with frank concern. Good heavens, the man was a complete mess. Looked ready to collapse. Kennedy turned to Mason. "This can be postponed, you know." Mason was regarding Holloway also. Strange, he thought. Holloway had left in a fanfare of publicity. Now it appeared his return would be even more dramatic. Maybe Holloway was that kind of chap. The kind things just happened to. He was quite young, though he certainly didn't look it now. He'd been known as a playboy ever since his father struck it big in Venusian oil. But good-looking, personable, he had worn the label well. He'd been good copy because the public regarded him with patronizing affection. To them, he'd been a nice kid having fun, not a young wastrel wasting his father's money. Naturally, he would pick up a glamour girl to play the romantic feminine role, and Melody Hayden had filled the bill perfectly. Together, they had enchanted the public. Princess and Prince Charming stuff. Then tragedy. Disaster in a rocketing sports car. Melody's coffin, sealed before the funeral. Young Holloway coming off without a scratch. Melody's death was a bombshell, and everyone asked, "What will he do now?" Expecting, of course, something sensational. He didn't let them down. Dramatically, he announced a completely new life. He bought a spaceship and forswore his old ways. He had quite a reputation as a big game hunter. He'd stalked the vicious Plutonian ice bears and lain in Venusian swamps waiting for the 10-ton lizards to rise out of the slime. He had knocked over the wiliest of animals, a telepathic Uranian mountain wolf, and had dropped in flight a Martian radar bat, a feat duplicated by only 3 other marksmen of record. So what more natural occupation than guiding hunting parties in deep space? Holloway had been obviously torn by Melody's tragic death. Perhaps out among the stars, he could forget. There had been some trouble, Mason recalled, in clearing Holloway's first cruise. A party of 5, not to any established hunting ground, but a DU thing, destination unknown, and they were always trouble. Clearance had been made, though, and now, here was Holloway back again, dramatically of course, with one of his party dead and the other 4 in trance-like stupors. Strange. And stranger still, Holloway's reason for wanting to talk immediately, with no rest, no medical attention. It will keep me awake. I mustn't go to sleep. Can't I make you understand? I've got to stay awake. Mason pitied the man. He turned to Kennedy. I have the log here, sir. Perhaps you could go over it now. Holloway leaned forward. I'll tell you what's in the log, every word of it, if I just sit waiting here. Mason laid a hand on his knee. It's all right, old chap. I won't let you go to sleep. You and I will talk while Mr. Kennedy goes through the log. It won't take long. Mason handed the book to Kennedy. He was almost apologetic. It's a strange log, sir. It's... Strange? Kennedy frowned. Logs had no right to be strange. There were regulations, rules stating exactly how a log should be kept. Well, sir, the lad is young. His first trip. I just meant that there's perhaps a little more in the log than should appear there. We'll see, Kennedy said. There was a slight frost on his words. If disciplinary measures were in the offing, it would not pay to get too cozy with Holloway and the resident. Kennedy opened the log. The first entry was dated June 3rd, 4:10 p.m. Earth time. Kennedy frowned. Permissible, of course, but sloppy, very sloppy. The better skippers computed from Orion immediately after blastoff. Kennedy sat back and began to read. June 3rd, 4:10 p.m. We blasted at 2:18 p.m. A good getaway. Course 58.329 by the polar angle. No blast sickness among the passengers. They are old hands. I put the automatic board into control at 3:50 p.m. I checked the tubes, pressure balanced, and equal. I don't like this cruise. I don't like Murdo. He's a domineering slob. The other 4, well, Keebler is an alcoholic. Kelvy an empty-headed opportunist. I don't particularly dislike them. They're just a worthless pair who would rather fawn on Murdo and take his insults than work for a living. The 2 wives are both young. Martha Keebler has a child's mind in a woman's body. Jane Kelvy is an oversexed witch with an indecent exposure complex. I may have trouble with her. She's already parading around in skimpy shorts and a bra. Evidently Murdo doesn't care for women. He pays no attention to her. Money and power are his dish. And a terrible restlessness. Melody, baby, I wish you were here. June 4th, 3 p.m. I had a talk with Murdo about this silly cruise. Tried to swing him onto something that makes a little more sense. Pluto, Venus, Ganymede. Some hunting ground I'm familiar with. No good. Even a suggestion, and he thinks you're crossing him and snorts like a bull. Still demands to go to this place where big game prowls in space. Where elephants and leopards and snakes and anything you can name fly around your ship and look in your ports. Where you do your hunting in spacesuits right out in the void. Why in hell did I fall for this idiocy? Guess I just didn't care. Maybe I thought it was a good idea because it sounded like a cruise you could get killed on without much trouble. No, I shouldn't say that. Melody wouldn't like me to say it. She was so wonderful, so level-headed. How wrong they all were about us, about her, because she was so beautiful, I guess. I tried to tell them I'd married an angel, and they took bets among themselves on how long it would last. The answer to that would have been forever. It still is. I've lost so much and learned so much in such a very short time. The hell with Murdo and his 4 puppets. I'll take them out and bring them back. Then I'll go somewhere alone, and I won't come back at all. Melody. Course 28.493 by the polar angle. Went through small asteroid field. Kennedy looked up sharply. He frowned. This log is unacceptable. Holloway was pacing the floor, his eyes blank and terrible. Unacceptable? Course and position should be noted within each 24-hour period. You missed June 5th entirely. Kennedy leafed through the pages. Why, at times you missed 3 and 4 days in sequence. Sometimes I didn't have time to write. Mason tried to hide his disgust. How did men like Kennedy get into positions they weren't fitted for? The ass! Couldn't he see the man was suffering? Mason said, "Why not reserve comment until you've finished, Mr. Kennedy?" Kennedy's eyes widened at the sharp tone of Mason's voice. Really? When residents start dictating to examiners? Kennedy saw the stiffness in Mason's face, and something more. He went quickly back to his reading. June 6, 1 p.m. I talked some more with Murdo about this fool cruise. He got wind of our destination, wherever it is, from some rich idiot in Paris. And I don't use idiot figuratively. His informant was in some kind of private nut house, an exclusive insane asylum of idiots with lots of money. And he had lucid intervals. At one of these times he told Murdo where he'd been, and what had happened. I don't think Murdo believes all of it, but he wants to see for himself. Well, if he wants to spend his money chasing meteorites, it's his business. Keebler got drunk as a goat, strapped him in his bunk, and left him there. Murdo spent a few hours explaining guns to Mrs. Keebler. I think he enjoys the look of wonder on her face. Makes him feel very superior knowledge-wise. Her face is just built that way, and so far as she's concerned, he could be talking Greek. He thinks she's very beautiful. I wonder if he ever saw Melody's picture. Course 36.829 by the Orion angle. All clear. June 9th, 1 a.m. Course 36.841 by the Orion angle. Small asteroids. Jane Kelvey is bored and has started taking it out on me. When I passed her door, it was open. She was taking a sponge bath, stark naked in the middle of the cabin. She turned around to face me and did a very bad job of acting flustered, trying to cover herself up with a small sponge. How crude can a female get? She was hoping I'd come in. If I had, it would have been to slap her face. I got away as fast as I could. June 10th, 7 p.m. Course 41.864 by the Orion angle. Brushed a small asteroid. I've been noting the time wrong. It should be figured on a 24-hour cycle, midnight to midnight. The hell with it. Had a fight with Murdo. He wanted to take over the ship. His words were, "Let's get some speed out of this slop bucket." I reminded him I was captain. He reminded me he was footing the bills. I asked him how he would like to be locked in his cabin for the remainder of the cruise. He didn't say, but I guess he wouldn't have liked it, because he quieted down. Keebler has been quietly drunk for the last 2 days. Lucky Keebler. June 13th, 18 hours. Course 26.932 by the Virgo angle. Went 4 degrees off course to avoid small planetoid. Jane Kelvey came to my cabin an hour ago. The rest were asleep. She wore a blue dressing gown with nothing under it. I want to set down what happened in case there's ever a kickback, although I don't think there ever will be. I was sitting in a chair and she came up behind me, and it was very unfortunate because I saw the blue dressing gown first. By sheer chance, it was almost exactly like the one Melody wore that first night. I was thinking of Melody. Melody was all around me and inside me. in my mind, in my heart, in all my aching regrets. So when that dressing gown brushed me, something electric happened inside me, and I got up and I took Jane Kelvey in my arms. It wasn't more than 3 or 4 seconds, but in that time the gown had been brushed aside. Then I came to my senses and pushed her away. The dressing gown stayed parted. She stepped back, confused. She said, "What's the matter? Are you scared?" "I'm disgusted. Button your gown. Get out of here." "What are you? Not one of those noble creatures, I hope, who wouldn't touch a man's wife?" "I said get out. I wouldn't touch you regardless." "But you just did." "It was a mistake. Look, I'm a woman. You're a man, I think. We're alone in space, and life is short. Let's have fun, and then forget about it." I slapped her across the mouth. A skipper can be jailed for life for striking a passenger, even with cause. But I slapped her, and I'm setting it down in the log. Kennedy looked up from his reading. "Jane Kelvey, is she the dead one?" Mason nodded. Kennedy looked at Holloway with marked severity. "Are you sure you only slapped her?" Mason exploded. "Good God, man, did you see the body? You're not implying that he did that to her, are you?" "I'm not implying anything," Kennedy said, with a restrained grimness that infuriated Mason. "Why don't you finish the log before you start passing judgment?" Kennedy leafed through the pages. Wait a minute. This log doesn't cover the whole cruise. It breaks off in the middle of a sentence. Read what's there, man. Read what's there." Very serious, Kennedy muttered. Not completing a log. No license should have been issued for this man. Lax, very lax. He sat back to make himself more comfortable, and prepared to go on with his reading. June 30th, 3 hours. Course 39.341 by the Virgo angle. I think that's the course. The instruments are acting funny. In fact, a lot of things seem to be wrong. Some of the constellations aren't in the right places anymore. I began noticing these things a couple days ago and spoke to Murdo. I suggested we turn back. I told him it was my duty as a skipper to look out for the welfare of my passengers, and that included not continuing if vital instruments showed signs of failure. He sneered at me and said, "I thought you were a big game hunter, Holloway." I told him I'd hunted big game, yes. "It doesn't sound like it. You sound like a timid old woman. So you've made some miscalculations. The course is still right. It's on the flight pattern in the automatic control board, and I know it's correct because I gave it to you. But if the instruments fail, nothing stays right." "Okay, you're the skipper. If you've turned yellow and you want to show your tail, I guess there's nothing I can do about it." He almost got his jaw broken, but I was able to hold myself. Then, suddenly, I didn't care. I didn't care whether Murdo stayed alive or got killed. As to the others, they'd come on the cruise with their eyes open. They deserved what they got, and I certainly didn't give a damn about myself. Guess I wasn't cut out to skipper a ship. A skipper should care. That's all he should do. Just care. I'd rather dream about Melody. I don't know what the date is. The chronometer stopped, so I don't even know what time it is. But what does it matter about the time if you don't even know what day it is? We just go on and on. Murdo, I can't figure it out. Windbag or not, braggart or no, he has an iron will. I think he's scared, but he won't admit it. And some stubborn streak inside him won't let him turn tail and run. He hides his fear behind long accounts of his hunting trips. He describes the vicious animals he's killed. He bores us with accounts of his skill as a great hunter. The rest listen because they have to. I go to my cabin and remember Melody. The rest are scared too, but they're too scared of Murdo to let him know it. That's an odd one. Scared for your life, but afraid to tell the big man because he might kill you. Would Murdo kill in a fit of rage? I don't know. Keebler stays drunk, so none of it bothers him. Keebler's wife, I think, is in love with Murdo, but it's a kind of little girl love. She never quite grew up. Kelvey glues himself to Murdo and sticks like a plaster. He seems to consider Murdo a haven, as though Murdo's bulk will make everything all right. Jane Kelvey hasn't quit making passes at me, but they're half-hearted. She bothers me. I'm uneasy when she's around. I get the feeling that any minute she might drop to her knees and beg. What do you do with a woman on her knees before you begging? Maybe before long her husband will look good to her. Maybe she'll be able to get him away from Murdo's side for a while. I look at both of these women and realize what I lost. Melody. Jane Kelvey came back to my cabin. It's hit her that things aren't right. She's scared. She asked, "Why did you tell Murdo you wanted to turn back?" "Because I thought we'd come too far." "Do you still think so?" "Everything will be all right." "The instruments, are they working again?" I lied to her. "They're working." "Do you think it's really as Murdo says, that there are animals out in space?" "I don't know." She looked wan and forlorn, and I was sorry for her. She said, "I've only been on one hunting trip in my life." "Is that so?" "In India, a boy carried my gun for me. When the tiger came, the boy handed the gun to me and told me where to point. I fired, but I didn't hit the tiger. Somebody else shot it." "That's too bad." "No, it was all right. He was such a big, beautiful animal, so sleek and powerful." I saw her body tremble as she closed her eyes. I said, "You better get some rest." She passed a hand over her eyes and then gave me an odd, wistful smile. Animals are smarter, I think. We do make awful messes out of our lives, don't we? I'm afraid we do. But is it our fault? God makes us this way. We can't help that. No, I guess we can't. Why did God make us like we are? I don't know, Jane. Let's hope He does. Isn't that sacrilege or something? Doubting Him? I guess it is. She reached out and suddenly touched my face. "You're a nice guy. I don't blame you for slapping me." "I'm sorry." "You're pretty nice yourself." The smile faded. "I'm not," she said miserably, and left the cabin. Poor kid. I forgot her and thought of Melody. Something's gone wrong with everything. Not a very scientific statement for a skipper to make, but that's how it is. The stars have disappeared. The instruments jumped around as though they had minds of their own. The dial needles spin around like crazy. And something else, something even worse. Space has changed. I mean, there's something out there in space. First I just felt it. A raw uneasiness. Then I trained a light through the port and I could see it. Stuff that looks like dust but isn't. It's hazy and yet it sparkles, and you have a sense of being on a ship that's pushing its way through a fog so thick that friction holds you back. And there's something more about this sparkling fog. You look at it and it seems to be looking back at you. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. Anyway, that's the way it seems. As though it's waiting for you to speak. Say hello or something. I guess I'm going crazy. The sparkling fog is affecting the others too. They've all quieted down and they slip along the bulkheads as though they were being followed. Only Murdo blusters back. He says, "What the hell? We expected something different, didn't we?" "Well, this is sure different enough, isn't it?" I'd turn back, but I don't know how. I have nothing to go by. The instruments make no sense. I am going crazy. I looked out the port just now and saw a water buffalo. It was standing right out there in space with its head down looking at the ship. I had a light turned on and suddenly it charged and hit the port head on. It bounced off and went staggering away and disappeared. But it left a big white scratch on the quartz outside. At least I think it did. Wait, I'll look again. Yes, a big white scratch. It's still there, so how can I be mad? Maybe it's a new kind of madness. Some kind of sparkling fog has penetrated the ship. Turn out the light and you can see it in the cabin. Not as thick as out in the void, but thick enough to see. Thick enough to stand there and ask you to talk to it. Murdo is ready to turn back. He came to the control room and said, "I saw it out there." "You saw what?" His face was pale and his hands twitched. "A boa constrictor. Exactly like the one I killed 4 years ago on the Amazon." It came to the port and looked in at me. It must be your imagination. No, it was there. Let's turn back. Get out of this. I wish we could. You mean, I don't know where back is. We might just as well go as we are. Changing course doesn't help if you don't know your directions. Our only hope is to drive out of this cloud. If I turned, I might go right back into it. Then one direction is as good as another? That's right. His mind wandered as he turned away. I didn't know it would be like this, he muttered. I thought it would be fun, sport. I thought we'd put on spacesuits and go out and make a kill. I thought, the spacesuits are ready. Do you want to try it? He shuddered, his hanging jowls almost flapping. You couldn't drag me out there. The stuff is getting thicker in the ship. Jane came into my cabin. She had an odd look on her face. She said, "There's a big tiger in the companionway." I got up from my bunk and suddenly she seemed to realize what she'd said. She repeated it. Then she fell down in a faint. I put her in my bunk and looked out into the companionway. The sparkling fog glittered, but there was no tiger. When she came to, she didn't seem to know where she was. Then she smiled. I must have been drinking too much, she said. Then she realized where she was. But look at where it got me. Into your bunk. Do you feel all right now? I guess so. I can get up now. I do have to get up, don't I? I think you better. After she left, I did some thinking. The sparkling haze had been outside the ship, and I'd seen a water buffalo through the port. Murdo had seen a boa constrictor. Then the haze penetrated the hull and got inside the ship, and Jane had seen a tiger in the companionway. Were they phantoms? Was Jane's tiger a tiger of the mind? Murdo swore his snake had been real, and my buffalo left a mark on the port. I sat there trying to think, with the sparkling fog drifting around me. It seemed to be trying to tell me something. Things grow worse. Today at mess, Murdo was holding forth about a Plutonian ice bear he'd killed. I think he was trying to cover the gloom that had settled over us. Anyhow, he'd just got to the point where the bear was charging through on him when he heard the roar of thunder from outside. Maybe I'd better repeat that for the record. We heard a roaring through the walls of the spaceship, in the void. Nothing goes through the walls of a spaceship, in the void, but we all heard it and jumped to the port. And then we saw it. An ice bear as big as 10 of the largest that ever lived in the Plutonian ice floes. A huge ravening beast that rushed through the void at the ship and tried to tear the port out of its metal seat with teeth as big as the height of a man. The women fell back, screaming. Keebler, in his usual stupor, stared blankly as though not realizing what was going on. Kelvy looked to Murdo for guidance. When none came, he crouched behind a chair. Murdo fell back slowly, step by step, as though his eyes were fastened to the quartz, and it was hard to pull away. I don't remember what I did. Murdo was saying, "My God, my God, my God," as though chanting a ritual. He tore his eyes from the sight and looked at me. "You wanted big game, Buster," I croaked. "There it is." "But it can't be real. It can't." "Maybe not, but if that port gives, I'll bet it won't be from vacuum pressure." "Vacuum draws. It doesn't press," Kelvy babbled inanely. But nobody paid any attention to him. The beast made 2 more charges on the ship, then drew back screaming in rage from a snapped tooth. And all around us, there in the ship, the sparkling fog glittered and tried to talk. 2 hours. The beast still rages in the void outside our ship. Jane is dead. She was horribly mangled. I put her in her bunk and laid a blanket over her, and now the blanket is soaked in her blood. No one could have helped her. It happened in the lounge. She was there alone. I was in the control room. I don't know where the rest were. I was working uselessly with the controls when I heard a terrible scream mixed with a hideous snarling. I ran into the companionway and stared toward the lounge. Murdo appeared from somewhere and we were shouldering each other on the companion ladder. Murdo fell heavily. Then we were both looking into the lounge. It was too late to help Jane. We saw her there, still and bloody. A shiny black leopard was crouching gory-mouthed over her body with its paw on her breast. Its eyes were black magnets holding mine. I said, "Get a gun," trying to speak without moving my lips. But, damn you, get a gun! Murdo staggered away. It seemed a year before he came back with a Hinsey Special .442 caliber. The leopard was tight, ready to spring. I didn't dare move a muscle. I said, over my shoulder, "Get him, don't miss." That last was a little silly. How could a man miss with a Hinsey at 10 feet? Murdo fired and tore the leopard's head off. It was down already, so it didn't move. It sat there headless, its tail twitching slightly. Then it was still. I didn't hesitate this time. I said, "Come on, we've got to get this out of here before the others show." We put the dead leopard into the forward storage bunker. Then I picked up poor Jane and carried her to her room. Murdo helped me up the ladder. The others were in the companionway, and they pressed back in horror to let me pass. For the first time since we'd started, Keebler was sober. Ashen, shaking, stone sober. He broke, screamed and ran for his bottle, the world of reality too terrible for him to bear. There was no huddle, no conference, no meeting of the minds. Everyone went to the galley and sat staring into space, stared at dancing little sparkles in the air. I went to my cabin. When confronted by a reality, no matter how crazy and improbable, a man must not turn from it. He cannot carry the mangled body of a woman in his arms and then say to himself, "This isn't real because it doesn't make sense." It does make sense, some kind of sense, or it would not exist. A man must rather say, "I don't understand this, and maybe I never will, but God gave me a brain and I must try. I can't sit back and deny reality. I must try to understand it." I cleared my mind and tried to rationalize the things around us. Out in the darkness there was a terrible roaring and yammering, the thuds and bellows of violence. I went to the port. There in the light from the ship, the ice bear and the water buffalo were fighting. It was a terrible and magnificent thing, but to me it was anticlimax, a sideshow of almost casual interest. The ice bear outsized the water buffalo by too much to be in any danger, but the buff fought savagely, and the ice bear had no easy time. The buff opened a long, deep gash in the bear's throat when the bear missed a lunge, and the Plutonian mammal fell back with a roar of pain and fury. They came together again, and this time the bear got the buff in a hug, and it was all over. The buff's spine broke, and the bear bent the body double, then tore it to pieces. I wondered if the others were watching. I went back to pacing, back to my thinking. I have been thinking, racking my brain, and of one thing I am sure, some invisible intelligence is trying to help me, trying to give me knowledge. The sparkling fog? A great and wonderful thing has happened, and I know. Do you realize what that means? To know in a situation like this, and to be wonderfully and wildly happy? The knowledge was not all given to me. There was a thought process of my own developing. The thing given me was the basic knowledge upon which to build, and proof of this knowledge, absolute and indisputable proof. The sparkling fog is mind stuff. I will not defend that statement, I will not rationalize it, but I will seek explanations, consider possibilities. Known. The sparkling fog through which we drift is intelligent matter, the stuff of thoughts, the basic material from which consciousness springs. It is consciousness itself. Supposed. It is probably electronuclear in composition, and appears to be completely innocent. By that I mean it has no intention to harm, perhaps because it does not understand the difference between good and evil, harm and help, pain and pleasure. It has only one urge, the basic urge of all creation, to evolve, to develop, as the tree has but one basic urge, to grow and greaten, the flower but one desire, to bloom, to improve, to assert itself through evolution and become better. Perhaps, and who can successfully deny it, this great space cloud could be a great storage place of the Creator himself, a storage place for mind stuff. When an infant or an animal or a plant is touched with the magic thing called life, where does that magic come from? Is it created at the very moment, or does it come somehow from a source pile? Is this cloud a source pile of life itself? No one can say, but I think I've hit on a limitation of this mind stuff. I'm going to try an experiment and pray to God it works. I'm going to find Murdo and knock him unconscious. I have solved the mind stuff. What just happened is the last bit of proof I need. I went to the galley. Murdo had wandered away. I found him in the lounge. I stepped casually in front of him, set myself, and drove a straight right to his jaw. He went down like a log. I closed my eyes and counted to 20, praying to God to make me right in my belief, in the crazy theory I evolved. I opened my eyes and turned to the storage locker. I looked inside. The dead leopard was gone. I went to the port and looked out, the huge ice bear that had been ravening insanely among the shreds of the water buffalo's body. As I watched, both bear and buff began fading. Before my eyes, they disappeared, evolved back into the stuff of the sparkling fog. I had proved my theory. Now all the parts dropped into place. The mind stuff has only the ability and the urge to evolve, nothing else, no imagination. It can evolve only if given something to reproduce. This it can get only from a human mind. It is able to see an image pictured in the human memory and reproduce it in a state of absolute reality. Witness: Jane saw a tiger in the companionway. Clear in her memory was the image of the tiger she had shot in India. The mind stuff saw it and reproduced it in reality. The water buffalo came from my own mind. I killed one exactly like it a year ago. The ice bear was out of Murdo's memory, as was the black leopard and the snake. Witness: the 3 animals created inside the ship did not appear until the mind stuff from outside penetrated the hull and entered the ship. They were of normal size. But the animals created outside the ship were far out of proportion, the ice bear especially. Why? Because I believe the mind stuff is denser in the void. There it has more strength. My defense against the mind stuff was formulated almost accidentally. I remembered the sequence of Jane's tiger. She saw it, entered my cabin, realized its significance, and fainted. I looked into the companionway and saw the tiger fading. So I knocked out Murdo for final proof and got it. As soon as he lapsed into unconsciousness, the recreations from his mind turned back into sparkling fog. Obviously, and a heaven-sent phenomenon it is, the mind stuff immediately loses its subject image when the mind from which it came goes unconscious. The mind stuff has no memory of its own and cannot hold its recreated image in the evolved form under conditions of unconsciousness. The answer now becomes simple. I drugged Murdo before he regained consciousness. I drugged the other 3 by means of whiskey and food. They have been unconscious for 12 hours. Nothing has happened. I shall keep them that way. The mind stuff is trying to complain to me, almost petulantly, as a child. I sense it sharply. It does not understand the wrong it has done, and feels it has been deprived of its right. I have no time for the mind stuff. I guard myself against it and ignore it. There are other things on my mind. Shall I go back if we ever escape from the sparkling fog? I don't know. I don't want to go back. I want to go on and on forever just like this. But the others cannot go on like this. It would be murder. I don't know. I don't know. I must keep awake. I must use drugs. I must not sleep. Not sleep. We have cleared the fog. The instruments are working again, and the stars glow. What shall I do? Melody. Kennedy looked up from his reading. As I said, and he spoke severely, You break off at an abrupt point. You did not complete the log. Holloway's red eyes were glazed. I had other things to do. I was tired of keeping a log. Mason sought to draw Kennedy off his quarry. There's an odd point, he said, looking at Holloway. Only animals were recreated. Do you think the mind stuff was capable only of recreating animals? Holloway spoke in an exhausted monotone. It took the clearest image from the strongest minds. Murdo thought mainly of hunting. He pondered on his more spectacular kills. Thus the mind stuff used his images. I see. Holloway seemed to sag, to shrink. He said, the mind stuff could recreate anything. It brought Melody back to me. Kennedy sprang to his feet. There is no reference in this log to... Mason turned to him. Shut up, you fool! He laid a gentle hand on Holloway's shoulder. Tell us about it, old chap. Holloway turned his bright eyes on the closed door in the next room. She's in there. I wanted to get rid of you. I was afraid you would take her away from me, but it's no use. I can't hold my consciousness much longer. Then she will vanish. Holloway tried weakly to rise from his chair. He called, Melody, Melody, baby. The door opened. A beautiful girl in the blue dressing gown came gracefully into the room. She walked straight to Holloway and took his tortured head in her soft hands. Her eyes pleaded with the men. He suffers so. He will not sleep. I can't make him sleep. I don't understand. Holloway's head dropped suddenly onto his chest. He slumped down in his chair, and as he did so, a change took place. The two men stood rooted, staring. As Melody began to fade, slowly, slowly into a transparent image, into a mist, into a handful of sparkling fog. Then she was gone. Mason knelt by the bone-thin body in the chair. He made a quick examination and got wearily to his feet. Holloway is dead, he murmured. Drugs of that nature would kill an elephant. I can't understand how he lived so long. Kennedy blinked and seemed to have come out of a trance. He frowned. And the investigation hardly started. Mason shook his head and looked pityingly at Kennedy. It was just no use with a man like him. Mason said, There's one point entirely apparent without an investigation. What's that? Mason's voice was sharp and cold. That our little playboy, for all his reputation of frivolity, was a better man than you and I put together. Does that register, Mr. Kennedy? Kennedy flared. Now see here, I'm only doing my job. Oh, shut up, Mason said, and strode out of the room. The end. End of The Beasts in the Void by Paul W. Fairman. Read by James Rogers. For more information about James Rogers, go to scienceismagic.com.
By Paul William Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Douglas Nelson. The Burning Bridge by Paul William Anderson. Usually, there are two reasons why something is done. The reason why it needs to be done, and quite separate, the reason people want to do it. The foul-up starts when the reason for wanting is satisfied, and the need remains. The message was an electronic shout, the most powerful and tightly beamed short-wave transmission which men could generate, directed with all the precision which mathematics and engineering could offer. Nevertheless, that pencil must scrawl broadly over the sky, and for a long time, merely hoping to write on its target. For when distances are measured in light-weeks, the smallest errors grow monstrous. As it happened, The attempt was successful. Communications Officer Anastas Merdikian had assembled his receiver after acceleration ceased. A big thing, surrounding the flagship Ranger like a spider web trapping a fly, and had kept it hopefully tuned over a wide band. The radio beam swept through, ghostly faint from dispersion, wavelength doubled by Doppler effect, ragged with cosmic noise. An elaborate system of filters and amplifiers could make it no more than barely intelligible. But that was enough. Mardikian burst onto the bridge. He was young, and the months had not yet devoured the glory of his first deep space voyage. "Sir," he yelled, "a message! I just played back the recorder. From Earth!" Fleet Captain Joshua Coffin started. That movement, in weightlessness, spun him off the deck. He stopped himself with a practiced hand, stiffened, and rapped back, "If you haven't yet learned regulations, a week of solitary confinement may give you a chance to study them." But sir—" The other man retreated. His uniform made a loose rainbow splash across metal and plastic. Coffin alone, of all the fleet's company, held to the black garments of a space service long extinct. "But sir," said Mardikian. His voice seemed to have fallen off a high cliff. "Word from Earth!" "Only the duty officer may enter the bridge without permission," Coffin reminded him. "If you had anything urgent to tell, there is an intercom." "I thought—" choked Mardikian. He paused, then came to the free-fall equivalent of attention. Anger glittered in his eyes. "Sorry, sir." Coffin hung quiet a while, looking at the dark young men in the brilliant clothes. "Forget it," he said to himself. "Times are another. You went once to E. Eridani, and almost 90 years had passed when you returned. Earth was like a foreign planet. This is as good as spacemen get to be nowadays. Careless, superstitious, jabbering among each other in language I don't understand. Thank God there are any recruits at all, and hope he will let there continue to be a few for what remains of your life." The duty officer, Halmir, was tall and blond and born in Lancashire, but he watched over the other two with Asian eyes. No one spoke, though Mardikian breathed heavily. Stars filled the bow viewport, crowding a huge night. Coffin sighed. "Very well," he said. "I'll let it pass this time." After all, he reflected, a message from Earth was an event. Radio had indeed gone between Sol and Alpha Centauri, but that was with very special equipment. To pinpoint a handful of ships, moving at half the speed of light, and to do it so well that the comparatively small receiver Mardikian had erected would pick up the beam, yes, the boy had some excuse for gladness. "What was the signal?" Coffin inquired. He expected it would only be routine, a test, so that engineers a lifetime hence could ask the returning fleet whether their transmission had registered. If there were any engineers by then, on an Earth sinking into poverty and mysticism. Instead, Mardikian blurted, "Old Swoboda is dead. The new psychologics commissioner is Thompson. That part didn't record clearly. Anyway, he must be sympathetic to the constitutionalists. He's rescinded the educational decree, promised more consideration to provincial Moors. Come here for yourself, sir." Despite himself, Coffin whistled. "But that's why the E. Eridani colony was founded," he said. His words fell flat and silly into silence. Halmir said, with the alien hiss in his English that Coffin hated, for it was like the serpent in a once noble garden. "Apparently the colony has no more reason to be started. But how shall we consult with 3,000 would-be pioneers lying in deep sleep?" "Shall we?" Coffin did not know why, not yet, but he felt his brain move with the speed of fear. "We've undertaken to deliver them to Rustum. In the absence of definite orders from Earth, Are we even allowed to consider a change of plans, since a general vote can't be taken? Better avoid possible trouble and not even mention—" He broke off. Mardikian's face had become a mask of dismay. "But, sir," bleated the comm officer. A chill rose up in Coffin. "You have already told," he said. "Yes," whispered Mardikian. "I met Conrad de Smet. He had come over to this ship for some repair parts, and I never thought—" "Exactly," growled Coffin. The fleet numbered 15, more than half the interstellar ships humankind possessed. But Earth's overlords had been as anxious to get rid of the constitutionalists, the most stubborn ones at least. The stay-at-homes were ipso facto less likely to be troublesome, as that science-minded, liberty-minded group of archaists to escape being forcibly absorbed by modern society. Rustum, Eridani II, was 6 parsecs away, 41 years of travel, and barely habitable, but the only possible world yet discovered. A successful colony would be prestigious, and could do no harm. Its failure would dispose of a thorn in the official ribs. Tying up 15 ships for 8 decades was all right, too. Exploration was a dwindling activity, which interested fewer men each generation. So Earth's government cooperated fully. It even provided speeches and music when the colonists embarked for the orbiting fleet. After which, Coffin thought, the government had doubtless grinned to itself and thanked its various heathen gods that was over with. Only now, he muttered, it isn't. He free-sat in the Ranger's general room, a tall, bony, faintly grizzled Yankee, and waited. The austerity of the walls was broken by a few pictures. Coffin had wanted to leave them bare, since no one else would care for a view of the church where his father had preached 100 years ago, or be interested in a model of that catboat the boy Joshua had sailed on a bay which glittered in summers now forgotten. But even the theoretically absolute power of a fleet captain had its limits. At least the men nowadays were not making this room obscene with naked women. Though, in all honesty, he wasn't sure he wouldn't rather have that than brushstrokes on rice paper, the suggestion of a tree, and a classic ideogram. He did not understand the new generations. The Ranger skipper, Niels Kiwi, was like a breath of home. A small, dapper Finn who had traveled with Coffin on the first Eridani trip. They were not exactly friends. An admiral has no intimates, but they had been young in the same decade. Actually, thought Coffin, most of us spacemen are anachronisms. I could talk to Goldstein or Yamato or Pereira, to quite a few on this voyage, and not meet blank surprise when I mentioned a dead actor or hummed a dead song. But of course, they are all in unaging deep sleep now. We'll stand our 1-year watches in turn, and be put back in the cold vats, and have no chance to talk till journey's end. "It may prove to be fun," mused Kiwi. "What?" asked Coffin. "To walk around High America again, and fish in the Emperor River, and dig up our old camp," said Kiwi. "We had some fine times on Rustum, along with all the work and danger." Coffin was startled that his own thoughts should have been so closely followed. "Yes," he agreed, remembering strange wild dawns on the cleft edge. "That was a pretty good 5 years." Kiwi sighed. "Different this time," he said. "Now that I think about it, I'm not sure I do want to go back. We had so much hope then. We were discoverers, walking where men had never even laid eyes before. Now the colonists will be the hopeful ones. We are just their transportation." Coffin shrugged. "We must take what is given us, and be thankful." "This time," said Kiwi, "I will constantly worry. Suppose I come home again and find my job abolished. No more space travel at all. If that happens, I refuse to be thankful." Forgive him, Coffin asked his god. "It is cruel to watch the foundation of your life being gnawed away." Kiwi's eyes lit up, the briefest flicker. "Of course," he said, "if we really do cancel this trip and go straight back, we may not arrive too late. We may still find a few expeditions to new stars being organized and get on their rosters." Coffin tightened. Again, he was unsure why he felt an emotion. Now, anger. "I shall permit no disloyalty to the purpose for which we are engaged," he clipped. "Oh, come off it," said Kiwi. "Be rational. I don't know your reason for undertaking this wretched cruise. You had rank enough to turn down the assignment, no one else did. But you still want to explore as badly as I. If Earth didn't care about us, they would not have bothered to invite us back. Let us seize the opportunity while it lasts." He intercepted a reply by glancing at the wall chrono. "Time for our conference." He flicked the intership switch. A panel came to life, dividing into 14 sections, one for each accompanying vessel. 1 or 2 faces peered from each. The craft which bore only supplies and sleeping crewmen were represented by their captains. Those which had colonists also revealed a civilian spokesman. Coffin studied every small image in turn. The spacemen he knew, they all belonged to the Society, and even those born long after him had much in common. There was a necessary minimum discipline of mind and body, and the underlying dream for which all else had been traded: new horizons under new suns. Not that spacemen indulged in such poetics. They had too much work to do. The colonists were something else. Coffin shared things with them, predominantly North American background, scientific habit of thought, distrust of all governments. But few constitutionalists had any religion. Those who did were Romish, Jewish, Buddhist, or otherwise alien to him. All were tainted with the self-indulgence of this era. They had written into their covenant that only physical necessity could justify moralizing legislation, and that free speech was limited only by personal libel. Coffin thought sometimes he would be glad to see the last of them. "Are you all prepared?" he began. "Very well, let's get down to business. It's unfortunate the comm officer gossiped so loosely. He stirred up a hornet's nest." Coffin saw that few understood the idiom. "He made discontent which threatens this whole project, and which we must now deal with." Conrad de Smet, colonist aboard the Scout, smiled in an irritating way he had. "You would simply have concealed the fact?" he asked. "It would have made matters easier," said Coffin stiffly. "In other words," said de Smet, "you know better what we might want than we do ourselves. That, sir, is the kind of arrogance we hope to escape. No man has the right to suppress any information bearing on public affairs." A low voice, with a touch of laughter, said through a hood, "And you accuse Captain Coffin of preaching." The New Englander's eyes were drawn to her. Not that he could see through the shapeless gown and mask, such as hid all the waking women, but he had met Theresa Zeleny on Earth. Hearing her now was somehow like remembering Indian summer on a wooded hilltop a century ago. An involuntary smile quirked his lips. "Thank you," he said. "Do you, Mr. de Smet, know what the sleeping colonists might want? Have you any right to decide for them? And yet we can't wake them, even the adults, to vote. There simply isn't room. If nothing else, the air regenerators couldn't supply that much oxygen. That's why I felt it best to tell no one, until we were actually at Rustum. Then those who wished could return with the fleet, I suppose." "We could rouse them a few at a time, let them vote and put them back to sleep," suggested Theresa Zeleny. "It would take weeks," said Coffin. "You of all people should know metabolism isn't lightly stopped or easily restored." "If you could see my face," she said again with a chuckle. "I would grimace amend. I'm so sick of tending inert human flesh that, well, I'm glad they're only women and girls, because if I also had to massage and inject men, I'd take a vow of chastity." Coffin blushed, cursed himself for blushing, and hoped she couldn't see it over the telecircuit. He noticed Keevy grin. Keevy provided the merciful interruption. "Your few-at-a-time proposal is pointless anyhow," he said. "In the course of those weeks, we would pass the critical date." "What's that?" asked a young girl's voice. "You don't know?" said Coffin, surprised. "Let it pass for now," broke in Teresa. Once again, as several times before, Coffin admired her decisiveness. She cut through nonsense with a man's speed and a woman's practicality. "Take our word for it, June. If we don't turn about within 2 months, we'll do better to go on to Rustum. So, voting is out. We could wake a few sleepers, but those already conscious are really as adequate a statistical sample." Coffin nodded. She spoke for 5 women on her ship, who stood a year watch caring for 295 asleep. The 120 who would not be re-stimulated for such duty during the voyage were children. The proportion on the other 9 colonist-laden vessels was similar. The crew totaled 1,620, with 45 up and about at all times. Whether the die was cast by less than 2% or by 4 or 5% was hardly significant. "Let's recollect exactly what the message was," said Coffin. "The educational decree which directly threatened your constitutionalist way of life has been withdrawn. You're no worse off now than formerly, and no better, though there's a hint of further concessions in the future. You're invited home again. That's all. We have not picked up any other transmissions. It seems very little data on which to base so large a decision." "It's an even bigger one to continue," said de Smet. He leaned forward, a bulky man, until he filled his little screen. Hardness rang in his tones. "We are able people, economically rather well off. I dare say Earth already misses our services, especially in technological fields. Your own report makes Rustum out a grim place. Many of us would die there. Why should we not turn home?" "Home," whispered someone. The word filled a sudden quietness, like water filling a cup, until quietness brimmed over with it. Coffin sat listening to the voice of his ship, generators, ventilators, regulators, and he began to hear a beat frequency which was home, home, home. Only his home was gone. His father's church was torn down for an Oriental temple, and the woods where October had burned were cleared for another tentacle of city, and the bay was enclosed to make a plankton farm. For him, only a spaceship remained, and the somehow cold hope of heaven. A very young man said, almost to himself, "I left a girl back there." For him, only a spaceship remained, and the somehow cold hope of heaven. A very young man said, almost to himself, "I left a girl back there." "I had a little sub," said another. "I used to poke around the Great Barrier Reef, skin-diving out the airlock or loafing on the surface. You wouldn't believe how blue the waves could be. They tell me on Rustum you can't come down off the mountain-tops." "But we'd have the whole planet to ourselves," said Teresa Zeleny. One, with a gentle scholar's face, answered, "That may be precisely the trouble, my dear. 3,000 of us, counting children, totally isolated from the human mainstream. Can we hope to build a civilization, or even maintain one?" "Your problem, Pop," said the officer beside him dryly, "is that there are no medieval manuscripts on Rustum." "I admit it," said the scholar. I thought it more important my children grow up able to use their minds. But if it turns out they can do so on Earth, how much chance will the first generations on Rustum have to sit down and really think anyway? Would there even be a next generation on Rustum? 1.25 gravities. I can feel it now. Synthetics, year after year of synthetics and hydroponics, till we can establish an ecology. I had steak on Earth once in a while. My mother couldn't come, too frail, but she's paid for 100 years of deep sleep, all she could afford, just in case I do return. I designed sky houses. They won't build anything on Rustum much better than sod huts in my lifetime. Do you remember moonlight on the Grand Canyon? Do you remember Beethoven's Ninth in the Federal Concert Hall? Do you remember that funny little mid-level bar where we all drank beer and sang Lieder? Do you remember? Do you remember? Teresa Zeleny shouted across their voices, "In Anchor's name, what are you thinking about? If you care so little, you should never have embarked in the first place." It brought back the silence, not all at once, but piece by piece, until Coffin could pound the table and call for order. He looked straight at her hidden eyes and said, "Thank you, Miss Zeleny. I was expecting tears to be uncorked any moment." One of the girls snuffled behind her mask. Charles Lochaber, speaking for the courier colonists, nodded. "Aye, 'tis a blow to our purpose. I am not so certain I myself would vote to continue, did I fear the message was to be trusted." "What?" De Smet's square head jerked up from between his shoulders. Lochaber grinned without much humor. "The government has been getting more arbitrary each year," he said. "They were ready enough to let us go, aye. But they may regret it now, not because we could ever be any active threat, but because we will be a subversive example up there in Earth's sky. Or just because we will be. Mind ye, I know not for certain, but 'tis possible they decided we are safer dead, and this is to trick us back. 'Twould be characteristic dictatorship behavior." "Of all the fantastic—" gasped an indignant female voice. Teresa broke in. "Not as wild as you might think, dear. I have read a little history, and I don't mean that censored pap which passes for it nowadays. But there's another possibility, which I think is just as alarming. That message may be perfectly honest and sincere. But will it still be true when we get back? Remember how long that will take. And even if we could return overnight to an Earth which welcomed us home, what guarantee would there be that our children or our grandchildren won't suffer the same troubles as us, without the same chance to break free?" "You vote, then, to carry on?" asked Lochaber. Pride answered, "Of course." "Good lass. I, too." Keevy raised his hand. Coffin recognized him, and the spaceman said, "I am not sure. The crew ought not to have a voice in this also." "What?" De Smet grew red. He gobbled for a moment before he could get out, "Do you seriously think you could elect us to settle on that annex of hell, and then come home to Earth yourselves?" "As a matter of fact," said Keevy, smiling, "I suspect the crew would prefer to return at once. I know I would. 7 years may make a crucial difference." "If a colony is planted, though," said Coffin, "it might provide the very inspiration which space travel needs to survive." Perhaps. I shall have to think about that." "I hope you realize," said the very young man with ornate sarcasm, "that every second we sit here arguing takes us 150,000 kilometers farther from home." "Then efface yourself," said Lochaber. "Whatever we do, that girl of yours will be an old carline before you reach Earth." De Smet was still choking at Kiwi. "You lousy little ferryman, if you think you can make pawns of us—" And Kiwi stretched his lips in anger and growled, "If you do not watch your language, you clodhugger, I will come over there and stuff you down your own throat." "Order!" yelled Coffin. "Order!" Teresa echoed him. "Please, for all our lives' sake, don't you know where we are? You've got a few centimeters of wall between you and zero. Please, whatever we do, we can't fight, or we'll never see any planet again." But she did not say it weeping, or as a beggary. It was almost a mother's voice, strange in an unmarried woman, and it quieted the male snarling more than Coffin's shouts. The fleet captain said finally, "That will do. You're all too worked up to think. Debate is adjourned 16 hours. Discuss the problem with your shipmates, get some sleep, and report the consensus at the next meeting." 16 hours? Yelped someone. "Do you know how much return time that adds?" "You heard me," said Coffin. "Anybody who wants to argue may do so from the brig. Dismissed." He snapped off the switch. Kiwi, temper eased, gave him a slow, confidential grin. "That heavy father act works nearly every time, no?" Coffin pushed from the table. "I'm going out," he said. His voice sounded harsh to him, a stranger's. "Carry on." He had never felt so alone before, not even the night his father died. "O God, who spake unto Moses in the wilderness, reveal now thy will." But God was silent, and Coffin turned blindly to the only other help he could think of. Space-armored, he paused a moment in the airlock before continuing. He had been an astronaut for 25 years, for a century if you added time in the vats, but he could still not look upon naked creation without fear. An infinite blackness flashed, stars beyond stars, to the bright ghost road of the Milky Way, and on out to other galaxies and flocks of galaxies, until the light which a telescope might now register had been born before the Earth. Looking from his airlock cave, past the radio web and the other ships, Coffin felt himself drown in enormousness, coldness, and total silence, though he knew that this vacuum burned and roared with man-destroying energies, roiled like currents of gas and dust more massive than planets and travailed with the birth of new suns, and he said to himself the most dreadful of names, "I am that I am," and sweat formed chilly little globules under his arms. This much a man could see within the solar system. Traveling at half-light speed stretched the human mind still further, till often it ripped across and another lunatic was shoved into deep sleep. For aberration redrew the sky, crowding stars toward the bows, so that the ships plunged toward a cloud of Doppler hell blue. The constellations lay thinly abeam. You looked out upon the dark. Aft, Sol was still the brightest object in heaven, but it had gained a sullen red tinge, as if already grown old, as if the prodigal would return from far places to find his home buried under ice. "What is man that thou art mindful of him?" The line gave its accustomed comfort, for after all the Sun-Maker had also wrought this flesh atom by atom, and at the very least would think it worthy of hell. Coffin had never understood how his atheist colleagues endured free space. Well, he took aim at the next hull and fired his little spring-powered crossbow. A light line unreeled behind the magnetic bolt. He tested its security with habitual care, pulled himself along until he reached the companion ship, yanked the bolt loose and fired again, and so on from hull to slowly orbiting hull until he reached the Pioneer. Its awkward ugly shape was like a protective wall against the stars. Coffin drew himself past the ion tubes, now cold. Their skeletal structure seemed impossibly frail to have hurled forth peeled atoms at 1/2 C. Mass tanks bulked around the vessel, allowing for deceleration, plus a small margin. The mass ratio was about 9-to-1. Months would be required at Rustum to refine enough reaction material for the home voyage. Meanwhile, such of the crew as were not thus engaged would help the colony get established. If it ever did. Coffin reached the forward airlock and pressed the doorbell. The outer valve opened for him, and he cycled through. First Officer Karamchan met him and helped him doff armor. The other man on duty found an excuse to approach and listen, for monotony was as corrosive out here as distance and strangeness. "Ah, sir, what brings you over?" Coffin braced himself. Embarrassment roughened his tone. "I want to see Miss Zeleny." "Of course, but why come yourself? I mean the telecircuit—" "In person!" barked Coffin. "What?" escaped the crewman. He propelled himself backward in terror of a wigging. Coffin ignored it. "Emergency!" he snapped. "Please intercom her and arrange for a private discussion." Why, yes, sir. At once. Will you wait here? I mean, yes, sir." Karamchan shot down the corridor. Coffin felt a sour smile on his own lips. He could understand if they got confused. His own law about women had been like steel, and now he violated it himself. The trouble was, he thought, no one knew if it was even required. Until now, there had been few enough women crossing space, and then only within the solar system, on segregated ships. There was no background of interstellar experience. It seemed reasonable, though, that a man on his year watch should not be asked to tend deep-sleeping female colonists, or vice versa. The idea revolted Coffin personally, but for once the psychotechs had agreed with him. And of course, waking men and women, freely intermingling, were potentially even more explosive. Harem-like seclusion appeared the only answer, and husband and wife were not to be awake at the same time. Bad enough to see women veiled when there was a telecircuit conference. Or did the masks make matters still worse by challenging the imagination? Who knew? Best seal off the living quarters and cold vat sections of the craft which bore them. Crewmen standing watches on those particular ships had better return to their own vessels to sleep and eat. Coffin braced his muscles. The rules wouldn't apply if a large meteor struck, he reminded himself. What has come up is more dangerous than that, so never mind what anyone thinks. Kamarchan returned to salute him and say breathlessly, "Ms. Zeleny will see you, Captain. This way, if you please." "Thanks." Coffin followed to the main bulkhead. The women had its door key. Now the door stood ajar. Coffin pushed himself through so hard that he overshot and caromed off the farther wall. Teresa laughed. She closed the door and locked it. "Just to make them feel safe out there," she said. "Poor, well-meaning men. Welcome, Captain." He turned about, almost dreading the instant. Her tall form was decent in baggy coveralls, but she had dropped the mask. She was not pretty, he supposed, broad-faced, square-jawed, verging on spinsterhood. But he had liked her way of smiling. He found no words. "Follow me." She led him down a short passage, hand over hand along the null G rings. "I've warned the other girls to stay away. You needn't fear being shocked." At the end of the hall was a little partitioned-off room. Few enough personal goods could be taken along, but she had made this place hers. A painting, a battered Shakespeare, the works of Anker, a microplayer. Her tapes ran to Bach, late Beethoven and Strauss, music which could be studied endlessly. She took hold of a stanchion and nodded, all at once grown serious. "What do you want to ask me, Captain?" Coffin secured himself by the crook of an arm and stared at his fingers. The fingers strained against each other. "I wish I could give you a clear reply," he said very low and with difficulty. "You see, I've never met anything like this before. If it involved only men, I guess I could handle the problem. But there are women along, and children. And you want a female viewpoint. You're wiser than I had realized. But why me?" He forced himself to meet her eyes. "You appeared the most sensible of the women awake." "Really?" she laughed. "I appreciate the compliment, but must you deliver it in that parade ground voice, and glare at me to boot? Relax, Captain." She cocked her head, studying him. Then, "Several of the girls don't get this business of the critical point. I tried to explain, but I was only an RN at home, and I'm afraid I muddled it rather. Could you put it in words of 1.5 syllables?" "Do you mean the equal time point?" "The point of no return, some of them call it." "Nonsense. It's only— Well, look at it this way. We accelerated from Sol at 1 gravity. We dare not apply more acceleration, even though we could, because so many articles aboard have been lightly built to save mass, the cold vats, for example. They'd collapse under their own weight, and the persons within would die if we went as much as 1.5 g. Very well. It took us about 180 days to reach maximum velocity. In the course of that period, we covered not quite 1.5 light months. We will now go free for almost 40 years. At the end of that time, we'll decelerate at 1 g for some 180 days, covering an additional light month and a half, and enter the E Eridani system with low relative speed. Our star-to-star orbit was plotted with care, but of course the errors add up to many astronomical units. Furthermore, we have to maneuver, put our ships in orbit about Rustum, send ferry craft back and forth. So we carry a reaction mass reserve which allows us a total velocity change of about 1,000 kilometers per second after journey's end. Now imagine we had changed our minds immediately after reaching full speed. We'd still have to decelerate in order to return. So we'd be almost a quarter light-year from Sol, a year after departure, before achieving relative rest. Then, to come back 3 light months at 1,000 kps takes roughly 72 years. But the whole round trip as originally scheduled, with a 1-year layover at Rustum, runs just about 83 years. Obviously, there's some point in time beyond which we can actually get home quicker by staying with the original plan. This date lies after 8 months of freefall, or not quite 14 months from departure. We're only a couple of months from the critical moment right now. If we start back at once, we'll still have been gone from Earth for about 76 years. Each day we wait adds months to the return trip. No wonder there's impatience. "And the relativity clock paradox makes it worse," Teresa said. "Well, not too much," Coffin decided. "The tau factor is 0.87. Shipboard time during 80 years of free fall amounts to about 70 years. So far, the difference isn't significant. And anyhow, we'll all spend most of the time in deep sleep. What they're afraid of, the ones who want to go back, is that the Earth they knew will have slipped away from them." She nodded. "Can't they understand it already has?" she said. It was like a blade stabbed into Coffin, though he could not see why that should be. Surely he, of all men, knew how relentlessly time flowed. He had already come back once, to an Earth scarcely recognizable. The society had been a kind of fixed point, but even it had changed, and he, like Kivi, like all of them, was now haunted by the fear of returning again and not finding any other spacemen whatsoever. But when he spoke it— "Maybe they're afraid to understand," he said. "You keep surprising me, Captain. said Teresa with a hint of her smile. "You actually show a bit of human sympathy." "And," thought a far-off part of Coffin, "you showed enough to put me at ease by getting me to lecture you with safe, impersonal figures." But he didn't mind. The fact was that now he could free-sit, face-to-face, alone, and talk to her like a friend. "Since we could only save about 7 years by giving up at once," he said, "I admit I'm puzzled why so many people are so anxious about it. Couldn't we go on as planned and decide things at Rustum?" "I think not," said Teresa. "You see, nobody in his right mind wants to be a pioneer. To explore, yes. To settle rich new country with known and limited hazards, yes. But not to risk his children, his whole racial future on a wild gamble." This group was driven into space by a conflict which just couldn't be settled at home. If that conflict has ended— But you and Lockerbie, you pointed out that it had not ended, that at best this is a breathing spell. Still, they'd like to believe otherwise, wouldn't they? I mean, at least believe they have a fighting chance on Earth. "All right," said Coffin. "But it looks a safe bet. But there are a number of deep sleepers who'd agree with you, who think their chances are actually better on Rustum. Why can't we take them there first? It seems only fair." Her hair was short, but it floated in loose waves when she shook her head, and light rippled mahogany across it. "You've been there, and I haven't. But I've studied your reports. A handful couldn't survive. 3,000 is none too many. It will have to be unanimous, whatever is decided." "I was trying to avoid that conclusion," he said wearily. "But if you agree— Well, can't we settle the argument at Rustum, after they've looked the place over?" "No, and I'll tell you why, Captain," she said. "I know Conrad de Smet well, and one or two others. Good men, don't get me wrong, but born politicians, intuitive rather than logical thinkers. They believe, quite honestly, it's best to go back. And, of course, the timid and lazy and selfish ones will support them. They don't want to risk having Rustum there, a whole new world for the taking, and the vote to go against them. I've seen plenty of your photographs, Captain. They were so beautiful, some of them, that I can hardly wait for the reality. I know, and so does de Smet, High America is a magnificent place. Room, freedom, unpoisoned air. We'll remember all that we hated on Earth and that isn't on Rustum. We'll reflect much more soberly how long a time will have passed before we could possibly get back, and what a gamble we'd be taking on finding a tolerable situation there. The extra quarter-G won't seem so bad till it's time for heavy manual labor. The alien biochemistry won't bother us much till we have to stop eating rations and start trying to farm. The isolation won't really be felt till your spaceships have departed and we're all the humanity there is for more than 20 light-years. No, de Smet won't risk it. He might get caught up in the glamour himself." Coffin murmured thoughtfully, "After only a few days of deceleration, there won't be enough reaction mass to do anything but continue home." "De Smet knows that too," said Teresa. "Captain, you can make a hard decision and stick to it. That's why you have your job. But maybe you forget how few people can, how most of us pray someone will come along and tell us what to do. Even under severe pressure, the decision to go to Rustum was difficult. Now that there's a chance to undo it, go back to being safe and comfortable, but still a real risk that by the time we get home, Earth will no longer be safe or comfortable, we've been forced to decide all over again. It's agony, Captain. De Smet is a strong man in his way. He'll compel us to do the irrevocable, as soon as possible, just because it will make a final commitment. Once we've turned far enough back, it'll be out of our hands and we can stop thinking." He regarded her with a sort of wonder. "But you look calm enough," he said. "I made my decision back on Earth," she answered. "I've seen no reason to change it." "What do the women think?" he asked, leaping back to safely denumerable things. "Most want to give up, of course." She said it with a mildness which softened the judgment. "Few of them really wanted to come in the first place. They did so only because their men insisted. Women are much too practical to care about a philosophy, or a frontier, or anything except their families." "Do you?" he challenged her. She shrugged ruefully. "I've no family, Captain. At the same time, I suppose a sense of humor kept me from sublimating it into a cause of any kind." Counter-attacking, "Why do you care what we do, Captain?" "Why?" He was taken aback, and found himself stammering. "Why, because I'm in charge." "Oh, yes. But isn't it more than that? You spent years on Earth lecturing about Rustum and its colonization. I think it must be a deep symbol to you. Don't worry, I won't go analytic. I happen to think myself that this colony is enormously important, objectively speaking, I mean. If our race muffs this chance, we may never get another. But you and I wouldn't care about that, not really, unless it was personally important too, would we? Why did you accept this thankless job, commanding a colonial fleet? It can't be an itch to explore. Rustum's already been visited once, and you'll have precious little time to carry on any further studies. You could have been off to some star where men have never traveled at all. Do you see, Captain? You're not a bit more cold-blooded about this than I. You want that colony planted." She stopped, laughed, and color went across her face. "Oh dear, I do chatter, don't I? Pardon me. Let's get back to business." "I think," said Coffin, slowly and jaggedly, "I'm beginning to realize what's involved." She settled back and listened. He bent a leg around a stanchion to hold his lean black frame in place, and beat one fist softly into the palm of another. "Yes, it is an emotional issue," he said, the words carving the thoughts to shape. "Logic has nothing to do with it. There are some who want so badly to go to Rustum and be free, or whatever they hope to be there, that they'll dice with the lives for the privilege, and their wives' and children's lives. Others went reluctantly, against their own survival instincts, and now that they think they see a way of retreat, something they can justify to themselves, they'll fight any man who tries to bar it. Yes, it's a ghastly situation. One way or another, the decision has got to be made soon, and the facts can't be hidden. Every deep sleeper must be wakened and nursed to health by someone now conscious. The word will pass, year after year, always to a different combination of spacemen and colonists, with always a proportion who are furious about what was decided while they slept. No, furious is too weak a word. Onward or backward, whichever way we go, we've struck at the emotional roots of people, and interstellar space can break the calmest men. How long before just the wrong percentage of malcontents, weaklings, and shaky sanities goes on duty? What's going to happen then?" He sucked in an uneven breath. "I'm sorry," he faltered. "I should not—" "Blow off steam? Why not?" she asked calmly. "Would it be better to keep on being the Iron Man till one day you put a pistol to your head?" "You see," he said in his misery, "I'm responsible. Men and women, all the little children. But I'll be in deep sleep. I'd go crazy if I tried to stay awake the whole voyage. The organism can't take it. I'll be asleep, and there'll be nothing I can do, but these ships were given into my care." He began to shiver. She took both his hands, Neither of them spoke for a long while. When he left the Pioneer, Coffin felt oddly hollow, as if he had opened his chest and pulled out heart and lungs. But his mind functioned with machine precision. For that he was grateful to Theresa. She had helped him discover what the facts were. It was a brutal knowledge, but without such understanding the expedition might well be doomed. Or might it? Dispassionately now, Coffin estimated chances. Either they went on to Rustum, or they turned back. In either case, the present likelihood of survival was 50-50? Well, you couldn't gauge it in percentages. Doubtless more safety lay in turning back. But even there, the odds were such that no sane man would willingly gamble. Certainly, the skipper had no right to take the hazard, if he could avoid it by any means. But what means were there? As he hauled himself toward the Ranger, Coffin watched the receiver web grow in his eyes, till it snared a distorted Milky Way. It seemed very frail to have carried so much hell. And indeed, it would have to be dismantled before deceleration. No trick to sabotage the thing. If only I had known. Or if someone on Earth, the villain or well-meaning fool or whatever he was who wrote that first message, if only he would send another. Ignore preceding. Educational decree still in force. Or something. But no, such things didn't happen. A man had to make his own luck in an angry world. Coffin sighed and clamped boot soles to his flagship's airlock. Mardikian helped him through. When he removed his hoar-frosted space helmet, Coffin saw how the boy's mouth quivered. A few hours had put years on Mardikian. He was in medical whites. Unnecessarily, to break the silence with any inane remark, Coffin said, "Going on vat duty, I see." "Yes, sir." A mutter. "My turn." The armor made a lot of noise while they stowed it. "We'll need some more ethanol soon, Captain," blurted Mardikian desperately. "What for?" grumbled Coffin. He had often wished the stuff were not indispensable. He alone had the key to its barrel. Some masters allowed a small liquor ration on voyage, and said Coffin was only disguising prejudice in claiming it added risk. What the devil can happen in interstellar orbit? The only reason anyone stays conscious at all is the machinery to care properly for sleepers would mass more than the extra supplies do. You can issue the grog when a man comes off watch, can't you? Oh, never mind, never mind. I'm just grateful I don't ship under you. Gamagan fixative, and so on, sir," stumbled Mardikian. "Mr. Halmyer will make the requisition as usual." "All right." Coffin faced his radio man, captured the fearful eyes, and would not let them go. "Have there been any further communications?" he snapped. "From Earth? No, sir. I wouldn't really expect it. We're about at the limit of reception now. It's almost a miracle, sir, I suppose, that we picked up the first. Of course, we might get another." Mardikian's voice trailed off. Coffin continued to stare. At last, "They've been giving you a hard time, haven't they?" "What?" "The ones like Lochaber, who want to go on. They wish you'd had the sense to keep your mouth shut, at least till you consulted me. And then the others, like de Smet, have said the opposite. Even over telecircuit, it's no fun being a storm center, is it?" "No, sir." Coffin turned away. Why torment the fellow more? This thing had happened, that was all. And the fewer who realized the danger, and were thereby put under still greater strain, the less that danger would be. "Avoid such disputes," said Coffin. "Most especially, don't brood over those which do arise. That's just begging for a nervous breakdown, out here. Carry on." Mardikian gulped and went aft. Coffin drifted athwartships. The vessel thrummed around him. He was not on watch, and had no desire to share the bridge with whoever was. He should eat something, but the idea was nauseating. He should try to sleep, but that would be useless. How long had he been with Teresa, while she cleared his mind and gave him what comfort she had to offer? A couple of hours. In 14 hours or less, he must confront the spokesman of crew and colonists, and meanwhile the fleet seethed. On Earth, he thought wearily, a choice between going on and turning back would not have drawn men so close to insanity, even if the time elements had been the same. But Earth was long domesticated. Maybe centuries ago, when a few wind-powered hulks wallowed forth upon hugeness, unsure whether they might sail off the world's edge, maybe then there had been comparable dilemmas. Yes, hadn't Columbus' men come near mutiny? Even unknown, though, and monster-peopled by superstition, Earth had not been as cruel an environment as space, nor had a caravel been as unnatural as a spaceship. Minds could never have disintegrated as quickly in mid-ocean as between the stars. Coffin grew aware, startled, that he had wandered to the radio shack. He entered. It was a mere cubbyhole, one wall occupied by gleaming electronic controls, the rest full of racked equipment, tools, testers, spare parts, half-assembled units for this and that special purpose. The fleet did not absolutely need a comm officer. Any spaceman could do the minimal jobs, and any officer had intensive electronics training, but Mardikian was a good, conscientious, useful technician. The trouble was, perhaps, only that he was human. Coffin pulled himself to the main receiver. A tape whirred slowly between spools, preserving what the web gathered. Coffin looked at a clipboard. Mardikian had written half an hour ago. Nothing received. Tape wiped and reset. 15:30 hour. Maybe since then. Coffin flipped a switch. A scanner went quickly through the recording, found only cosmic noise, none of the orderliness which would have meant code or speech, and informed the man. Now if it had just... Coffin grew rigid. He floated among the mechanisms for a long time, blank-eyed as they, and alone the quick, harsh breath showed him to be alive. "O God, help me do that which is right." But what is right? I should wrestle with thy angel until I knew. But there is no time. Lord, be not wroth with me because I have no time. Anguish ebbed. Coffin got busy. Decision would be reached at the meeting 14 hours hence. A message which was to make a substantial difference ought to be received before then. But not very much before. Nor too late. 11th hour reprieve style either. But first, what should its wording be? Coffin didn't have to look up the last one. It was branded on his brain. An invitation to return and talk matters over. But necessarily short, compact, with minimum redundancy, which meant an increased danger of misinterpretation. He braced himself before the typer and began to compose, struck out his first words, and started again, and again, and again. It had to be exactly right. A mere cancellation of the previous message wouldn't do, after all, too pat. And a suspicion, brooded on during a year watch, would be as deadly as an outright sense of betrayal. So... Since fleet now approaching equal time point, quick action necessary. Colonization plans abandoned. Expedition ordered, repeat, ordered to return to Earth. Education decree already rescinded. A man back home wouldn't be certain the first beam had made contact. And appeals for further concessions will be permitted through proper channels. Constitutionalists reminded that their first duty is to put their skills at disposal of society. Would that serve? Coffin read it over. It didn't contradict the first one. It only changed a suggestion to a command, as if someone were growing more frantic by the hour. And a picture of near chaos in government wasn't attractive, was it? The bit about proper channels underlined that speech was not free on Earth, and that the bureaucracy could restore the school decree any time it wished. The pompous last sentence ought to irritate men who had turned their backs on the thing which terrestrial society was becoming. Maybe it could be improved, though. Coffin resumed work. When he ripped out his last version, he was astonished to note that 2 hours had passed. Already? The ship seemed very quiet. Too quiet. He grew feverishly aware that anyone might break in on him at any time. The tape could run for a day, but was usually checked and wiped every 6 or 8 hours. Coffin decided to put his words on it at a spot corresponding to 7 hours hence. Mardikian would have come off that duty, but probably be asleep. He wouldn't play back until shortly before the council meeting. Coffin turned to a small auxiliary recorder. He had to tape his voice through a circuit which would alter it beyond recognition. And, of course, the whole thing had to be blurred, had to fade and come back, had to be full of squeals and buzzes and the crackling talk of the stars. No easy job to blend all those elements, in null G at that. Coffin lost himself in the task. He dared not do otherwise, for then he would be alone with himself. Plug in this modulator, add an oscillation. Let's see, where's that slide rule? What quantities do you want for— What are you doing? Coffin twisted about. Fingers clamped on his heart. Mardikian floated in the doorway, looking dazed and afraid as he saw who the intruder was. "What's wrong, sir?" he asked. "You're on watch," breathed Coffin. "Tea break, sir, and I thought I'd check and—" The boy pushed himself into the shack. Coffin saw him framed in meters and transformer banks, like some futuristic saint. But sweat glistened on the dark young face, broke free, and drifted in tiny spheroids toward the ventilator. "Get out of here," said Coffin thickly, and then, "No, I don't mean that. Stay where you are." But almost the captain could read a mind. If the old man has gone space-dizzy, name of fate, what's to become of us all? "Yes, sir." Coffin licked sandy lips. "It's okay," he said. "You surprised me. Our nerves are on edge. That's why I hollered." "Sorry, sir." "Anyone else around?" "No, sir. All on duty or—" "I shouldn't have told him that," Coffin read. "Now he knows I'm alone with him." "It's okay, son," repeated the captain, but his voice came out like a buzzsaw cutting through bone. "I had a little project here I was, playing with, and, Yes, sir. Of course." "Humor him till I can get away. Then see Mr. Keevy. Let him take the responsibility. I don't want it. I don't want to be the skipper, with nobody between me and the sky. It's too much. It'll crack a man wide open." Mardikian's trapped eyes circled the little room. They fell on the typer and the drafts which Coffin had not yet destroyed. Silence closed in. "Well," said Coffin at last, "now you know." "Yes, sir." Mardikian could scarcely be heard. "I'm going to fake this onto the receiver tape." Yes, sir." "Humor him." Mardikian was drawn bowstring tight, his nostrils flared by terror. "You see," rasped Coffin, "it has to look genuine. This ought to get their backs up. They'll be more united on colonizing Rustum than they ever were before. At the same time, I can resist them, claim I have my orders to turn about and don't want to get into trouble. Finally, of course, I'll let myself be talked into continuing, however reluctantly, so no one will suspect me of fraud." Mardikian's lips moved soundlessly. He was close to hysteria, Coffin saw. "It's unavoidable," the captain said, and cursed himself for the roughness in his tone. Though maybe no orator could persuade this boy. What did he know of psychic breaking stress, who had never been tried to his own limit? "We'll have to keep the secret, you and I, or—" No, what was the use? Within Mardikian's small experience, it was so much more natural to believe that one man, Coffin, had gone awry, than to understand a month-by-month rotting of the human soul under loneliness and frustration. "Yes, sir," Mardikian husked. "Of course, sir." Even if he meant that, Coffin thought, he might talk in his sleep. Or I might. But the Admiral, alone of all the fleet, has a completely private room. He racked his tools most carefully and faced about. Mardikian shoved away, bulging-eyed. "No," whispered Mardikian. "No, please." He opened his mouth to scream, but he didn't get time. Coffin chopped him on the neck. As he doubled up, Coffin gripped him with legs in one hand, balled the other fist, and hit him often in the solar plexus. Mardikian rolled in the air like a drowned man. Swiftly then, Coffin towed him down the corridor to the pharmacy room. He unlocked the alcohol barrel, tapped a hypo, diluted it with enough water, and injected. Lucky the fleet didn't carry a real psychiatrist. If you broke, you went into deep sleep, and weren't revived till you got home again to the clinics. Coffin dragged the boy to a point near the airlock. Then he shouted. Hallmeyer came from the bridge. "He started raving and attacked me," panted the captain. "I had to knock him out." Mardikian was revived for a checkup, but since he only mumbled incoherently, he was given a sedative. 2 men began processing him for the vat. Coffin said he would make sure that the comm officer hadn't damaged any equipment. He went back to the shack. Theresa Zeleny met him. She did not speak, but led him to her room again. "Well," he said, strangling on it, "so we're continuing to Rustum, by unanimous vote. Aren't you happy?" "I was," she said quietly, "till now, when I see that you aren't. I hardly think you're worried about legal trouble on Earth. You have authority to ignore orders if the situation warrants. So what is the matter?" He stared beyond her. "I shouldn't have come here at all," he said. "But I had to talk with someone, and only you might understand. Will you bear with me a few minutes? I won't bother you again." "Not till Rustum." Her smile was a gesture of compassion. "And it's no bother." After waiting a bit, "What did you want to say?" He told her in short, savage words. She grew a little pale. "The kid was actually dead drunk, and they didn't know it when they processed him?" she said. "That's a grave risk. He might not live." "I know," said Coffin, and covered his eyes. Her hand fell on his shoulder. "I suppose you've done the only possible thing," she said with much gentleness. "Or, if there was a better way, you didn't have time to think of it." He said through his fingers, while his head turned away from her, "If you don't tell on me, and I know you won't, then you're violating your own principles too. Total information, free discussion and decision, aren't you?" She sighed. "I imagine so. But don't all principles have their limits? How libertarian, or kind, how human you can be, out here?" "I shouldn't have told you." "I'm glad you did." Then briskly, as if she too fled something, the woman said, "The truth is bound to come out when your fleet returns to Earth, so we'll need to work out a defense for you. Or is necessity enough?" "It doesn't matter." He raised his head, and now he could again speak steadily. "I don't figure to skulk more than I must. Let them say what they will, 8 decades from now. I'll already have been judged. What? She retreated a little, perhaps to see the gaunt form better. You don't mean you'll stay on Rustum? But it wasn't necessary. A liar, quite likely a murderer. I am not worthy to be the master of a ship. His voice cracked over. And maybe, after all, there isn't going to be any more space travel to come home to. He jerked free of her and went through the door. She stared after him. She had better let him out. No, the key had been left in the bulkhead lock. She had no excuse to follow. You aren't alone, Joshua, she wanted to call. Every one of us is beside you. Time is the bridge that always burns behind us. The End of The Burning Bridge by Powell William Anderson.
From an Amber Block by Tom Curry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. From an Amber Block by Tom Curry. These should prove especially valuable and interesting without a doubt, Marable, said the tall, slightly stooped man. He waved a long hand toward the masses of yellow-brown which filled the floor of the spacious workrooms, towering almost to the skylights, high above their heads. A giant amber block at last gives up its living, ravenous prey. "Is that coal in the biggest one with the dark center?" asked an attractive young woman who stood beside the elder of the men. "I'm inclined to believe it will prove to be some sort of black liquid," said Marable, a big man of 35. There were other people about the immense rooms, the laboratories of the famous Museum of Natural History. Light streamed in from the skylights and windows. Fossils of all kinds, some immense in size, were distributed about. Skilled specialists were chipping away at matrices, other artists were reconstructing, doing 1,000 things necessary to the work. A hum of low talking, accompanied by the irregular tapping of chisels on stone, came to their ears, though they took no heed of this, since they worked here day after day, and it was but the usual sound of the paleontologist's laboratory. Marable threw back his blond head. He glanced again toward the dark-haired, blue-eyed young woman, but when he caught her eye, he looked away and spoke to her father, Professor Young. "I think that big one will turn out to be the largest single piece of amber ever mined," he said. "There were many difficulties in getting it out, for the workmen seemed afraid of it, did not want to handle it for some silly reason or other." Professor Young, curator, was an expert in his line, but young Marable had charge of these particular fossil blocks, the amber being pure because it was mixed with lignite. The particular block which held the interest of the three was a huge yellow-brown mass of irregular shape. Vaguely through the outer shell of impure amber could be seen the heart of ink. The chunk weighed many tons, and its crate had just been removed by some workmen and was being taken away piece by piece. The three gazed at the immense mass which filled the greater part of one end of the laboratory and towered almost to the skylights. It was a small mountain compared to the size of the room, and in this case the mountain had come to man. "Miss Betty, I think we had better begin by drawing a rough sketch of the block," said Marable. Betty Young, daughter of the curator, nodded. She was working as assistant and secretary to Marable. "Well, what do you think of them?" The voice behind them caused them to turn, and they looked into the face of Andrew Leffler, the millionaire paleontologist, whose wealth and interest in the museum had made it possible for the institution to acquire the amber. Leffler, a keen, quick-moving little man, whose chin was decorated with a white Van Dyck beard, was very proud of the new acquisition. "Everybody is talking about the big one," he continued, putting his hand on Marable's shoulder. "Orling is coming to see, and many others. As I told you, the workmen who handled it feared the big one. There were rumors about some unknown devil which lay hidden in the ink-like substance, caught there like the proverbial fly in the amber. Well, let us hope there is something good in there, something that will make worthwhile all our effort." Leffler wandered away to speak to others who inspected the amber blocks. "Superstition is curious, isn't it?" said Marable. "How can anyone think that a fossil creature, penned in such a cell for thousands and thousands of years, could do any harm?" Professor Young shrugged. "It's just as you say. Superstition is not reasonable. These amber blocks were mined in the Manchurian lignite deposits by Chinese coolies under Japanese masters. They believe anything, the coolies. I remember working once with a crew of them that thought—" The professor stopped suddenly, for his daughter had uttered a little cry of alarm. He felt her hand upon his arm and turned toward her. "What is it, dear?" he asked. She was pointing toward the biggest amber block, and her eyes were wide open and showed she had seen something, or imagined that she had seen something that frightened her. The Professor Young followed the direction of her finger. He saw that she was staring at the black heart of the amber block, but when he looked he could see nothing but the vague, irregular outline of the inky substance. "What is it, dear?" asked Young again. I thought I saw it looking out. Eyes that stared at us." The girl broke off, laughed shortly, and added, "I suppose it was Mr. Leffler's talking. There's nothing there now." "Probably the Manchurian devil shows itself only to you," said her father jokingly. "We'll be careful, dear. If it takes a notion to jump out at you, call me and I'll exorcise it for you." Betty blushed and laughed again. She looked at Marable, expecting to see a smile of derision on the young man's face, but his expression was grave. The light from above was diminishing. Outside sounded the roar of home-going traffic. "Well, we must go home," said Professor Young. "There's a hard and interesting day ahead of us tomorrow, and I want to read Orling's new work on matrices before we begin chipping at the amber." Young turned on his heel and strode toward the locker at the end of the room where he kept his coat and hat. Betty, about to follow him, was aware of a hand on her arm, and she turned to find Marable staring at her. "I saw them too," he whispered. "Could it have been just imagination? Was it some refraction of the light?" The girl paled. I don't know," she replied in a low voice. "I thought I saw two terrible eyes glaring at me from the inky heart. But when father laughed at me, I was ashamed of myself and thought it was just my fancy." "The center is liquid, I'm sure," said Marable. "We will find that out soon enough, when we get started." "Anyway, you must be careful, and so must father," declared the girl. She looked at the block again, as it towered there above them, as though she expected it to open and the monster of the coolie's imagination leap out. "Come along, Betty," called her father. She realized then that Marable was holding her hand. She pulled away and went to join her father. It was slow work chipping away the matrix. Only a bit at a time could be cut into, for they came upon many insects embedded in the amber. These small creatures proved intensely interesting to the paleontologists, for some were new to science and had to be carefully preserved for study later on. Marable and her father labored all day. Betty, aiding them, was obviously nervous. She kept begging her father to take care, and finally, when he stopped work and asked her what ailed her, she could not tell him. "Be careful," she said again and again. Her father realized that she was afraid of the amber block, and he poked fun at her carelessly. Marable said nothing. "It's getting much softer, now the outside shell is pierced," said Young late in the day. "Yes," said Marable, pausing in his work of chipping away a portion of matrix. "Soon we will strike the heart, and then we will find out whether we are right about it being liquid. We must make some preparations for catching it, if it proves to be so." The light was fading. Outside it was cold, but the laboratories were well heated by steam. Close by where they worked was a radiator, so that they had been kept warm all day. Most of the workers in the room were making ready to leave. Young and Marable, loath to leave such interesting material, put down their chisels last of all. Throughout the day various scientific visitors had interrupted them to inspect the immense amber block and hear the history of it. All day Betty Young had stared fascinatedly at the inky center. "I think it must have been imagination," she whispered to Marable, when Young had gone to don his coat and hat. "I saw nothing today." "Nor did I," confessed Marable, "but I thought I heard dull scrapings inside the block. My brain tells me I'm an imaginative fool, that nothing could be alive inside there. But just the same, I keep thinking about those eyes we thought we saw. It shows how far the imagination will take one." "It's getting dark, Betty," said her father. "Better not stay here in the shadows, or the devil will get you. I wonder if it will be Chinese or up-to-date American." The girl laughed, said good night to Marable, and followed her father from the laboratory. As they crossed the threshold, a stout, red-faced man in gray uniform, a watchman's clock hanging at his side, raised his hat and smiled at the young woman and her father. "Hello, Roney!" cried Betty. "How d'ye do, Miss Young? Stayin' late this evenin'?" "No, we're leaving now, Rooney. Good night." "Good night, Miss Young. Sleep happy." "Thanks, Rooney." The old night watchman was a jolly fellow, and everybody liked him. He was very fond of Betty, and the young woman always passed a pleasant word with him. Roney entered the room where the amber blocks were. The girl walked with her father down the long corridor. She heard Marable's step behind them. "Wait for me a moment, father," she said. She went back, smiling at Marable as she passed him, and entered the door, but remained in the portal and called to Rooney, who was down the laboratory. He came hurrying to her side at her nervous hail. "What is it, ma'am?" asked Rooney. "You'll be careful, won't you, Rooney?" she asked in a low voice. "Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm always careful. Nobody can get in to harm anything while Rooney's about." "I don't mean that. I want you to be careful yourself when you're in this room tonight." "Why, miss, what is there to be wary of? Nothing but some funny looking stones, far as I can see." The young woman was embarrassed by her own impalpable fears, and she took leave of Rooney and rejoined her father, determined to overcome them and dismiss them from her mind. All the way home and during their evening meal and afterwards, Professor Young poked fun at Betty. She took it good naturedly and laughed to see her father in such fine humor. Professor Young was a widower, and Betty was housekeeper in their flat, though a maid did the cooking for them and cleaned the rooms. The young woman planned the meals and saw to it that everything was homelike for them. After a pleasant evening together, reading and discussing the new additions to the collection, they went to bed. Betty Young slept fitfully. She was harassed by dreams, dreams of huge eyes that came closer and closer to her, that at last seemed to engulf her. She awakened finally from a nap and started up in her bed. The sun was up, but the clock on the bureau said it was only 7 o'clock, too early to rise for the day's work. But then the sound of the telephone bell ringing in the hall caused her to get up and don her slippers and dressing gown and hurry out into the living room. Before she reached the phone, however, she heard her father's voice answering. "Hello? Yes, speaking. Good morning, Smith." Smith was the janitor of the museum. Betty, standing behind her father, wondered what he could want that he should phone so early in the morning. Her father's next words sent a thrill of fright through her heart. "My God, I can't believe it!" cried Young. "Is he dead?" There was a pause. Betty caught the sound of the excited Smith's tones through the receiver. Who is it?" she whispered, clasping her parent's arm. "I'll be right down. Yes." Young hung up, turned to his daughter. His face was sad, heavily lined with shadows of sorrow. "Dear, there's been a tragedy at the museum during the night. Poor Rooney has been murdered, at least so they believe, and Smith, who found him, wants me to come down and see if anything has been stolen. I must go at once. The body is in our laboratory." "Rooney? Ah, poor fellow!" The girl wept a little, but braced herself to assist her father. "I'm going with you," she said. No, you'd better remain here. You can come along later," said Young. "I don't like to have you see such sights, dear. It wouldn't be good for you." "I'll be all right. I promise you I will." She insisted, and he was forced to let her accompany him to the museum. They hailed a cab and were soon at the door. The elevator took them to the top floor, and swiftly they passed along the corridors and came to the portal which led into the rooms where the amber blocks were. Smith greeted them, a worried look on his seamed face. "I've sent for an ambulance, Professor," he said. Young nodded, brushed past him, and entered the laboratory. In the morning light, the amber blocks had taken on a reddish tinge. Now they seemed to oppress the young woman who had bravely remained at her father's side as he walked quickly to the base of the biggest block. A vague shape lay in the shadows between the wall and the largest amber mass. Professor Young bent over the body of Rooney and felt the pulse. "He's been dead some time," he said. She nodded, stricken to the heart by this terrible end of her old friend Rooney. "There's nothing we can do for him now," went on her father soberly. "It looks as though he had been set upon and stabbed time after time by his assailant or assailants, whoever they were." How pale he is," said Betty. "Poor Rooney was so jolly and red-faced, but his skin is like chalk." "And he's shrunken, too. It seems there's no blood left in his veins," said her father. Marable, who had been called also, came in then and aided in the examination. He said good morning to Betty and her father, and then went to bend over Rooney's body. "See the look of abject terror on his face," Betty heard Marable say to her father as the two examined the corpse. "He must have been very much afraid of whoever killed him." "They beat him up frightfully," said Young. "There must have been several of the assassins. It would take more than one man to do such damage." "Yes, his ribs are crushed in. See this gash, Professor. Would be enough to cause death without any of the other wounds." Betty Young could not take her eyes from the ghastly sight. She steeled herself to bear it, and prayed for strength that she should not faint and cause her father trouble. She could see the two men examining a large blistered area under the corpse's armpit, in the center of which was a sharp vertical slit, which had without doubt punctured the artery near the surface of the axilla. Perhaps it had pierced even to the heart. "Bloodless!" exclaimed Marable, noticing the same thing as her father had spoken of. "It is as if the blood had been pumped out of his body." "Yes, I think it has drained out." "There is not much of a pool here where he lies, though," said Marable, in a low voice. "See, there are only splotches about, from various cuts he received." "Maybe he was dragged here from another room," said Young. "When the others come, we will soon know if anything is missing. It seems that men desperate enough to commit such a murder would not leave without trying to get what they came after. Unless, of course, the killing of Rooney frightened them away before they could get their booty." Smith approached the group with the physician in tow. The latter confirmed the facts which Marable and Young had found, that Rooney had been killed by the deep gash near the heart, and that most of the blood was drained from the body. "They seem like the slashes from an extremely sharp and large razor," said the medical man. Others were coming in to look at Rooney, and the museum was buzzing with activity as various curators, alarmed about the safety of their valuable collections, feverishly examined their charges. "He punched his clock in here at 2 a.m.," said Smith. "I seen that. It's the last time he'll ever do his duty, poor feller." "Curious odor," said the doctor, sniffing. "It smells like musk, but it's fetid. I suppose it's some chemical you use." "I noticed that too," said Professor Young. "I don't recognize it myself." Marable, who had been looking at the floor between the great block of amber and the body, uttered an exclamation which caused the two men to look up. "There are wavy lines leading around back of the block," said Marable in answer to their questions. The young man disappeared behind the block, and then he called to them excitedly to join him. Betty Young pressed closer, and finally slipped past the corpse and stood by her father. Before her she saw a large pool of black liquid. It had been hidden by the corner of the block, so that they had not noticed it, so busy were they looking at Roney. And there was a great cavity in the heart of the amber block. Pieces of the yellow-brown mass lay about, as though they had fallen off and allowed the inky substance to escape. "It's hardened or dried out in the air," said Young. "It looks like black lacquer," said Betty. The musky smell was stronger here. The great amber block seemed to stifle them with its size. "Our chipping and hammering and the heat of the radiator causing it to expand must have forced out the sepia or whatever it is," said Young. There was a disappointed note in his voice. "I had hoped that inside the liquid we would discover a fossil of value," he went on. Marable looked at Betty Young. They stared at one another for some seconds, and both knew that the same thought had occurred to the other. The frightful eyes, had they then been but figments of their imagination? Marable began looking around carefully here and there. Betty realized what he was doing, and she was frightened. She went to his side. "Oh, be careful," she whispered. "The giant block has been moved a little," he replied, looking into her pretty face. "Have you noticed that?" Now that she was told to look, she could see the extremely heavy amber block was no longer in the position it had been in. Marks on the floor showed where it had been dragged or shifted from its original resting place. Betty Young gasped. What force could be so powerful that it could even budge so many tons? A derrick had been used and rollers placed under the block when men had moved it. Reason tried to assert itself. It must have exploded. That would cause it to shift," she said faintly. Marable shrugged. His examination was interrupted by the arrival of the museum's chemist, sent for by Young. The chemist took a sample of the black liquid for analysis. Reports were coming in from all over the museum, different departments declaring, one after another, that nothing had been disturbed or stolen from their sections. Betty Young went again to Marable's side. She followed the direction of his eyes and saw long claw-like marks on the floor, radiating from the sepia. "Dr. Marable," she said, "please don't look any longer. Leave this terrible place for the day, anyway, until we see what happens in the next 24 hours." He smiled and shook his head. "I must make a search," he replied. "My brain calls me a fool, but just the same, I'm worried." "Do you really think?" He nodded, divining her thought. The girl shivered. She felt terror mounting to her heart, and the matter-of-fact attitudes of the others in the great laboratory did not allay her fears. Rooney's body was removed. The place was cleaned up by workmen, and Marable's search, if that was what his constant roving about in the laboratory could be called, ceased for a time. The chemist's report came in. The black liquids was some sort of animal secretion, melonotic, probably. In spite of the fact that they had learned so many facts about the murder, they as yet had not solved the mystery. Who had murdered Rooney, and why? And where had his blood gone to? In no other rooms could be found any traces of a struggle. "If you won't do anything else, please carry a gun," begged Betty of Marable. "I'm going to try to take father home right after lunch, if he'll go. He's so stubborn. I can't make him take care. I've got to watch him and stay beside him." "Very well," replied Marable. "I'll get a revolver. Not that I think it would be of much use. If I did find—" He broke off and shrugged his broad shoulders. Leffler came storming into the room. "What's this I hear?" he cried, approaching Marable. "A watchman killed in the night? Carelessness, man, carelessness. The authorities here are absurd. They hold priceless treasures and allow thieves to enter and wreak their will. You, Marable, what's all this mean?" Leffler was angry. Marable looked into his red face coolly. "We do the best we can, Mr. Leffler," he said. "It's unlikely that anyone would wish to steal such a thing as that block of amber." He waved toward the giant mass. Leffler made a gesture of impatience. "It cost me many thousands of dollars," he cried. "It's time for lunch, Professor," said Betty. Marable bowed to Leffler and left the millionaire sputtering away, inspecting the various specimens he had contributed. The 1 o'clock gong had struck, and all the workers and investigators were leaving in paleontological laboratories for a bite to eat. Marable, with Betty, went out last. Leffler was over in one corner of the room, hidden from their sight by a corner of an amber block. They could hear Leffler still uttering complaints about the carelessness of the men in charge of that section of the museum, and Marable smiled at Betty sadly. "Poor Roney," he said. "Betty, I feel more or less responsible in a way." "No, no," cried the girl. "How could you have foreseen such a thing?" Marable shook his head. "Those eyes, you know. I should have taken precautions. But I had no idea it could burst from its prison so." For the first time, Marable had definitely mentioned his idea of what had occurred. The girl had understood it all along, from their broken conversation and from the look in the young scientist's eyes. She sighed deeply. "You will get a revolver before you search further?" she said. "I'm going to. Smith has one, and I know he'll lend it to me." "I will," he promised. "You know, Leffler has the same idea we have, I think. That's why he keeps talking about it being our fault. I believe he has seen something, too. His talk about the devil inside the block was half in earnest. I suppose he put it down to imagination, or perhaps he did not think this fossil to be dangerous." They went out together and walked toward the restaurant they frequented. Her father was there, lunching with one of the superintendents of the museum. He smiled and waved to Betty. Everyone, of course, was discussing the killing of Roney. After an hour, during which the two young people spoke little, Marable and Betty Young left the restaurant and started back toward the museum. Her father was still at his table. They walked up the driveway entrance, and then Marable uttered an exclamation. "Something's wrong," he said. There was a small crowd of people collected on the steps. The outer doors, instead of being open as usual, were closed and guards stood peering out. Marble and Betty were admitted after they had pushed their way to the doors. "Museum's closed to the public, sir," replied a guard to Marable's question. "Why?" asked Marable. "Something's happened up in the paleontological laboratories," answered the guard. "Dunno just what, but orders come to clear the rooms and not let anybody in but members of the staff, sir." Marable hurried forward. Betty was at his heels. "Please get yourself a gun," she said, clutching his arm and holding him back. "All right, I'll borrow one from a guard." He returned to the front doors and came back, slipping a large pistol into his side pocket. "I want you to wait here," he said. "No, I'm going with you." "Please," he said. "As your superior, I order you to remain downstairs." The girl shrugged. She allowed him to climb the stairs to the first floor, and then she hurried back in search of Smith. Smith obtained a gun for her, and as she did not wish to wait for the slow elevator, she ran up the steps. Smith could not tell her definitely what had occurred in the upper laboratory that had caused the museum to be closed for the day. The heart beating swiftly, Betty Young hurried up the second flight of stairs to the third floor. A workman, whom the girl recognized as a manual laborer in the paleontological rooms, came running down, passing her in full flight, a look of abject terror on his face. "What is it?" she cried. He was so frightened he could not talk logically. "There was a black fog. I saw a red snake with legs." She waited for no more. A pang of fear for the safety of Marable shot through her heart, and she forced herself on to the top floor. Up there was a haze, faintly black, which filled the corridors. As Betty Young drew closer to the door of the paleontological laboratories, the mist grew more opaque. It was as though a sooty fog permeated the air, and the girl could see it was pouring from the door of the laboratory in heavy coils, and her nostrils caught the strange odor of fetid musk. She was greatly frightened, but she gripped the gun and pushed on. Then to her ears came the sound of a scream, the terrible scream of a mortally wounded man. Instinctively she knew it was not Marable, but she feared for the young professor, and with an answering cry she rushed into the smoky atmosphere of the outer laboratories. "Walter!" she called. But evidently he did not hear her, for no reply came. Or was it that something had happened to him? She paused on the threshold of the big room where were the amber blocks. About the vast floor space stood the numerous masses of stone and amber, some covered with immense canvas shrouds, which made them look like ghost hillocks in the dimness. Betty Young stood gasping in fright, clutching the pistol in her hand, trying to catch the sounds of men in that chamber of horror. She heard then a faint whimpering, and then noises which she identified in her mind as something being dragged along the marble flooring. A muffled scream, weak, reached her ears, and as she took a step forward, silence came. She listened longer, but now the sunlight coming through the window to make murky patches in the opaque black fog was her chief sensation. "Walter!" she called. "Go back, Betty, go back!" The mist seemed to muffle voices as well as obscure the vision. She advanced farther into the laboratory, trying to locate Marable. Bravely the girl pushed toward the biggest amber block. It was here that she felt instinctively that she would find the source of danger. "Leffler!" she heard Marable say almost at her elbow, and the young man groaned. The girl came upon him, bending over something on the floor. She knelt beside him, gripping his arm. Now she could see the outline of Leffler's body at her feet. The wealthy collector was doubled up on the ground, shriveled as had been Rooney. His feet, moving as though by reflex action, patted the floor from time to time, making a curious clicking sound as the buttons of his gray spats struck the marble. But it was obvious, even in the murky light, that Leffler was dead, that he had been sucked dry of blood. Betty Young screamed. She could not help it. The black fog choked her, and she gasped for breath. Leaving Marable, she ran toward the windows to throw them open. The first one she tried was heavy, and she smashed the glass with the butt of the gun. She broke several panes in two of the windows, and the mist rolled out from the laboratory. She started to return to the side of Marable. He uttered a sudden shout, and she hurried back to where she had left him, stumbling over Leffler's body, recoiling at this touch of death. Marable was not there, but she could hear him nearby. Cool air was rushing in from the windows, and gradually the fog was disappearing. Betty Young saw Marable now standing nearby, staring at the bulk of an amber block which was still covered by its canvas shroud. Though not as large as the prize exhibit, this block of amber was large and filled many yards of space. "Betty, please go outside and call some of the men," begged Marable. But he did not look at her, and she caught his fascinated stare. Following the direction of his gaze, the girl saw that a wisp of smoky mist was curling up from under the edge of the canvas cover. "It is there," whispered Betty. Marable had a knife which he had picked up from a bench, and with this he began quietly to cut the canvas case of the block, keeping several feet to each side of the spot where the fog showed from beneath the shroud. Marable cut swiftly and efficiently, though the cloth was heavy, and he was forced to climb up several feet on the block to make his work effective. The girl watched, fascinated with horror and curiosity. To their ears came a curious sucking sound, and once a vague tentacle form showed from the bottom of the canvas. At last Marable seized the edge of the cut he had made, and, with a violent heave, sent the canvas flap flying over the big block. Betty Young screamed. At last she had a sight of the terrible creature which her imagination had painted in loathing and horror. A flash of brilliant scarlet dabbed with black patches was her impression of the beast. A head flat and reptilian, long, tubular, with movable nostrils and antennae at the end, framed two eyes which were familiar enough to her, for they were the orbs which had stared from the inside of the amber block. She had dreamt of those eyes. But the reptile moved like a flash of red light. Though she knew its bulk was great, it sprayed forth black mist from the appendages at the end of its nose, and the crumpling of canvas reached her ears as the beast endeavored to conceal itself on the opposite side of the block. Marable had run to the other side of the mass. The air rushing in from the windows had cleared the mist in spite of the new clouds the creature had emitted, and Betty could see for some feet in either direction now. She walked with stiff frozen muscles around to join Marable. As she came near to him, she saw him jerking off the entire canvas cover of the block to expose the horrible reptile to the light of day. And now the two stood staring at the awful sight. The creature had flattened itself into the crevices and irregular surfaces of the block, but it was too large to hide in anything but a huge space. They saw before them its great bulk, bright red skin blotched with black, which rose and fell with the breathing of the reptile. Its long, powerful tail, tapering off from the fat, loathsome body, was curled around the bottom of the block. "That's where it has been hidden, under the shroud. We've been within a few feet of it every moment we've been at work," said Marable, his voice dry. "There were many hiding places for it, but it chose the best. It came out only when there was comparative quiet to get its food." We must kill it," stammered the girl. But she could not move. She was looking at the immense, cruel, lidless eyes, which balefully held her as a serpent paralyzes a bird. The tubular nostrils and antennae seemed to be sniffing at them, waving to and fro. "See the white expanse of cornea, how large it is," whispered Marable. "The pupils are nothing but black slits now." The interest excited by this living fossil was almost enough to stifle the dread of the creature in the man. But the girl saw the huge flat head and the crinkled tissue of the frilled mouth with its sucker discs. Suddenly, from the central portion of the sucker cup mouth issued a long, straight, red fang. The two drew back as the living fossil raised a short clawed leg. "It has the thick body of an immense python and the clawed legs of a dinosaur," said Marable, speaking as though he were delivering a lecture. The sight without doubt fascinated him as a scientist. He almost forgot the danger. "Oh, it's horrible," whispered the girl. She clung to his arm. He went on talking. "It is some sort of terrestrial octopus." To the girl it seemed that the living fossil was endless in length. Coil after coil showed as the ripples passed along its body, and the straight fang threatened them with destruction. "See, it is armored," said Marable. "Betty, no one has ever had such an experience as this, seen such a sight, and lived to tell it. It must be ravenous with hunger. Shut up in its amber cell inside the black fluid, I—" A sharp whistling hiss interrupted his speech. The reptile was puffing and swelling, and as it grew in bulk with the intake of the air, its animal-like scales stood out like bosses on the great body. It spat forth a cloud of black, oily mist, and Marable came to himself at last. He raised his revolver and fired at the creature, sending shot after shot from the heavy revolver into the head. Betty Young screamed as the reptile reared up and made a movement toward them. Marable and the girl retreated swiftly as the beast thumped to the floor with a thud and started at them, advancing with a queer, crawling movement. It was between them and the door. Betty thrust her gun into Marable's hands, for his own was empty, and he had hurled it at the monster. "Hurry! Run for your life!" ordered Marable, placing himself between Betty and the reptile. She would not leave him till he swerved to one side, going dangerously close to the beast and firing into its head. The rush of the flowing body stopped. It turned and pursued him, leaving the girl safe for the moment, but separated from Marable. Luckily, on the smooth marble, it could not get an efficient grip with its claw-like arms. It was clumsy in its gait, and for a time the man eluded it. Betty Young, looking up for a weapon, calling for help at the top of her lungs, caught sight of a fireman's axe in a glass case on the wall. She ran over, smashed the glass with a small hammer, and took out the heavy axe. Shot after shot reverberated through the big laboratory as Marble tried to stop the monster. Betty, bravely closing in from the rear, saw Marable leaping from side to side as the brute struck viciously at him time and again. The creature had been emitting cloud after cloud of black fog, and the atmosphere, in spite of the open windows, was dim in its vicinity. Vaguely Betty heard shouts from the far hall, but all she could do was to call out in return and run toward the horror. Marable, out of breath, had climbed to the top of an amber block. Betty, close by, saw the reptile rear its bulk up into the air until it was high enough to strike the man. Before it could send forth its death-dealing fang to pin Marable to the block, however, Betty Young brought the axe down on its back with all her strength. There was a sickening thud as the sharp weapon sunk deep into the fleshy back. She struck again, and the creature fell in folds, like a collapsing spring. It lashed back at her, but she leaped clear as it slashed in agony, thrashing about so that the whole room seemed to rock. Marable came scrambling down the side of the block to help her. He was breathing hard, and she turned toward him. As Betty looked away, a portion of the scarlet tail hit her in the body, and she fell, striking her head on the floor. Marable reached down, seized the axe, and in a desperate frenzy hacked at the reptile's awful head. He leaped in and out like a terrier, sinking the axe deep into the neck and head of the beast. He gave the impression of slashing at heavy rubber, and Betty Young, trying to drag herself away from that dangerous body, heard his whistling breath. They were almost hidden from one another now in the mist which came from the thing's nostrils. "Help! Help!" screamed the girl, mustering her last strength in the despairing cry. She saw Marable go down then, as the reptile hit him a glancing blow with its body. When the powerful young fellow did not rise, the girl thought it was all over. The air really became black to her. She fainted and lay still. When Betty Young opened her eyes, the air had cleared greatly, and she could see the familiar outlines of the paleontological laboratory and the bulks of the amber blocks. Her father was holding her head in his lap and was bathing her temples with water. "Darling," he said, "are you badly hurt?" "No," she murmured faintly. "I'm all right. But Walter did it?" "He's all right," said her father. "The reptile was dying and could do him no damage. We finished it off." Then Marable, covered with blood, which he was trying to wipe from his hands and clothes, came and smiled down at her. "Well," said Professor Young, "you two have mutilated a marvelous and unique specimen between you." There were several men examining something nearby. Turning her eyes in their direction, Betty saw they were viewing the remains of the reptile. Marable helped her to her feet and stood with one arm about her. Professor Orling, the famous specialist on fossil reptiles, was speaking now, and the others listened. "I think we will find it to be some sort of missing link between the dinosaurs and the mosasaurs. It is surely unbelievable that such a creature should be found alive, but perhaps it can be explained. It is related to the amphibians and was able to live in or out of the water. Now we have many instances of reptiles such as lizards and toads penned up in solid rock but surviving for hundreds of years. Evidently this great reptile went through the same sort of experience. I should say that there has been some great upheaval of nature, that the reptile was caught in its prison of amber thousands and thousands of years ago. Through hibernation and perhaps a preservative drug it emitted in the black fluid, this creature has been able to survive its long imprisonment. Naturally, when it was released by the cutting away of a part of the amber which penned it in, it burst its cell, ravenous with hunger. The fang-like tooth we see was its main weapon of attack, and it set upon the unfortunate watchman. After knocking him unconscious, its sucker-like fringe glued the mouth near the heart, while the fang shot into the arteries and drew forth the body fluids. There is a great deal to be done with this valuable find, gentlemen. I would suggest that." Marable grunted. "Oh, hell," he murmured in Betty Young's ear. "To the devil with paleontology, Betty. You saved my life. Come out and let's get married. I love you." The girl smiled up into his eyes. The scientists close by were listening fascinatedly to Orling's words, and had no time to watch the two young people, for they stared at the reptile's body as the great man went from section to section, lecturing upon one point after another. "You've forgotten paleontology for a moment, thank goodness," said Betty. "I'm glad." "Yes, Betty dear. This terrible experience has shaken me, and I realized how much I love you when I saw you in danger. What an awful few minutes! If I had to live them over again, I don't think I could face them." "Never mind," she murmured. "We are safe, Walter. After all, it is not every woman who is helped by a living fossil to make the man she loves realize he loves her." End of From an Amber Block by Tom Curry. Read by Lars Rolander.
Zoran by Hal K. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Douglas Nelson. The Gate to Zoran by Hal K. Wells. He sat in a small, half-darkened booth, well over in the corner, the man with the strangely glowing blue-green eyes. The booth was one of a score that circled the walls of the Maori Hut, a popular nightclub in the San Fernando Valley, some 5 miles over the hills from Hollywood. It was nearly midnight. Half a dozen couples danced lazily in the central dancing space. Other couples remained tete-a-tete in the secluded booths. In the entire room, only 2 men were dining alone. One was the slender, gray-haired little man with the weirdly glowing eyes. The other was Blair Gordon, a highly successful young attorney of Los Angeles. Both men had the unmistakable air of waiting for someone. Blair Gordon's college days were not so far distant that he had yet lost any of the splendid physique that had made him an all-American tackle. In any physical combat with the slight gray-haired stranger, Gordon knew that he should be able to break the other in 2 with one hand. Yet, as he studied the stranger from behind the potted palms that screened his own booth, Gordon was amazed to find himself slowly being overcome by an emotion of dread so intense that it verged upon sheer fear. There was something indescribably alien and utterly sinister in that dimly seen figure in the corner booth. The faint, eerie light that glowed in the stranger's deep-set eyes was not the lambent flame seen in the chatoyant orbs of some night-prowling jungle beast. Rather, it was the blue-green glow of phosphorescent witch-light that flickers and dances in the night mists above steaming tropical swamps. The stranger's face was as classically perfect in its rugged outline as that of a Roman war god, yet those perfect features seemed utterly lifeless. In the 20 minutes that he had been intently watching the stranger, Gordon would have sworn that the other's face had not moved by so much as the twitch of an eyelash. Then a new couple entered the Maori hut, and Gordon promptly forgot all thought of the puzzling alien figure in the corner. The new arrivals were a vibrantly beautiful blonde girl and a plump, sallow-faced man in the early 40s. The girl was Leah Keith, Hollywood's latest screen sensation. The man was Dave Redding, her director. A waiter seated Leah and her escort in a booth directly across the room from that of Gordon. It was a maneuver for which Gordon had tipped lavishly when he first came to the hut. A week ago, Leah Keith's engagement to Blair Gordon had been abruptly ended by a trivial little quarrel that the 2 volatile temperaments had fanned into flames which apparently made reconciliation impossible. A miserably lonely week had finally ended in Gordon's present trip to the Maori hut. He knew that Leah often came there, and he had an overwhelming longing to at least see her again, even though his pride forced him to remain unseen. Now, as he stared glumly at Leah through the palms that effectively screened his own booth, Gordon heartily regretted that he had ever come. The sight of Leah's clear, fresh beauty merely made him realize what a fool he had been to let that ridiculous little quarrel come between them. Then, with a sudden tingling thrill, Gordon realized that he was not the only one in the room who was interested in Leah and her escort. Over in the half-darkened corner booth, the eerie stranger was staring at the girl with an intentness that made his weird eyes glow like miniature pools of shimmering blue-green fire. Again, Gordon felt that vague impression of dread, as though he were in the presence of something utterly alien to all human experience. Gordon turned his gaze back to Leah, then caught his breath sharply in sudden amaze. The necklace about Leah's throat was beginning to glow with the same uncanny blue-green light that shone in the stranger's eyes. Faint, yet unmistakable, the shimmering radiance pulsed from the necklace in an aura of nameless evil. And with the coming of that aura of weird light at her throat, a strange trance was swiftly sweeping over Leah. She sat there now as rigidly motionless as some exquisite statue of ivory and jet. Gordon stared at her in stark bewilderment. He knew the history of Leah's necklace. It was merely an oddity, and nothing more. A freak piece of costume jewelry made from fragments of an Arizona meteorite. Leah had worn the necklace a dozen times before, without any trace of the weird phenomena that were now occurring. Dancers again thronged the floor to the blaring jazz of the Negro orchestra, while Gordon was still trying to force his whirling brain to a decision. He was certain that Leah was in deadly peril of some kind, Yet the nature of that peril was too bizarre for his mind to imagine. Then the stranger with the glowing eyes took matters into his own hands. He left his booth and began threading his way through the dancers toward Leah. As he watched the progress of that slight, gray-haired figure, Gordon refused to believe the evidence of his own eyes. The thing was too utterly absurd. Yet Gordon was positive that the strong oak floor of the dancing space was visibly swaying and creaking beneath the stranger's mincing tread. The stranger paused at Leah's booth only long enough to utter a brief, low-voiced command. Then Leah, still in the grip of that strange trance, rose obediently from her seat to accompany him. Dave Redding rose angrily to intercept her. The stranger seemed to barely brush the irate director with his fingertips, yet Redding reeled back as though struck by a pile-driver. Leah and the stranger started for the door. Redding scrambled to his feet again and hurried after them. It was then that Gordon finally shook off the stupor of utter bewilderment that had held him. Springing from his booth, he rushed after the trio. The dancers in his way delayed Gordon momentarily. Leah and the stranger were already gone when he reached the door. The narrow little entrance hallway to the hut was deserted save for a figure sprawled there on the floor near the outer door. It was the body of Dave Redding. Gordon shuddered as he glanced briefly down at the huddled figure. A single mighty blow from some unknown weapon had crumpled the director's entire face in, like the shattered shell of a broken egg. Gordon charged on through the outer door just as a heavy sedan came careening out of the parking lot. He had a flashing glimpse of Leah and the stranger in the front seat of the big car. Gordon raced for his own machine, a powerful, low-slung roadster. A single vicious jab at the starting button, and the big motor leaped into roaring life. Gordon shot out from the parking lot onto the main boulevard. 100 yards away, the sedan was fleeing toward Hollywood. Gordon tramped hard on the accelerator. The engine snarled with the unleashed fury of 100 horsepower. The gap between the two cars swiftly lessened. Then the stranger seemed to become aware for the first time that he was being followed. The next second, the big sedan accelerated with the hurtling speed of a flying bullet. Gordon sent his own foot nearly to the floor. The roadster jumped to 80 miles an hour, yet the sedan continued to leave it remorselessly behind. The two cars started up the northern slope of Cahuenga Pass, with the sedan nearly 200 yards ahead and gaining all the time. Gordon wondered briefly if they were to flash down to the other side of the pass and on into Hollywood at their present mad speed. Then, at the summit of the pass, the sedan swerved abruptly to the right and fled west along the Mulholland Highway. Gordon's tires screamed as he swerved the roadster in hot pursuit. The dark, winding mountain highway was nearly deserted at that hour of the night. Save for the occasional automobile that swerved frantically to the side of the road to dodge the roaring onslaught of the racing cars, Gordon and the stranger had the road to themselves. The stranger seemed no longer to be trying to leave his pursuer hopelessly behind. He allowed Gordon to come within 100 yards of him, but that was as near as Gordon could get, in spite of the roadster's best efforts. Half a dozen times, Gordon trod savagely upon his accelerator in a desperate attempt to close the gap, but each time the sedan fled with the swift grace of a scudding phantom. Finally, Gordon had to content himself with merely keeping his distance behind the glowing red taillight of the car ahead. They passed Laurel Canyon, and still the big sedan bored on to the west. Then, finally, half a dozen miles beyond Laurel Canyon, the stranger abruptly left the main highway and started up a narrow private road to the crest of one of the lonely hills. Gordon slowly gained the next 2 miles. When the road ended in a winding gravel driveway into the grounds of what was apparently a private estate, the roadster was scarcely a dozen yards behind. The stranger's features as he stood there stiffly erect in the vivid glare of the roadster's headlights were still as devoid of all expression as ever. The only things that really seemed alive in that mask of a face were the two eyes, glowing eerie blue-green fire like twin entities of alien evil. Gordon wasted no time in verbal sparring. He motioned briefly to Leah Keith's rigid form in the front seat of the sedan. "Miss Keith is returning to Hollywood with me," he said curtly. "Will you let her go peaceably, or shall I—" He left the question unfinished, but its threat was obvious. "Or shall you do what?" asked the stranger quietly. There was an oddly metallic ring in his low, even tones. His words were so precisely clipped that they suggested some origin more mechanical than human. "Or shall I take Miss Keith with me by force?" Gordon flared angrily. "You can try to take the lady by force, if you wish." There was an unmistakable jeering note in the metallic tones. The taunt was the last thing needed to unleash Gordon's volatile temper. He stepped forward and swung a hard left hook for that expressionless mask of a face. But the blow never landed. The stranger dodged with uncanny swiftness. His answering gesture seemed merely the gentlest possible push with an outstretched hand. Yet Gordon was sent reeling backward a full dozen steps by the terrific force of the apparently gentle blow. Recovering himself, Gordon grimly returned to the attack. The stranger again flung out one hand in the contemptuous gesture with which one would brush away a troublesome fly, but this time Gordon was more cautious. He neatly dodged the stranger's blow, then swung a vicious right squarely for his adversary's unprotected jaw. The blow smashed solidly home with all of Gordon's weight behind it. The stranger's jaw buckled and gave beneath that shattering impact. Then, abruptly, his entire face crumpled into distorted ruin. Gordon staggered back a step in sheer horror at the gruesome result of his blow. The stranger flung a hand up to his shattered features. When his hand came away again, his whole face came away with it. Gordon had one horror-stricken glimpse of a featureless blob of rubbery, bluish-gray flesh in which fiendish eyes of blue-green fire blazed in malignant fury. Then the stranger fumbled at his collar, ripped the linen swiftly away. Something lashed out from beneath his throat, a loathsome, snake-like object, slender and forked at the end. For one ghastly moment, as the writhing tentacle swung into line with him, Gordon saw its forked ends glow strange fire, one a vivid blue, the other a sparkling green. Then the world was abruptly blotted out for Blair Gordon. Consciousness returned to Gordon as swiftly and painlessly as it had left him. For a moment he blinked stupidly in a dazed effort to comprehend the incredible scene before him. He was seated in a chair over near the wall of a large room that was flooded with livid red light from a single globe overhead. Beside him sat Leah Keith, also staring with dazed eyes in an effort to comprehend her surroundings. Directly in front of them stood a figure of stark, nightmare horror. The weirdly glowing eyes identified the figure as that of the stranger at the Maori hut, but there every point of resemblance ceased. Only the cleverest of facial masks and body padding could ever have enabled this monstrosity to pass unnoticed in a world of normal human beings. Now that his disguise was completely stripped away, his slight frame was revealed as a grotesque parody of that of a human being, with arms and legs like pipe stems, a bald oval head that merged with necklace rigidity directly into a heavy-shouldered body, that tapered into an almost wasp-like slenderness at the waist. He was naked, save for a loincloth of some metallic fabric. His bluish-gray skin had a dull, oily sheen strangely suggestive of fine-grained flexible metal. The creature's face was hideously unlike anything human. Beneath the glowing eyes was a small circular mouth orifice with a cluster of gill-like appendages on either side of it. Patches of lighter-colored skin on either side of the head seemed to serve as ears. From a point just under the head, where the throat of a human being would have been, dangled a 1.5-foot long tentacle whose forked tip had sent Gordon into oblivion. Behind the creature, Gordon was dimly aware of a maze of complicated and utterly unfamiliar apparatus ranged along the opposite wall, giving the room the appearance of being a laboratory of some kind. Gordon's obvious bewilderment seemed to amuse the bluish-gray monstrosity. "May I introduce myself?" he asked with a mocking note in his metallic voice. "I am Arlok of Xoran. I am an explorer of space, and more particularly an opener of gates. My home is upon Xoran, which is one of the 11 major planets that circle about the giant blue-white sun that your astronomers call Rigel. I am here to open the gate between your world and mine." Gordon reached a reassuring hand over to Leah. All memory of their quarrel was obliterated in the face of their present peril. He felt her slender fingers twine firmly with his. The warm contact gave them both new courage. "We of Xoran need your planet and intend to take possession of it," Arlok continued. "But the vast distance which separates Rigel from your solar system makes it impracticable to transport any considerable number of our people here in space cars, for though our space cars travel with practically the speed of light, it requires over 540 years for them to cross that great void. So I was sent as a lone pioneer to your Earth to do the work necessary here in order to open the gate that will enable Xoran to cross the barrier in less than a minute of your time. That gate is the one through the 4th dimension, for Xoran and your planet in a 4-dimensional universe are almost touching each other in spite of the great distance separating them in a 3-dimensional universe. We of Xoran, being 3-dimensional creatures like you Earthlings, cannot even exist on a 4-dimensional plane. But we can, by the use of apparatus to open a gate, pass through a thin sector of the 4th dimension and emerge in a far distant part of our 3-dimensional universe. The situation of our two worlds," Arlok continued, "is somewhat like that of two dots on opposite ends of a long strip of paper that is curved almost into a circle. To 2-dimensional beings, capable only of realizing and traveling along the 2 dimensions of the paper itself, those dots might be many feet apart. Yet in the 3rd dimension, straight across free space, they might be separated by only the 1,000th part of an inch. In order to take that shortcut across the 3rd dimension, the 2-dimensional creatures of the paper would have only to transform a small strip of the intervening space into a 2-dimensional surface like their paper. They could do this, of course, by the use of proper vibration-creating machinery, for all things in a material universe are merely a matter of vibration. We of Xoran plan to cross the barrier of the 4th dimension by creating a narrow strip of vibrations powerful enough to exactly match and nullify those of the 4th dimension itself. The result will be that this narrow strip will temporarily become an area of 3 dimensions only, an area over which we can safely pass from our world to yours." Arlok indicated one of the pieces of apparatus along the opposite wall of the room. It was an intricate arrangement of finely wound coils with wires leading to scores of needle-like points, which constantly shimmered and crackled with tiny blue-white flames. Thick cables ran to a bank of concave reflectors of some gleaming grayish metal. "There is the apparatus which will supply the enormous power necessary to nullify the vibrations of the 4th-dimensional barrier," Arlok explained. "It is a condenser and adapter of the cosmic force that you call the Millikan rays. In Xoran, a similar apparatus is already set up and finished, but the gate can only be opened by simultaneous actions from both sides of the barrier. That is why I was sent on my long journey through space to do the necessary work here. I am now nearly finished. A very few hours more will see the final opening of the gate. Then the fighting hordes of Xoran can sweep through the barrier and overwhelm your planet. When the gate from Xoran to a new planet is first opened," Arlok continued, Our scientists always like to have at least one pair of specimens of the New World's inhabitants sent through to them for experimental use. So tonight, while waiting for one of my final castings to cool, I improved the time by making a brief raid upon the place that you call the Maori hut. The lady here seemed an excellent type of your Earthling women, and the meteoric iron in her necklace made a perfect focus for electric hypnosis. Her escort was too inferior a specimen to be of value to me, so I killed him when he attempted to interfere. When you gave chase, I lured you on until I could see whether you might be usable. You proved an excellent specimen, so I merely stunned you. Very soon now I shall be ready to send the two of you through the gate to our scientists in Xoran." A cold wave of sheer horror swept over Gordon. It was impossible to doubt the stark and deadly menace promised in the plan of this grim visitor from an alien universe, a menace that loomed not only for Gordon and Leah, but for the teeming millions of a doomed and defenseless world. "Let me show you Xoran," Arlok offered. "Then you may be better able to understand." He turned his back carelessly upon the two captives and strode over to the apparatus along the opposite wall. Gordon longed to hurl himself upon the unprotected back of the retreating Xoranian, but he knew that any attempt of that kind would be suicidal. Arlok's deadly tentacle would strike him down before he was halfway across the room. He searched his surroundings with desperate eyes for anything that might serve as a weapon. Then his pulse quickened with sudden hope. There on a small table near Leah was the familiar bulk of a .45 caliber revolver, loaded and ready for use. It was included in a miscellaneous collection of other small earthly tools and objects that Arlok had apparently collected for study. There was an excellent chance that Leah might be able to secure the gun unobserved. Gordon pressed her fingers in a swift attempt at signaling, then jerked his head ever so slightly toward the table. A moment later, the quick answering pressure of Leah's fingers told him that she had understood his message. From the corner of his eye, Gordon saw Leah's other hand begin cautiously groping behind her for the revolver. Then both Gordon and Leah froze into sudden immobility, as Arlok faced them again from beside an apparatus slightly reminiscent of an earthly radio set. Arlok threw a switch, and a small bank of tubes glowed pale green. A yard-square plate of bluish-gray metal on the wall above the apparatus glowed with milky fluorescence. "It is easy to penetrate the barrier with light waves," Arlok explained. "That is a gate that can readily be opened from either side. It was through it that we first discovered your Earth." Arlok threw a rheostat on to more power. The luminous plate cleared swiftly. "And there, Earthlings, is Xoran," Arlok said proudly. Leah and Gordon gasped in sheer amaze as the glowing plate became a veritable window into another world, a world of utter and alien terror. The livid light of a giant red sun blazed mercilessly down upon a landscape from which every vestige of animal and plant life had apparently been stripped. Naked rocks and barren soil stretched illimitably to the far horizon in a vast monotony of utter desolation. Arlok twirled the knob of the apparatus, and another scene flashed into view. In this scene, great gleaming squares and cones of metal rose in towering clusters from the starkly barren land. Hordes of creatures like Arlok swarmed in and around the metal buildings. Giant machines whirled countless wheels in strange tasks. From 1,000 great needle-like projections on the buildings spurted shimmering sheets of crackling flame, bathing the entire scene in a whirling mist of fiery vapors. Gordon realized dimly that he must be looking into one of the cities of Xoran, but every detail of the chaotic whirl of activity was too utterly unfamiliar to carry any real significance to his bewildered brain. He was as hopelessly overwhelmed as an African savage would be if transported suddenly into the heart of Times Square. Arlok again twirled the knob. The scene shifted, apparently, to another planet. This world was still alive, with rich verdure and swarming millions of people strangely like those of Earth. But it was a doomed world. The dread gate to Xoran had already been opened here. Legions of bluish-gray Xoranians were attacking the planet's inhabitants, and the attack of those metallic hosts was irresistible. The slight bodies of the Xoranians seemed as impervious to bullets and missiles as though armor-plated. The frantic defense of the beleaguered people of the doomed planet caused hardly a casualty in the Xoranian ranks. The attack of the Xoranians was hideously effective. Clouds of dense yellow fog belched from countless projectors in the hands of the bluish-gray hosts, and beneath that deadly miasma all animal and plant life on the doomed planet was crumbling, dying, and rotting into a liquid slime. Then even the slime was swiftly obliterated, and the Xoranians were left triumphant upon a world starkly desolate. That was one of the minor planets in the swarm that make up the solar system of the sun that your astronomers call Canopus, Arlok explained. Our first task in conquering a world is to rid it of the unclean surface scum of animal and plant life. When this noxious surface mold is eliminated, the planet is then ready to furnish us sustenance, for we Xoranians live directly upon the metallic elements of the planet itself. Our bodies are of a substance of which your scientists have never even dreamed: deathless, invincible, living metal. Arlok again twirled the control of the apparatus, and the scene was shifted back to the planet of Xoran, this time to the interior of what was apparently a vast laboratory. Here, scores of Xoranian scientists were working upon captives who were pathetically like human beings of Earth itself, working with lethal gases and deadly liquids as human scientists might experiment upon noxious pests. The details of the scene were so utterly revolting, the tortures that were being inflicted so starkly horrible, that Leah and Gordon sat back in their chairs, sick and shaken. Arlok snapped off a switch, and the green light in the tubes died. "That last scene was the laboratory to which I shall send you two presently," he said callously, as he started back across the room toward them. Gordon lurched to his feet, his brain a seething whirl of hate in which all thought of caution was gone, as he tensed his muscles to hurl himself upon that grim monstrosity from the bleak and desolate realm of Xoran. Then he felt Leah tugging surreptitiously at his right hand. The next moment the bulk of something cold and hard met his fingers. It was the revolver. Leah had secured it while Arlok was busy with his interdimensional televisor. Arlok was rapidly approaching them. Gordon hoped against hope that the menace of that deadly tentacle might be diverted for the fraction of a second necessary for him to get in a crippling shot. Leah seemed to divine his thought. She suddenly screamed hysterically and flung herself on the floor, almost at Arlok's feet. Arlok stopped in obvious wonder and bent over Leah. Gordon took instant advantage of the Xoranian's diverted attention. He whipped the revolver from behind him and fired point-blank at Arlok's unprotected head. The bullet struck squarely, but Arlok was not even staggered. A tiny spot of bluish-gray skin upon his oval skull gleamed faintly for a moment under the bullet's impact. Then the heavy pellet of lead, as thoroughly flattened as though it had struck the triple armor of a battleship, dropped spent and harmless to the floor. Arlok straightened swiftly. For the moment he seemed to have no thought of retaliating with his deadly tentacle. He merely stood there quite still, with one thin arm thrown up to guard his glowing eyes. Gordon sent the remainder of the revolver's bullets crashing home as fast as his finger could press the trigger. At that murderously short range, the smashing rain of lead should have dropped a charging gorilla. But for all the effect Gordon's shot had upon the Xoranian, his ammunition might as well have been pellets of paper. Arlok's glossy hide merely glowed momentarily in tiny patches as the bullet struck and flattened harmlessly, and that was all. His last cartridge fired, Gordon flung the empty weapon squarely at the blue monstrosity's hideous face. Arlok made no attempt to dodge. The heavy revolver struck him high on the forehead, then rebounded harmlessly to the floor. Arlok paid no more attention to the blow than a man would to the casual touch of a wind-blown feather. Gordon desperately flung himself forward upon the Xoranian in one last mad effort to overwhelm him. Arlok dodged Gordon's wild blows, then gently swept the Earthman into the embrace of his thin arms. For one helpless moment, Gordon sensed the incredible strength and adamantine hardness of the Xoranian's slender figure, together with an overwhelming impression of colossal weight in that deceptively slight body. Then Arlok contemptuously flung Gordon away from him. As Gordon staggered backward, Arlok's tentacle lashed upward and leveled upon him. Its twin tips again glowed brilliant green and livid blue. Instantly, every muscle in Gordon's body was paralyzed. He stood there, as rigid as a statue, his body completely deadened from the neck down. Beside him stood Leah, also frozen motionless in that same weird power. "Earthling, you are beginning to try my patience," Arlok snapped. "Can you not realize that I am utterly invincible in any combat with you? The living metal of my body weighs over 1,600 pounds, as you measure weight. The strength inherent in that metal is sufficient to tear 100 of your Earthmen to shreds. But I do not even have to touch you to vanquish you. The electric content of my bodily structure is so infinitely superior to yours that with this tentacle organ of mine I can instantly short-circuit the feeble currents of your nerve impulses and bring either paralysis or death as I choose. But enough of this," Arlok broke off abruptly. "My materials are now ready, and it is time that I finish my work. I shall put you out of my way for a few hours until I am ready to send you through the gate to the laboratories of Xoran." The green and blue fire of the tentacle's tips flamed to dazzling brightness. The paralysis of Gordon's body swept swiftly over his brain. Black oblivion engulfed him. When Gordon again recovered consciousness, he found that he was lying on the floor of what was apparently a narrow hall, near the foot of a stairway. His hands were lashed tightly behind him, and his feet and legs were so firmly pinioned together that he could scarcely move. Beside him lay Leah, also tightly bound. A short distance down the hall was the closed door of Arlok's workroom, recognized by the thin line of red light gleaming beneath it. Moonlight through a window at the rear of the hall made objects around Gordon fairly clear. He looked at Leah and saw tears glistening on her long lashes. "Oh, Blair, I was afraid you'd never waken again," the girl sobbed. "I thought that fiend had killed you." Her voice broke hysterically. "Steady, darling," Gordon said soothingly. "We simply can't give up now, you know. If that monstrosity ever opens that accursed gate of his, our entire world is doomed. There must be some way to stop him. We've got to find that way, and try it, even if it seems only one forlorn chance in a million." Gordon shook his head to clear the numbness still lingering from the effect of Arlok's tentacle. The Xoranian seemed unable to produce a paralysis of any great duration with his weird natural weapon. Accordingly, he had been forced to bind his captives like two trussed fowls while he returned to his labors. Lying close together as they were, it was a comparatively easy matter for them to get their bound hands within reach of each other, but after 15 minutes of vain work, Gordon realized that any attempt at untying the ropes was useless. Arlok's prodigious strength had drawn the knots so tight that no human power could ever loosen them. Then Gordon suddenly thought of the one thing in his pockets that might help them. It was a tiny cigarette lighter, of the spring-trigger type. It was in his vest pocket, completely out of reach of his bound hands, but there was a way out of that difficulty. Gordon and Leah twisted and rolled their bodies like two contortionists, until they succeeded in getting into such a position that Leah was able to get her teeth in the cloth of the vest pocket's edge. A moment of desperate tugging, then the fabric gave away. The lighter dropped from the torn pocket to the floor, where Leah retrieved it. Then they twisted their bodies back to back. Leah managed to get the lighter flaming in her bound hands. Gordon groped in an effort to guide the ropes on his wrists over the tiny, flickering flame. Then there came the faint, welcome odor of smoldering rope, as the lighter's tiny flame bit into the bonds. Gordon bit his lips to suppress a cry of pain as the flame seared into his skin as well. The flame bit deeper into the rope. A single strand snapped. Then another strand gave way. To Gordon, the process seemed endless, as the flame scorched rope and flesh alike. A long minute of lancing agony that seemed hours. Then Gordon could stand no more. He tensed his muscles in one mighty, agonized effort to end the torture of the flame. The weakened rope gave way completely beneath that pain-maddened lunge. Gordon's hands were free. It was an easy matter now to use the lighter to finish freeing himself and Leah. They made their way swiftly back to the window at the rear of the hall. It slid silently upward. A moment later, they were out in the brilliant moonlight, free. They made their way around to the front of the house. Behind the drawn shades of one of the front rooms, an eerie glow of red light marked the location of Arlok's workroom. They heard the occasional clink of tools inside the room as the Zoranian diligently worked to complete his apparatus. They crept stealthily up to where one of the French windows of Arlok's workroom swung slightly ajar. Through the narrow crevice, they could see Arlok's grotesque back as he labored over the complex assembly of apparatus against the wall. A heavy stone flung through the window would probably wreck that delicate mechanism completely. Yet the two watchers knew that such a respite would be only a temporary one. As long as Arlok remained alive on this planet to build other gates to Zoran, Earth's eventual doom was certain. Complete destruction of Arlok himself was Earth's only hope of salvation. The Zoranian seemed to be nearing the end of his labors. He left the apparatus momentarily and walked over to a workbench where he picked up a slender, rod-like tool. Donning a heavy glove to shield his left hand, he selected a small plate of bluish-gray metal, then pressed a switch in the handle of the tool in his right hand. A blade of blinding white flame, seemingly as solid as a blade of metal, spurted for the length of a foot from the tool's tip. Arlok began cutting the plate with the flame, the blade shearing through the heavy metal as easily as a hot knife shears through butter. The sight brought a sudden surge of exultant hope to Gordon. He swiftly drew Leah away from the window, far enough to the side that their low-voiced conversation could not be heard from inside the workroom. "Leah, there is our one chance," he explained excitedly. "That blue fiend is vulnerable, and that flame tool of his is the weapon to reach his vulnerability. Did you notice how careful he was to shield his other hand with a glove before he turned the tool on? He can be hurt by that blade of flame, and probably hurt badly." Leah nodded in quick understanding. "If I could lure him out of the room for just a moment, you could slip in through the window and get that flame tool, Blair," she suggested eagerly. "That might work," Gordon agreed reluctantly. "But Leah, don't run any more risks than you absolutely have to." He picked up a small rock. "Here, take this with you. Open the door into the hall and attract Arlok's attention by throwing the rock at his precious apparatus. Then the minute he sees you, try to escape out through the hall again. He'll leave his work to follow you. When he returns to his workroom, I'll be waiting for him. And I'll be waiting with a weapon that can stab through even that armor-plated hide of his." They separated, Lee to enter the house, Gordon to return to the window. Arlok was back over in front of the apparatus, fitting into place the piece of metal he had just cut. The flame tool, its switch now turned off, was still on the workbench. Gordon's heart pounded with excitement as he crouched there with his eyes fixed upon the closed hall door. The minutes seemed to drag interminably. Then, suddenly, Gordon's muscles tensed. The knob of the hall door had turned ever so slightly. Leah was at her post. The next moment, the door was flung open with a violence that sent it slamming back against the wall. The slender figure of Leah stood framed in the opening, her dark eyes blazing as she flung one hand up to hurl her missile. Arlok whirled just as Leah threw the rock straight at the intricate gate-opening apparatus. With the speed of thought, the Xoranian flung his own body over to shield his fragile instruments. The rock thudded harmlessly against his metallic chest. Then Arlok's tentacle flung out like a striking cobra, its forked tip flaming blue and green fire as it focused upon the open door. But Leah was already gone. Gordon heard her flying footsteps as she raced down the hall. Arlok promptly sped after her in swift pursuit. As Arlok passed through the door into the hall, Gordon flung himself into the room and sped straight for the workbench. He snatched the flame tool up, then darted over to the wall by the door. He was not a second too soon. The heavy tread of Arlok's return was already audible in the hall just outside. Gordon prepared to stake everything upon his one slim chance of disabling that fearful tentacle before Arlok could bring it into action. He pressed the tiny switch in the flame tool's handle just as Arlok came through the door. Arlok, startled by the glare of the flame tool's blazing blade, whirled toward Gordon, but too late. That thin, searing shaft of vivid flame had already struck squarely at the base of the Xoranian's tentacle. A seething spray of hissing sparks marked the place where the flame bit deeply home. Arlok screamed, a ghastly, metallic note of anguish like nothing human. The Xoranian's powerful hands clutched at Gordon, but he leaped lithely backward out of their reach. Then Gordon again attacked, the flame tool's shining blade licking in and out like a rapier. The searing flame swept across one of Arlok's arms, and the Xoranian winced. Then the blade stabbed swiftly at Arlok's waist. Arlok half-doubled as he flinched back. Gordon shifted his aim with lightning speed and sent the blade of flame lashing in one accurate terrible stroke that caught Arlok squarely in the eyes. Again Arlok screamed in intolerable agony as that tearing flame darkened forever his glowing eyes. In berserker fury, the tortured Xoranian charged blindly toward Gordon. Gordon warily dodged to one side. Arlok, sightless, and with his tentacle crippled, still had enough power in that mighty metallic body of his to tear 100 Earthmen to pieces. Gordon stung Arlok's shoulder with the flame, then desperately leaped to one side just in time to dodge a flailing blow that would have made pulp of his body had it landed. Arlok went stark wild in his frenzied efforts to come to grips with his unseen adversary. Furniture crashed and splintered to kindling wood beneath his threshing feet. Even the stout walls of the room shivered and crackled as the incredible weight of Arlok's body caromed against them. Gordon circled lithely around the crippled blue monstrosity like a timber wolf circling a wounded moose. He began concentrating his attack upon Arlok's left leg. Half a dozen deep slashes with the searing flame. Then suddenly the thin leg crumpled and broke. Arlok crashed helplessly to the floor. Gordon was now able to shift his attack to Arlok's head. Dodging the blindly flailing arms of the Xoranian, he stabbed again and again at the oval-shaped skull. The searing thrusts began to have their effect. Arlok's convulsive movements became slower and weaker. Gordon sent the flame stabbing in a long, final thrust in an attempt to pierce through to that alien metal brain. With startling suddenness, the flame burned its way home to some unknown center of life force in the oval skull. There was a brief but appalling gush of bright purple flame from Arlok's eye sockets and mouth orifice. Then his twitching body stiffened. His bluish-gray hide darkened with incredible swiftness into a dull black. Arlok was dead. Gordon, sickened at the grisly ending to the battle, snapped off the flame tool and turned to search for Leah. He found her already standing in the hall door, alive and unhurt. "I escaped through the window at the end of the hall," she explained. "Arlok quit following me as soon as he saw that you too were gone from where he had left us tied." She shuddered as she looked down at the Zoranian's mangled body. "I saw most of your fight with him, Blair. It was terrible, awful. But Blair, we've won." "Yes, and now we'll make sure of the fruits of our victory," Gordon said grimly, starting over toward the gate-opening apparatus with the flame tool in his hand. A very few minutes' work with the shearing blade of flame reduced the intricate apparatus to a mere tangled pile of twisted metal. Arlok, gate-opener of Zoran, was dead, and the gate to that grim planet was now irrevocably closed. "Blair, do you feel it too, that eerie feeling of countless eyes still watching us from Zoran?" There was frank awe in Leah's half-whispered question. "You know how Arlok said that they had watched us for centuries from their side of the barrier? I'm sure they're watching us now. Will they send another opener of gates to take up the work where Arlok failed?" Gordon took Leah into his arms. "I don't know, dear," he admitted gravely. "They may send another messenger, but I doubt it. This world of ours has had its warning, and it will heed it. The Watchers on Zoran must know that in the 540 years it would take their next messenger to get here, the Earth will have had more than enough time to prepare an adequate defense for even Zoran's menace. I doubt if there will ever again be an attempt made to open the gate to Zoran." The end of The Gate to Zoran.
By Tom W. Harris. Reading by Adam Wybray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Goodbye, Dead Man by Tom W. Harris. It was Orly Mattup's killing of the old lab technician that really made us hate him. Mattup was a guard at the reactor installation at Bayless, Kentucky, when my friend Danny Hearn and I were part of the staff when the outsiders took everything over. In what godforsaken mountain hole they had found Mattup, and how they got him to sell out to them, I don't know. He was an authentic human, though. You can tell an outsider. Mattup and Danny and I were playing high-low jack the night Uncle Pete was killed, sitting on the wide walk where Mattup had a view of the part of the station he was responsible for. High-low jack is a back-country card game. Danny had learned it in northern Pennsylvania, where he had came from, and Mattup loved the game, and they had taught it to me because the game is better three-handed. The evening sessions had been Danny's idea. I think he figured it might give him a line on Mattup. On the night in question, Mattup was on a week's losing streak and was in a foul humour. He was superstitious, and he had called for a new deck twice that evening and walked around his seat 4 different times. His bidding was getting wilder. "You better cool down," Danny told him. "Thing to do is ride out the bad luck, not fight it." Orly picked his nose and looked at the cards. "Bid 4, he growled. 4 is the highest possible bid. Tim played his cards well, and he had good ones. He had sewed up 3 of his points when we heard somebody moving around down on the reactor floor. It was old Uncle Pete Barker, one of the technicians. "What do you want down there?" bawled Mattup. "Just left my cab by the control room," said Uncle Pete, "and thought I'd go get it." "You keep the hell away from there," grunted Mattup. Uncle Pete stopped and stood gazing up at us. We went on playing. It was the last card of the hand, and would either win the game for Mattup or lose it for him. Orly slapped his card down. It was a crucial card, the Jack. Danny took it with a queen, and Mattup had lost the game. I felt like clearing out. Maddup's face was purple, and his eyes looked like wolves' eyes. He glared at Danny, making a noise in his throat, and then I saw his gaze leave Danny and go to something down by the reactor. It was Uncle Pete, shuffling along towards the control room. Maddup didn't say a word. He stood up and unholstered the thing the outsiders had given him and pointed it at Uncle Pete. There was a ringing in our ears, and Uncle Pete began to twist. Something inside him twisted him, twisting inside his arms, his legs, head, trunk, even his fingers. It was only for a few seconds. Then the ringing stopped, and Uncle Pete sunk to the ground, and there was the silence and the smell. Maddup made us leave the body there until we had played 2 more hands. Danny won 1. He was a man of good nerves. When we were back in our room, he said, "That did it. I'm going to get that guy." "I hate his big, thick guts," I said, buttoning my pyjama shirt. "But how are you going to get him?" "I'll get him," said Danny. "Meanwhile, we'll keep playing cards." Things went on almost normally at the Bayless reactor. It was a privately owned pool-type reactor, and we were sent samples of all sorts of material for irradiation from all over the country. Danny was one of the irradiation men. I generally handled controlling. The outsiders had filled the place with telescreens and guards, and all mail was opened, but there was no real interference with the work. I began to worry a little about Danny. Almost every afternoon he spent an hour alone in our room, with the door closed. Maddup kept getting worse, an animal with power. He used to go hunting with the damnable outsider weapon, although the meat killed with it wasn't fit to eat, and he used it on birds till there wasn't one left anywhere near the plant. He never killed a bluebird, though. He said it was bad luck. Sometimes he drank moonshine corn liquor, usually alone, because the outsiders wouldn't touch it. But sometimes he made some of us drink with him, watching sharply to see we didn't poison him, and craftily picking his nose. When he was drunk, he was abusive. One night, we were in our room, dead for sleep after a long game, and Danny said, "Let me show you something." He shuffled the cards I cut, and he dealt me an ace, king, queen, jack, 10, and deuce of spades. He shuffled again, and dealt me the same in hearts. "Watch as closely as you can," he grinned. "See if you can catch me." I couldn't. "I've been practicing," he said. "I'm going to get Maddup." "What good will it do to beat him in cards? You'll only make him sore." I was relieved to learn what Danny had been doing, alone in our room, but this card-sharp angle didn't make much sense to me. "Who says I'm going to beat him at cards?" smiled Danny. "By the way, did you hear the rumour? They're going to break up the staff, outside of policy, send us to Oak Ridge, Argonne, shipping port, send new people down here." "That doesn't leave you much time," I said. "Time enough," said Danny. The next night, Maddup began a fantastic streak of luck. It seemed he couldn't lose, and he was as unpleasant a winner as he was a loser. "You boys don't know what card playing is," he gloated. "Think you're pretty smart with all that science stuff, but you can't win a plain old card game. You know why you can't beat me, boys?" "Because you're too smart, I guess," said Danny. "Well, yeah, and something else. I dip my hands in spunk water, up on the mountains where you can never find it. And besides that, I spit on every card in the deck and wiped it off. Couldn't lose now to save my life." "Maybe you're right," said Danny, and went on dealing. In a few days the rumour of moving was confirmed. I was being sent to Oak Ridge, Danny to Argonne. Maddup kept winning, and suggested that we raise the stakes. By the day that we were to leave, we owed him every cent we had. I paid up soberly. I wouldn't give Maddup any satisfaction by complaining. It looked as though Danny wasn't going to get Maddup after all. But Danny surprised me. "Look, Buster," he wheedled, "if I pay you $75, I won't have a cent left. How about me paying half now, and the rest later?" "No good," said Maddup. "You got it, pay me. If you can't pay cash, give me your watch. I know you got one. Look, Buster, quit calling me Buster. What am I going to live on until I get paid again? What do I care? It went on like that till the buses for the airport were nearly ready to leave, and both men seemed angry enough to want to kill each other. Let's go, I begged Danny. Pay him and leave. All right then, Danny snapped, and pulled out his wallet. He counted out all his bills into Maddup's hand. You're $1 short, said Maddup. Why not forget the buck, said Danny. You can spare it. You're $1 short, repeated Maddup, scowling. Danny dashed his wallet to the ground. You're even taking my change! He got his jacket from the back of a chair. It was a hot day, and emptied change from the side pocket. There were 2 quarters and a $1/2, and he paid them over. I have 11 cents left, he said. Hell, take that too. I don't give a damn. Maddup grinned. Sure, I'll take it. If you weren't lying when you said I could have it. It'll break me, said Danny. I know it, said Maddup. Gonna break your promise? The bus driver was honking. To hell with you, Danny said to Maddup, and gave him a dime and a penny. He looked Maddup in the eye with a strange expression. Now, I gave you that, and you didn't win it. You took it of your own free will. I offered it to you, and you took it. Right? Right, said Maddup. Sucker. He scrambled on the bus, and as it pulled away, Danny yelled, Hey, Buster! Look! Maddup looked, and Danny stuck his right arm out the window, pointing at Maddup with his right forefinger, and his little finger stuck out straight and parallel, the thumb tucked under. A strange, disturbed look came over Orley. He turned his back as the bus roared out of the drive. At the airport, Danny popped into a phone booth and got Orley on the line. Nobody seemed to care, either outsiders or guards, and he let me listen. Spent your money yet, dead man? Purred Danny. What do you mean, dead man? Gruffed Orley's voice. You crazy or something? You know that 11 cents extra you took? Gloated Danny. It's going to kill you, Buster. For killing Uncle Pete. And for everything else you've done. I know. I've been talking nights to Uncle Pete. You're a dead duck, Orley Maddup. Dead! That's... I don't believe it. It's baloney. I'm going to spend that 11 cents and get rid of it. You do exactly that, Buster. I locked the curse on it. And I made the sign on you. And you have to keep that 11 cents the rest of your life. If you spend it, or if you lose it, and you will lose it, that's the end of you. I'll come out there and pound the hell out of you, yelled Maddup. Too late, Buster. Our planes are leaving. Goodbye, dead man. We had to run for our planes. Danny's pitch sounded pretty weak to me, even though Orley was superstitious. But I didn't get to tell Danny that until nearly 5 years later. I think I got him, said Danny. You don't know the whole thing. A hotel clerk had been listening. You mean Orley Maddup, the guard? He got sick, said he had a hex on him, and took off one day, and a lot later they found him up on the mountain. He was dead. Any money on him? Asked Danny. Just some change. They buried it with him. They heard the hex was locked onto their money. Congratulations, I told Danny. I didn't think it'd work. You scared him to death. Not quite, said Danny. I scared him into hanging on to the money. That money would have killed anybody that carried it much longer than the few minutes I handled it. I've been keeping the stuff in the reactor beam tubes. It was radioactive as hell. The end of Goodbye, Dead Man by Tom W. Harris. Read by Adam Wybray.
Incorporated by L. Major Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Holes Incorporated by L. Major Reynolds. The red-headed secretary asked, Names, please. Ted Baker. Bill Stevens. To see H. Joshua Blair. We have an appointment. It's for 3:30. We called up 2 weeks ago. The secretary said, "Oh, yes, I have you on the list." She checked them off, studied them vaguely, asked, "What was it you wanted to see Mr. Blair about?" Ted Baker held out the small steel box he was carrying. "About this." "Ah, what is it?" "It's a box." "I can see that," the redhead snapped. "What is it for? What does it do?" "It's for construction work. It makes holes." The girl sighed. It was late in the day, and she didn't care much, really. She snapped an intercom button. An inquiring voice rasped at her. She said, "A Mr. Baker and a Mr. Stevens to see you." Evidently it was all right, because she snapped off the button and pointed to a door. "In there." They went in the door and faced a desk large enough to play tennis on. The man behind the desk gave him a cordial snarl. "Well, what have you got on your mind? And don't take all day to tell me." Ted extended the box. "This. We'd like to sell it to you." "What is it, a bomb?" "No, sir. It makes holes. It makes holes real quick." Blair scowled at the box. "What the hell do I want of holes?" Bill Stevens came forward with further explanation. "You see, sir, Ted and I are inventors. We make, well, things. We've been working on this invention in our basement, and it seems to be a success." "We don't quite know why it's a success," Ted said, "but it is. We'd like to demonstrate it for you." "Well, go ahead and demonstrate." Ted raised the box and aimed it horizontally at nothing in particular. He pressed a black button. There was an odd whirring noise. He took his hand off the button and lowered the box. "What are you waiting for?" Blair growled. "Nothing. That's it. I've made the hole." "Are you two crazy? What kind of a fool trick?" Ted reached down and took a pencil off the desk. "May I borrow this?" Without waiting for permission, he put the pencil carefully into the place he'd pointed the box. Half the pencil disappeared. He took his hand away. The part of the pencil still in sight didn't come with it. It stayed where it was, lying in thin air, horizontally, with no apparent support. H. Joshua Blair goggled and turned 3 shades whiter. What the hell?" "And now, if you'll try to move the pencil, the demonstration will be complete." Like a man in a trance, Blair got up from his desk and grasped the pencil. It wouldn't move. He got red in the face and threw all his weight on it. It would neither pull nor push. It stayed where it was. Finally Blair backed away from the thing. He leaned on his desk and panted. "You see," Ted said, "the hole goes into the 4th dimension. There's no other explanation. And the 4th dimension holds solider than concrete." Old Blair's head was spinning, but business instinct came quickly to his rescue. "What happens," he asked, "if something in the 3rd dimension is in the way?" "It gets out of the way," Bill said. Ted demonstrated. He trained the box on the visible remains of the pencil. It vanished. Blair said, "Well, I'll be damned." "We figure this will save you a lot of money in construction work," Bill said. "You can get along without riveters. You just have a man put holes in girders with this and push the rivets through. You also make holes for the beam ends, and your entire building will be anchored in the 4th dimension." "Do it again," Blair said. Ted made another hole and put another pencil into it. Blair grasped the pencil and applied leverage. The pencil snapped at the point it entered the next dimension, but the broken end of the far piece was not to be seen. Blair asked, "You say you two invented this gadget?" "That's right," Bill said. "We've got a workshop in my basement. We invent in the evenings after we come home from work." "What do you work at?" "I read gas meters. He's a clerk in a supermarket." "I suppose you want money for this thing?" "We'd like to sell it, yes, sir." "How much do you want for it?" "Well, we don't know. What's it worth to you?" Nothing, probably. Leave it here a few days. I'll look it over and let you know. But don't call me, I'll call you. But leave your address and phone number with my secretary." After Ted and Bill left, Blair yelled, "Get me Jake Stedman in the engineering department." He didn't bother using the intercom, but his secretary heard him anyhow. Ted and Bill went to work on an idea they had for the treatment of leather. You dipped your shoes in a solution and they lasted forever. The thing didn't work too well, however. It was full of bugs. They tried to eliminate the bugs, and once in a while they thought of H. Joshua Blair. "Don't you think it's about time he called us?" Ted asked. "Don't be so impatient. He's a big man. He owns a big company. It takes time." "He's had over a month." "Relax. We'll hear from him." Another week passed, and another, until one evening Ted came galloping into the workshop with news. "That big new addition to the City Hall? They're working on it. H. Joshua Blair Construction Company. A big sign says so." "Relax, you'll blow a tube." "Relax, hell! He's using our invention to put up the steel girders. Just like we suggested to him. Guys with boxes like ours making holes and putting in rivets." Bill stopped what he was doing. "He said he'd call us. Maybe he forgot. Maybe we better go see him." They both knocked off work the next day and got to Blair's office at 9 o'clock. The red-headed secretary said, "You'll have to make an appointment." "Appointment, hell!" Ted headed for the inner door. Bill followed him. They went into H. Joshua Blair's office to find him in conference with two vice presidents. Ted said, "Mr. Blair, we came—" "Who in the devil are you?" "You remember us. Ted Baker and Bill Stevens. We came about our invention." "What invention?" "Our hole maker. You're using it on the City Hall edition." Blair glowered. "Where'd you get the idea it was yours? Have you got any patents to show?" "Well, no, we didn't." "I did. 14 good, solid patents. You two better go peddle your groceries." "Now look, Mr. Blair." Blair raised his voice. "Throw these two bums out." 3 huskies appeared as by magic to do Blair's bidding. As Ted and Bill landed on the sidewalk, one of the vice presidents said, "Do you think that was smart, H.J.? They might cause trouble." Blair snorted. "They haven't got a prayer, a meter reader, and a grocery clerk." "We could have at least given them a few hundred." "Not on your life. Never give a sucker an even break, Jim. Give them anything at all, we acknowledge their claim. That'd be stupid." "Maybe you're right." "Of course I'm right. It's business. Now about those other bids. By gad, we can run every contractor in town out of competition. They can't touch our prices." Out on the sidewalk, Bill and Ted sat mournfully looking up at the vast steel skeleton, held together literally by their own genius. Ted said, "We got a raw deal." "Maybe we had it coming. We were pretty stupid." "Anything we can do?" "Doesn't look like it." "Maybe the leather solution will turn out." "Maybe." Bill looked wistfully up at the steel skeleton. "At even a cent a hole, we'd have done all right." "Let's go home and get to work." In the mighty and benevolent kingdom of Kaskatchewa, a minor reign of terror existed. The king, tired of complaints from his subjects, had just finished dressing down his prime minister. The prime minister was passing the abuse on to his chief scientist. "If something isn't done soon, I won't be responsible for your head, my friend. The king is in a rage." The eyes of the chief scientist watered, partly from fear and partly from nights and days spent in his laboratory beating out his brains on one idea after another. "I'm doing my best, sire." "It's not good enough. These steel girders coming out of nowhere, banging people in the head, whacking them in the stomach. Why, it isn't safe to walk through the halls of the administration building. Even the bedrooms of the executive apartments are not safe. The other night The director of propaganda had just gone to bed. I know of the incident, the chief scientist said hurriedly. Oh, you do? But you've done nothing about— I've been working hard, the scientist said patiently, and I think I have the solution. Give me another day. One day, then. After that, the Prime Minister made a significant slicing motion with his finger. The Prime Minister chewed his fingernails and watched the clock. Sleep was out of the question with the king calling up every little while yelling for action. The minister counted the hours and presented himself at the Royal Laboratories precisely 24 hours later. "Time's up," he snapped. The chief scientist was wiping his face. There were new lines around his mouth. He indicated a small steel box. "I think I've got it," he said. "Come with me." They went swiftly to the administration building. "This should be close enough. We depress this lever and hope." "Well, do it, do it." The chief scientist pushed the lever on the steel box. A whirring sound came from within. All the steel girder ends in sight, all the nasty little rivets, disappeared. The chief scientist smiled and wiped his face again. "It worked," he said. "Excellent. I'll see that you get a medal." "Thank you," the chief scientist said sadly. That was the trouble with people nowadays. They either handed you a medal or your head. Ted and Bill stared sadly at the mess around City Hall. Bill said, "It's a good thing it collapsed at night so nobody was killed, isn't it?" "You said it. I'd have felt guilty if there'd been any casualties." "What do you suppose went wrong?" "You got me. What do you think they'll do to old Blair?" "I don't know, but it looks pretty bad. They refused to let him out on bail." "Serves him right, the way he treated us." "You've got it wrong. He treated us swell. He did us a big favor. We could have been blamed for this." Bill thought it over before saying, "I guess you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way. Let's go home and get to work on that leather solution." So they did. The end. End of Holes Incorporated by L. Major Reynolds. Recording by Dolly Frank, Tallahassee, Florida.
The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. Before reading this story, prepare yourself for a jolt and a chill in capsule form. O. Henry could have been proud of it. It could well become a minor classic. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Guldran, drowning out the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before take-off. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Guldran thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half-starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans living in caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Guldran felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt, as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune! That there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of terror to another planet. And what a triumph if he, Guldran, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize! No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenceless being in the universe, a mother, burdened with a child. Guldran put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy, something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him, the woman turned her head, leaped slightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little but still running doggedly. Guldran's pulse leapt. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew too the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him, the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on earth. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Ham.
Lost in the Future by John Victor Peterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tibby Scott. Lost in the Future by John Victor Peterson. Did you ever wonder what might happen if mankind ever exceeded the speed of light? Here is a profound story based on that thought, a story which may well forecast one of the problems to be encountered in space travel. Lost in the Future by John Victor Peterson. They had discovered a new planet, but its people did not see them until after they had traveled on. Albrecht and I went down in a shuttle ship, leaving the Stellatomic orbited, pole to pole, 2,000 miles above Alpha Centauri's second planet. While we took an atmosphere-brushing approach which wouldn't burn off the shuttle's skin, we went as swiftly as we could. A week before, we had completed man's first trip through hyperspace. We were now making the first landing on an inhabited planet of another sun. All the preliminary investigations had been made via electron spectroscopes and electron telescopes from the Stellatomic. We knew the atmosphere was breathable, and were reasonably certain that the peoples of the world into whose atmosphere we were dropping were at peace. We went unarmed, just the two of us. It might not be wise to go in force. We were silent, and I know that Harry Albrecht was as perplexed as I was over the fact that our all-wave receivers failed to pick up any signs of radio communication whatsoever. We had assumed that we would pick up signals of some type as soon as we had passed down through the unfamiliar planet's ionosphere. The scattered arrangement of the towering cities appeared to call for radio communications. The hundreds of atmosphere ships flashing along a system of airways between the cities seemed to indicate the existence of electronic navigational and landing aids. But perhaps the signals were all tightly beamed. We would know when we came lower. We dropped down into the airway levels, and still our receivers failed to pick up a signal of any sort, not even a whisper of static. And strangely, our radar scopes failed to record even a blip from their atmosphere ships. "I guess it's our equipment, Harry," I said. "It just doesn't seem to function in this atmosphere." We'll have to put Edwards to work on it when we go back upstairs. We spotted an airport on the outskirts of a large city. The runways were laid out with the precision of Earth's finest. I put our ship's nose eastward on a runway and took it down fast through a lull in the atmosphere ship traffic. As we went down, I saw tiny buildings spotted on the field which surely housed electronic equipment, but our receivers remained silent. I taxied the shuttle up to an unloading ramp before the airport's terminal building, and I killed the drive. "Harry," I said, "if it weren't that their ships were so outlandishly stubby, and their buildings so outflung, we might well be on Earth." "I agree, Captain. Strange, though, that they're not mobbing us. They couldn't take this Delta Wing job for one of their ships." It was strange. I looked up at the atmosphere ramp's occupants, people who, except for their bizarre dress, might well be of Earth, and saw no curiosity in the eyes that sometimes swept across our position. "Be that as it may, Harry, we certainly should cause a stir in these pressure suits. Let's go." We walked up to a dour-looking individual at a counter at the ramp's end. Clearing my throat, I said rather inanely, "Hello?" But what does one say to an extrasolarian? I realized then that my voice seemed thunderous, that the only other sounds came from a distance, the city's noise, the atmosphere ship engines on the horizon. The Centaurian ignored us. I looked at the atmosphere ships in the clear blue sky, at the Centaurians on the ramp who appeared to be conversing, and there was no sound from those planes, no sound from the people. "It's impossible," Harry said. "The atmosphere's nearly Earth normal. It should be, well, damn it, it is as sound conductive. We're talking, aren't we?" I looked up at the Centaurians again. They were looking excitedly westward. Some turned to companions, mouths open and closed to form words we could not hear, wide eyes lowered, following something I could not see. Sick inside, I turned to Albrecht and read confirmation on his drawn, blanched face. "Captain," he said, "I suspected that we might find something like this when we first came out of hyperspace and the big sleep. The recorders showed we'd exceeded light speed in normal space-time just after the transition. Einstein theorized that time would not pass as swiftly to those approaching light speed. We could safely exceed that speed in hyperspace, but should never have done so in normal space-time. Beyond light speed, time must conversely accelerate. These people haven't seen us yet. They certainly just observed our landing. As we suspected, they probably do have speech and radio, but we can't pick up either. We're seconds ahead of them in time, and we can't pick up from the past sounds of nearby origin or nearby signals radiated at light speed. They'll see and hear us soon, but we'll never receive an answer from them. Our questions will come to them in their future, but we can never pick answers from their past." "Let's go, Harry," I said quickly. "Where?" he asked. "Where can we ever go that will be an improvement over this?" He was resigned. "Back into space," I said. "Back to circle this system at a near light speed. The computers should be able to determine how long and how slow we'll have to fly to cancel this out. If not, we are truly and forever lost." Lost in the Future by John Victor Peterson.
Made in Tanganyika by Carl Jacobi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Made in Tanganyika by Carl Jacobi. Come, enjoy a Carl Jacobi field day, backed by his vivid, irresistible imagination and his keen sense of fun. Or was it so funny for Martin Sutter? For unlike him, you'll surely be cautious the next time you turn on your TV set, especially if you notice it was made in Tanganyika. See what happens when two conchologists get caught in a necromantic nightmare of their own. On his 40th birthday, Martin Sutter decided life was too short to continue in the rut that had been his existence for more than 20 years. He withdrew his savings from the Explosion City Third Federal Bank, stopped in a display room, and informed a somewhat surprised clerk he was taking the electric runabout with the blue bonnet. The ground car, complete with extras, retailed for a tidy 3,000 credits. To accustom himself to the car's controls, Sutter chose Highway 56 for a driving lesson. He tooled the electric runabout up to the third level, purred out across state at an effortless 200, then descended via a cloverleaf to ground tier and entered a maze of subsidiary roads that led through the summer countryside. In this manner, he drove the major part of the afternoon. Travel was light, away from the elevated lanes, and he enjoyed himself. At 4 o'clock, he began to look for a convenient place to turn around. It was then that he sighted the roadside stand ahead. Above it, a freshly painted sign read, "TV sets, latest models, special wholesale prices." Sutter smiled. Who ever heard of selling television sets on a country highway? It was like selling eggs in the lobby of the Hotel International. Then it occurred to him that his own TV set had not been in good working order for more than a year. The olfactory control had jammed last week while he was watching a Sumatran tribal ceremony inland from Cerro Baja, and he had been unable to smell the backdrop frangipani blossoms. It was time he bought a new set. Sutter touched a stud, and the electric runabout coasted to a halt. As he climbed out of the car and walked across the highway toward the stand, he thought for a moment that there was something wrong with his contact lenses, or perhaps his eyes. The stand and the sign above it appeared to waver uncertainly, to become disjointed as though viewed through uneven glass. But the effect passed, and Sutter approached the stand and nodded to the individual tilted back in a chair beside it. He was a raw-boned man, with a thatch of thick black hair and small watery eyes. He was dressed, oddly enough, in a pair of tight-fitting trousers of white lawn, a flaming red tunic, and a yellow cummerbund. "Yes, sir," he said. "Can I show you something in a new TV?" "Where are they?" asked Sutter, surveying the empty stand. "Out back," replied the man. "Just a minute. I'll show you." He rose lazily from his chair and led the way around to the rear of the stand. Sutter could have sworn he'd seen an apple orchard behind the structure as he rode up, but he must have been mistaken, for now he saw a low-roofed, aluminum-walled building there, huge doors open on one side. It looked, he thought, somewhat like a hangar. 2 hours later, Sutter arrived back at his home in town. He parked the car, went around to the rear compartment, lifted out a large packing case, and carried it to his sitting room. There, with the aid of hammer and crowbar, he stripped away the protective boards and then trundled the cabinet to an unoccupied corner. It was certainly a unique TV set. A very new model, the salesman had said. The cabinet was shaped like a delta, with a cube surmounted on the pointed end of the triangle. The cube held the screen, the triangle the controls. Finished in a subdued ochre color, the set captured the light of the dying day that filtered through the bay window and gleamed with a soft radiance. Sutter looked at the control panel, and his smile of satisfaction faded somewhat. It looked a little complicated. Instead of the usual knobs, there were 5 small spoked wheels, each closely calibrated in lavender with resilient studs that seemed to be made of plush. Below this was a small dial with the legend, "Element of Probability," lettered on it. Sutter was about to switch on the set when the door buzzer sounded. He crossed the door and pulled it open. A tall, gangly man stood there. Swarthy, face partially covered by a neatly trimmed beard, he looked the conventional picture of a storybook villain. He wore a broad-brimmed hat, and an underslung pipe was clamped in his teeth. He said in a deep, booming voice, "Are you Mr. Martin Sutter?" "Yes, I am. What can I do for you?" The man said his name was Lucien Travail. He explained that he had been looking for a room, and that Mrs. Conworth, the landlady, had informed him she had no vacancies, but suggested that her roomer, Mr. Sutter, might be interested in a roommate. "Of course, I realize you don't know me, but I believe our strangeness will be offset by our mutual hobby." Sutter was silent, waiting for him to continue. "I collect shells," Travail said. For 30 years Sutter had pursued a hobby which had begun in his boyhood days during summer vacations at the seashore, the collecting of exoskeletons of mollusks and crustaceans. Long ago his assortment of cowries, spiny combs, and yellow dragon castles had outgrown their glass cabinet and overflowed into 3 carefully catalogued packing cases. To Sutter, anyone who liked shells was a person above suspicion. Thus it was that 2 days later, after a casual checking of the bearded man's references, he invited Travail to move in with him. During those 2 days, Sutter had tried unsuccessfully to put his new television set into operation, but the set refused to work. Turn the queer dials as he would, all he could get on the elliptical screen was a blur of blinding colors. On the evening of the 3rd day, Travail looked up from his newspaper, said, "It says here that the President of the Federal Union Congress is going to make a speech in New Paris. Will you tune him in?" Sutter frowned. "I would," he said, "but my set is out of order. I should call a repairman, but I'd hope to get it regulated myself." Travail laid down his pipe. "Out of order, eh?" he said. "I'm sort of handy with gadgets. Let me look at it." He walked across to the cabinet, turned it around, and stood peering at the complicated chassis. A small brass nameplate caught his eye. "Manufactured by the Tanganyika Company, Dodoma, Empire of Tanganyika, East Africa. Under the charter of the Atomic Commercial Enterprise Commission. Warning: permit only an accredited employee of this company to touch wiring." Travail snorted. "Accredited employee, my foot. I know as much about these things as they do." He went into the kitchen and returned with a screwdriver. While Sutter looked on with apprehensive eyes, he began to tinker with the wiring. Suddenly there was a dull report and a flash of flame. Travail jerked his arm back as a thin streamer of smoke and the smell of burning insulation entered the room. "You've broken it," said Sutter accusingly, but his voice died abruptly as the screen flared into light and a low hum sounded behind the panel. An instant later the light became subdued, and a streak of tawny yellow took form. The yellow slowly coalesced into a sandy stretch of beach with long rolling swells washing up on it to recede in a smother of foam. Through the amplifier came the muted roar of the breakers and the low soughing of the wind. "Well, I got something at any rate," Travail said. "I wonder what it is." Sutter stared, fascinated. The view of the beach seemed to come into sharper focus as he watched, and he saw now that it was an incredibly lonely scene, with the sea stretching away to a vanishing point and a stand of stunted spruce flanking the width of sand. But what caught his eye and held him almost in a trance was the array of objects littering the sand at the water's edge. They were shells. Not the prosaic, commonplace shells usually found on a New England shore, or even the brighter-colored, more intricately formed shells of tropic seas. These were shells he had never seen before, even in library collections, alien and soft-hued and lovely shells that caused his collector's heart to jump wildly. He saw a delicate star-shaped thing that might have been fashioned of porcelain and enameled with the brush of the Mings. He saw spiral coverings from uncatalogued cephalopods, many-chambered and many-hued. He saw shells of 1,000 shapes and designs, all incredibly beautiful. Sutter forgot everything else as he sat there staring at that collector's paradise. "I'll see if I can get something else," said Travail. "No!" Sutter said quickly. "Don't touch it!" He continued to stare hungrily at the alien shells until suddenly the scene before him grew dim, then faded completely away. Travail laughed shortly. "Somebody sold you a fluke. This set must be an off-brand. Incidentally, isn't Tanganyika a colony governed by the Federal Union Congress?" "Yes, it is," replied Sutter. "I don't understand this at all. There's no Empire of Tanganyika." Next morning after breakfast, Sutter announced that he was driving into the country to visit a friend. There was no reason why he should not have told his roommate the truth, that he was going back to look up the man who had sold him the TV set. No reason except for the odd fact that Travail had made no mention of the alien shells, and Sutter kept thinking that a shell collector would have been immediately aware of the rareness of them. Once again Sutter drove out across state and down the highway where he had seen the roadside stand. But when he reached the spot, there was no sign of the stand. The big oak tree, which had shaded it, and the rail fence on the adjoining property were there, but no stand. As Sutter stared with perplexed eyes at the spot, he saw something he had not noticed before. At the edge of the highway was a large granite boulder, with a bronze plate fastened to its slanting surface. Sutter got out of the car, approached it, and read, "This property has been preserved as a state park to commemorate the first successful trial explosion of the hydrogen bomb, which took place on this site and marked the beginning of an era." It seemed to Sutter as he stood there that the surrounding silence grew more intense. Then he passed through a wide gateway and began to stride across an evenly clipped lawn toward a grove of trees beyond. Halfway he paused and glanced absently at his watch. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon. And abruptly the scene before him slipped out of plumb. The sky and the lawn seemed to alter positions, to rotate madly as in a vortex. The whirling ceased, and the next instant Sutter stood on the shore of a lonely sea, with a tawny width of sand stretching out before him, and the waves washing up almost to his feet. Then he saw the shells. It was the beach of the alien shells. There they lay, scattered about the sand, hundreds, thousands of them, alien and delicate and lovely, exoskeletons of the like of which he had never seen before. Their pastel colors blended with one another to form a horizontal rainbow, extending into the measureless distance. And somehow, as Sutter walked among them, picking his way with care, the years of his life seemed to slip away, and he was a small boy at the seashore again, entranced with his first shell discovery. He could even hear his mother's voice calling, "Be careful, Martin. Don't go too far." He walked on, slowly, uncertainly, until the beach and the sea began to waver like a heat mirage. And suddenly the shells and the water vanished, and he was on the green grass again, with the grove of trees just ahead. He turned, saw a white highway with his car parked on the shoulder. Dazedly, Sutter walked back to the car. All next morning he ruminated over his strange experience. Toward noon, the pieces of the puzzle began to fit slowly together in his mind. But the partial answer at which he arrived seemed too fantastic for belief. Could it be possible that when he had stopped at the roadside stand he had blundered in some inexplicable way into another dimension? Sutter had a layman's knowledge of Einsteinian physics, and he knew the experiments in time were being made every day. Only last week he had read in the paper of an army officer who had reportedly time-traveled some 22 minutes. And a year ago the Belgian scientist, Delgar, seemed to have entered a secondary world which he declared impinged on our own. Assuming all this to be true, then it could be that the Tanganyika television set was a product manufactured in future time by a company that, by Sutter's time standards, didn't yet exist. The following day saw Sutter begin an experiment of which he was rather proud. Travail had said that he had tried to tune in the noon news broadcast yesterday on the TV, and had turned the set on from 12 o'clock until 5 minutes after. At a nearby appliance store, Sutter purchased a clock control, which would turn his television set on and off at any chosen time. He set the control for 2 o'clock, then managed to lure Travail out of the house for the afternoon by giving him an invitation he'd received for a lecture on marine life at a local club. Next, he drove again to the H-bomb site and stood waiting in the grass-like park, watch in hand. At precisely 2 o'clock, there came that queer staggering of earth and sky. The trees gave way to the stretch of sand, the waves, leaden-colored and cheerless, dotted with whitecaps rolled up on the lonely shore. As before, Sutter felt that same exhilaration, that same reversal to the spirit of his youth. But despite his mental excitement, he maintained an awareness of the situation and a remembrance of why he had come here. When he walked among the shells, this time he carried a large basket with him, and he picked up shells and dropped them into the basket, selecting those that were the most alien. In due time the basket was filled to overflowing, and Sutter stood still, waiting. Once more the surrounding landscape underwent its change. After the whirling had ceased and the initial feeling of vertigo had passed, Sutter carried the full basket back to the car and began the long drive home. As he drove, he mused over what Travail would say when he saw these shells. Then, on second thought, he decided not to show them to him. Travail was getting on his nerves. He had obviously lied about his interest in shells. On discussing the subject with him, Sutter found that he did not know the first thing about them. In fact, he regretted taking him in as a roommate. He was convinced that Travail's friendly good-fellowship attitude was just a pose, cloaking a so far mysterious motive. But it could be that Travail knew of the value of Sutter's shell collection. Yesterday a letter had come from the Federal Arts Museum offering 5,000 credits for the lot, and while he had made no mention of the amount, Sutter had been foolish enough to tell Travail there had been an offer. "Are you going to sell?" Travail had asked. "Certainly not. They're worth 5 times the price they offered." "Are they really?" said Travail. "That makes my own collection seem worthless by comparison." Oh, Travail could be clever, all right. Why else had he made no comment about the alien shells they both had seen on the television set, if he did know something of the value of shells? Arriving home, Sutter entered by the rear door and carried the basket of shells to his bedroom. There he took them out and one by one spread them on the table. He drew a gooseneck lamp down close and from the table drawer took out a powerful Addo magnifying glass. Then he selected one of the larger shells and began to examine it. After a while, he took a small keyhole saw, which he kept for such purposes, and very carefully began to cut the shell into 2 equal portions. Once again he moved the Addo glass and began to study one of the sections. But the lamp was not very powerful and insufficient for the tiny details. Sutter abruptly remembered the 4-position lamp in the sitting room. He took the shell and the Addo glass and went to the front room, hoping that Travail was not there. To his relief, he found the sitting room deserted. The television stood silent in a corner, and as he passed it, Sutter switched it on, then crossed to the 4-position lamp and turned it up full. For a second time he peered through the Addo glass long and intently. The bisected shell appeared to be a spinal univalve, resembling the familiar cephalopoda nautilus, with thin septa dividing the many chambers. Behind him the Tanganyika TV swelled on, the screen presenting that same scene on the beach of shells. As it did so, Sutter uttered a startled exclamation. Under the magnifying glass, the chambers in the bisected shell suddenly became more than outgrowths of marine organism. They were rooms, tessellated ceilings, microscopically mosaic inlaid floors, long sweeping staircases with graceful slender balustrades and tall, almost ionic columns. Heart-pounding, Sutter looked again. He saw that it was actually the light from the television set that was illuminating the interior of the shell, lighting it with a strange radiance that seemed to extend outward from the shell in a steadily widening cone. His hand touched this cone, and it possessed a curious solidity. He hadn't been mistaken. There were rooms in that shell. Narrow corridors with arched doorways opened off alcoves and galleries. One vaulted chamber had a kind of dais in the center of it. The entire inner structure was fashioned of pastel-tinted walls, which caught the light of the TV and radiated it to every corner in a soft glow of effulgence. A magnetic lure swept over Sutter. He felt an overwhelming desire to step into that cone of light. Whether the exoskeleton expanded to admit his entrance, or whether his own figure magically dwindled, he could not tell. But the next instant he found himself in a fairy palace, with all about him a world of silence. A long, broad hallway stretched before him. At the far end, a ramp angled upward to a higher level. Sutter walked forward slowly, aware in a vague way that he had entered another plane that was at once a microcosm and a macrocosm. On the second level, the way ahead divided. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the left-hand passage, passing through a keyhole-shaped archway into a broad amphitheater, empty of furnishings, with a kind of terrace or gallery at the far end. Emerging upon that gallery, Sutter saw that he had reached the outer limit of the shell. The edges of the wall before him were cut off, jagged and rough where his saw had done its work. He was looking out upon the normal world that was his living room. He stiffened as the door to the room opened and Lucien Travail entered. He sat down before the center table and carefully, systematically, began going through the contents of the table drawer. Startled, Sutter watched from his strange vantage point. Travail had not noticed that the television set was turned on, and the high-backed Davenport apparently hid the cone of blue light from his view. He took a sheet of paper from the drawer, began reading it. With a start, Sutter recognized his letter from the Federal Arts Museum. And as a wave of wrath swept over him, Sutter saw that the beach scene on the television set was slowly fading away. Fear and a realization of his strange position struck him. He turned and ran madly back across the amphitheater, down the ramp and along the long hallway to the point where he had entered the shell. Even as he approached it, the cone of blue light dimmed, wavered, and was replaced by a wall of partial blackness. Sutter sent his hands clawing desperately at that wall as it flickered twice and momentarily became translucent again. He forced his body between folds of palpable darkness, slid into the vanishing blue cone. Instantly he found himself in his normal world, standing in the center of the living room. Travail looked up, startled. "Hello? Where did you come from?" he said finally. Sutter said, "What are you doing in my drawer?" "I was looking for my tobacco pouch," Travail replied easily. "I'm sure I left it here on the table last night. I thought the maid might have put it in the drawer." In his bedroom, Sutter wrapped each of the alien shells in a sheet of newspaper and restored them to the basket. He placed the basket on the top shelf of the closet, concealing it with a couple of old hats. He didn't sleep well that night. His mind reviewed over and over his strange experience. Toward morning he fell into a deep sleep and dreamed a wild dream of walking down a broad highway, flanked on one side by an endless line of television sets and on the other by man-high hills of alien shells. He had his breakfast at the little coffee shop around the corner. But halfway back to his apartment he suddenly thought of Travail alone in the house with his shells. He broke into a run, and he was panting for breath when he reached his door. The basket of shells was still on the shelf, but the newspaper wrappings were loosened, and the bisected shell was entirely free of covering, and he had not left them that way last evening. Had atomic transmigration attempted to draw the shells back into the time sphere to which they really belonged? Sutter was a logical man, and even as this thought came, his mind rejected it. It must be Travail. He had taken the sample shell from the basket and even now, perhaps, was dickering with the officials of the Federal Arts Museum on a price. Sutter picked up the bisected shell and went into the sitting room. He carefully placed the shell upon the table so that the light from the television set would fall directly upon it. Then he sat down to wait. As he waited, he mentally viewed the material prospects of his discovery. If the Federal Arts Museum had offered 5,000 credits for his old collection, they would surely double their price on these rarities. He saw himself the recipient of a fat check. His name and picture in the papers, television interviews, lecture assignments, world fame. And to think that Travail had the brazen nerve to believe he could cash in on his good fortune. "Damn bearded coot," Sutter mumbled to himself. "He must take me for an utter fool." Footsteps sounded, and his bearded roommate entered the room. Was it fancy, or did Sutter see in those gray eyes a gleam of mingled avarice and satisfaction? "Have a cigar?" said Travail casually. Sutter shook his head. "You know I don't smoke." He crossed the room, adjusted the controls of the television set, and watched the familiar beach scene come into sharper focus. As the sound of the washing waves boomed from the speaker, the cone of bluish light took form before the bisected shell. Sutter moved the shell slightly, so that it lay directly right angles to the panel of the TV set. Travail, drawing on his cigar, watched him curiously. "What are you doing?" he asked at length. "Little experiment. Stand over here and I'll show you. Here, in front of this cone of light." Travail took the place indicated. His face was motionless as he looked beyond the light into the bisected shell. "Now, walk forward," commanded Sutter. "I'll do nothing of the sort," said Travail, starting to back away. "What are you up to, anyway?" Sutter had no plan in mind beyond an overwhelming desire to put a bad fright into his roommate in payment for what he considered a monstrous act of duplicity. It would serve Travail right if, once he entered the secondary phase of the shell, he would be forced to stay there a while. A good scare would cause him to leave, maybe. Sutter moved up behind the bearded man and gave him a violent shove forward. "In you go!" he cried hysterically. Travail pitched head foremost, but spinning he clutched at Sutter's arm, gripping it with the desperation of a drowning man. Half inside, half outside the cone of blue light, he seemed propelled into the depths of the bisected shell by an irresistible force. In vain did Sutter fight to release the hold upon his arm. His squirming legs fastened themselves about the legs of a heavy Windsor chair, kicked frantically. The chair spun from beneath his feet and lurched heavily across the room, where it fell hard upon the television set, shattering the glowing screen into 1,000 fragments. Simultaneously, Sutter slid forward into the bisected shell as the cone of light vanished after him. Mrs. Conworth, the landlady, reported the disappearance of her 2 roomers on August 1st, a week after she last saw them. First, however, to the disgust of the police, she cleaned their apartment, giving to the trash man all valueless and inconsequential articles, including a box of old seashells which she found in the closet. It was a curious fact that neither Sutter nor Travail possessed relatives or friends to make inquiry as to their whereabouts, and thus, without incentive, the official search died into nothing. Mrs. Conworth rather regretted the loss of her bachelor roomers, and, as she said to her neighbor across the street, she kept one memento of them, a thing that looked like a shell but wasn't a shell. She thought it must be one of those optical illusion things. "When you look at it in a certain way," said Mrs. Conworth. "It seems as if there were two tiny men inside it, fighting to get out." End of Made in Tanganyika by Carl Jacobi. Recorded by Bill Coombs in Arizona, USA.
Matter of Magnitude by Al Sevick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Matter of Magnitude by Al Sevick. When you're commanding a spaceship over a mile long and armed to the teeth, you don't exactly expect to be told to get the hell out. The ship, for reasons that had to do with the politics of appropriations, was named Senator Joseph L. Holloway, but the press and the public called her Big Joe. Her captain, six-star Admiral Heselton, thought of her as Great Big Joe, and never fully got over being awestruck at the size of his command. "She's a mighty big ship, Rogers," he said proudly to the navigator, ignoring the latter's rather vacant stare and fixed smile. "More than a mile long and wider than hell." He waved his hands expansively. "She's never touched down on Earth, you know. Never will. Too big for that. They built her on the moon. The cost, well—" Swiveling his chair around, Hazelton slowly surveyed the ship's control room with a small, satisfied smile. The two pilots, sitting far forward, almost hidden by their banks of instruments, the radar operators idly watching their scopes, the three flight engineers sitting intently at their enormous control consoles, and, just behind, the radio shack, its door closed undoubtedly hiding a game of cards. For weeks now, as Big Joe moved across the galaxy's uncharted fringe, the radio bands had been completely dead, except, of course, for the usual star static, hissing and burbling in the background. Turning back again to his navigator, Heselton smiled modestly and noted that Big Joe was undisputedly the largest, most powerful, most feared, and most effective spaceship in the known universe. As always, Rogers nodded agreement. The fact that he'd heard it 100 times didn't make it any less true. Big Joe, armed with every known weapon known to Terran technology, was literally the battleship to end all battleships. Ending battleships and battles was in fact her job, and she did it well. For the first time, the galaxy was at peace. With a relaxed sigh, Heselton leaned back to gaze at the stars and contemplate the vastness of the universe, compared to which even Big Joe was an insignificant dot. "Well," said Rogers, "time for another course check. He jumped back, barely avoiding the worried lieutenant, who exploded upon them from the radio shack. "A signal, sir! Damn close on the VHF band. Their transmission is completely overriding the background noise." He waved excitedly to someone in the radio shack, and an overheard speaker came to life, emitting a distinct clacking, grunting sound. "It's audio of some sort, sir, but there's a lot more to the signal than that." In one motion, Heselton's chair snapped forward, his right fist hit the red emergency alert button on his desk, and his left snapped on the ship's intercom. Lights dimmed momentarily as powerful emergency drive units snapped into action, and the ship echoed with the sound of 2,000 men running to battle stations. "Bridge to radar, report." "Radar to bridge, all clear." Heselton stared incredulously at the intercom. "What?" "Radar to bridge, repeating, all clear, Admiral. We've got 2 men on every scope. There's nothing anywhere." A new voice cut in on the speaker. "Radio track to bridge." Frowning, Heselton answered. "Bridge, come in, radio track. We're listening." "Sir," the crisp voice of the radio track section's commander had an excited tinge. "Sir, Doppler calculations show that the source of those signals is slowing down somewhere to our right. It's acting like a spaceship, sir, that's coming to a halt." The Admiral locked eyes with Rogers for a second, then shrugged. "Slow the ship and circle right. Radio track, can you keep me posted on the object's position?" "No can do, sir. Doppler effect can't be used on a slow moving source. It's still off to our right, but that's the best I can say." "Sir," another voice chimed in, "this is fire control. We've got our directional antennas on the thing. It's either directly right or directly left of the ship, matching speed with us exactly." "Either to our right or left? That's the best we can do, sir, without radar help." "Admiral, sir," the lieutenant who had first reported the signal came running back. "Judging from the frequency and strength, we think it's probably less than 100 miles away." "Less than 100? Of course, we can't be positive, sir." Hazelton whirled back to the intercom. "Radar! That thing is practically on our necks. What the hell's the matter with that equipment?" The radar commander's voice showed distinct signs of strain. "Can't help it, Admiral. The equipment is working perfectly. We've tried the complete range of frequencies. 25 different sets are in operation. We're going blind looking. There is absolutely nothing. Nothing at all." For a moment the bridge was silent, except for the clacking grunting from the overhead speaker, which, if anything, sounded louder than before. "It's TV, sir." The radio lieutenant came running in again. "We've unscrambled the image. Here." The communication screen on Heselton's desk glowed for a moment, then flashed into life. The figure was clearly alien, though startlingly humanoid, at least from the waist up, which was all that showed in the screen. A large mouth and slightly bulging eyes gave it a somewhat jovial, frog-like demeanor. Seated at a desk similar to Heselton's, wearing a gaudy uniform profusely strewn with a variety of insignia, it was obviously Heselton's counterpart, the commander of an alien vessel. Looks like we've contacted a new race. Let's return the call, Lieutenant." A tiny red light glowed beneath a miniature camera on Heselton's desk, and almost at once the alien's face registered obvious satisfaction. It waved a six-fingered hand in an unorthodox but friendly greeting. Hazelton waved back. The alien then pointed to his mouth, made several clacking, grunting sounds, and moved a hand on his desk. The scene switched to another alien standing in front of what looked like a blackboard, with a piece of chalk in his hand. The meaning was clear. "Lieutenant, have this transmission switched to the linguistics section. Maybe those guys can work some sort of language." The screen blanked out. Heselton leaned back, tense, obviously worried. Hesitantly, he reached out and touched a button on the intercom. "Astronomy. Professor, there's a ship right next door, somewhere, that should stand out like King Kong in a kindergarten." "I know, Admiral. I've been listening to the intercom. Our optical equipment isn't designed for close range work, but we've been doing the best we can. Tried everything from infrared through ultraviolet. If there is a ship out there, I'm afraid it's invisible." Beads of sweat sprinkled Heselton's forehead. "This is bad, Rogers. Mighty bad." Nervously, he walked across to the right of the bridge and stood, hands clasped behind his back, staring blankly out at blackness and the scattered stars. "I know there is a ship out there, and I know that a ship simply can't be invisible, not to radar and optics." "What makes you think there is only one, sir?" Heselton cracked his fists together. "My God, Rogers, you're right. There might be." The intercom clacked. "This is fire control again, sir. I think we've got something on the radiation detectors." "Good work. What did you find?" "Slight radioactivity, typical of interstellar drive mechanisms, somewhere off to our right. Can't tell exactly where, though." "How far away is it?" "I don't know, sir." Heselton's hands dropped to his sides. "Thanks," he said, "for the help." His desk TV flashed into life with a picture of the smiling alien commander. "This is the linguistics section, Admiral. The aliens understand a fairly common galactic symbology. I believe we can translate simple messages for you now." "Ask him where the hell he is," Hazelton snapped without thinking, then instantly regretted it as the alien's face showed unmistakable surprise. The alien's smile grew into an almost unbelievable grin. He turned sideways to speak to someone out of sight of the camera and suddenly burst into a series of roaring cackles. "He's laughing, sir," the translator commented unnecessarily. The joke was strictly with the aliens. Heselton's face whitened in quick realization. "Rogers, they didn't know that we can't see them. Look, sir." The navigator pointed to the TV screen, and a brilliantly clear image of Big Joe shimmering against the galaxy lit by millions of stars. Every missile port, even the military numerals along her nose, were clearly visible. "They're rubbing it in, Rogers, showing us what we look like to them." Heselton's face was chalk. They could blast Big Joe apart, piece by piece, the most powerful ship in the galaxy. "Maybe," said Rogers, "the second most powerful." Without answering, Heselton turned and looked out again at empty space and millions of steady, unwinking stars. His mind formed an image of a huge, ethereal spaceship, missile ports open, weapons aimed directly at Big Joe. The speaker interrupted his nightmare. "This is fire control, Admiral. With your permission, I'll scatter a few C-bombs." Heselton leapt for the microphone. "Are you out of your mind? We haven't the slightest idea of the forces that guy has. We might be in the center of a whole bloomin' fleet. Ever think of that?" The alien's face, still smirking, appeared again on the screen. "He says," said the interpreter, "that he finds the presence of our armed ship very annoying." Heselton knew what he had to do. "Tell him," he said, swallowing hard, "that we apologize. This part of the galaxy is strange to us." "He says he is contemplating blasting us out of the sky." Heselton said nothing, but he longed to reach out and throttle the grinning alien face. "However," the interpreter continued, "he will let us go safely if we leave immediately. He says to send an unarmed diplomatic vessel next time, and maybe his people will talk to us." "Thank him for his kindness." Heselton's jaws clenched so tightly they ached. "He says," said the interpreter, "to get the hell out." The grinning face snapped off the screen, but the cackling laughter continued to reverberate in the control room until the Radio Shack finally turned off the receiver. "Reverse course," the admiral ordered quietly. "Maximum drive." 1,000 missile launchers, designed to disintegrate solar systems, were deactivated. Hundreds of gyros swung the mile-long ship end for end and stabilized her on a reverse course. Drive units big enough to power several major cities whined into operation. Anti-grav generators with the strength that shift small planets counterbalanced the external acceleration, and the ship moved away with a speed approaching that of light. "Well," muttered Hazelton, "that's the very first time Big Joe has had to retreat." As if it were his own personal failure, he walked slowly across the control room and down the corridor towards his cabin. "Admiral!" Lost in thought, Hazelton barely heard the call. "Admiral, look!" Pausing at the door to his cabin, Heselton turned to face the ship's chief astronomer running up waving two large photographs. "Look, sir," the professor gasped for breath. "We thought this was a spot on the negative, but one of the men got curious and enlarged it about 100 times." He held up one of the photos. It showed a small, fuzzy, but unmistakable spaceship. No wonder we couldn't spot it with our instruments. Heselton snatched it out of his hand. "I see what you mean. This ship must have been thousands of miles." The professor shook his head. "No, sir. As a matter of fact, it was quite close by." "But—" "We figure that the total length of the alien ship was roughly 1.5 inches." End of A Matter of Magnitude by Al Sevick.
Planet of Dread by R.F. Starzl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Douglas Nelson. The Planet of Dread. There was no use hiding from the truth. Somebody had blundered, a fatal blunder, and they were going to pay for it. Mark Forepaugh kicked the pile of hydrogen cylinders. Only a moment ago he had broken the seals, the mendacious seals that certified to the world that the flasks were fully charged, and the flasks were empty. The supply of this precious power gas, which in an emergency should have been sufficient for 6 years, simply did not exist. He walked over to the integrating machine, which as early as the year 2031 had begun to replace the older atomic processes, due to the shortage of the radium series metals. It was bulky and heavy compared to the atomic disintegrators, but it was much more economical and very dependable. Dependable, provided some thick-headed stock clerk at a terrestrial supply station did not check in empty hydrogen cylinders instead of full ones. Forepaugh's unwanted curses brought a smile to the stupid, good-natured face of his servant Gunga, who had been banished for life from his native Mars for his impiety in closing his single round eye during the sacred ceremony of the wells. The Earthman was at this steaming hot, unhealthful trading station under the very shadow of the south pole of the minor planet Inra for an entirely different reason. One of the most popular of his set on the Earth, an athletic hero, he had fallen in love, and the devoutly wished-for marriage was only prevented by lack of funds. The opportunity to take charge of this richly paid, though dangerous outpost of civilization had been no sooner offered than taken. In another week or two, the relief ship was due to take him and his valuable collection of exotic Iranian orchids back to the Earth, back to a fat bonus, constants, and an assured future. It was a different young man who now stood tragically before the useless power plant. His slim body was bowed, and his clean features were drawn. Grimly, he raked the cooling dust that had been forced in the integrating chamber by the electronic rearrangement of the original hydrogen atoms, finely powdered iron and silicon, the ashes of the last tank of hydrogen. Gunga chuckled. "What's the matter?" Forepaugh barked. "Going crazy already?" Me haw, me thinkin'," Gunga rumbled. "Haw, we got, plenty hydrogen." He pointed to the low metal roof of the trading station. Though it was well insulated against sound, the place continually vibrated to the low murmur of the Iranian rains that fell interminably through the perpetual polar day. It was a rain such as is never seen on Earth, even in the tropics. It came in drops as large as a man's fist. It came in streams. It came in large, shattering masses that broke before they fell and filled the air with spray. There was little wind, but the steady green downpour of water and the brilliant continuous flashing of lightning shamed the dull soggy twilight produced by the large, hot, but hidden sun. "Your idea of a joke," Forepaugh growled in disgust. He understood what Gunga's grim pleasantly referred to. There was, indeed, an incalculable quantity of hydrogen at hand. If some means could be found to separate the hydrogen atoms from the oxygen in the world of water around them, they would not lack for fuel. He thought of electrolysis, and relaxed with a sigh. There was no power. The generators were dead. The air dryer and cooler had ceased its rhythmic pulsing nearly an hour ago. Their lights were gone, and the automatic radio utterly useless. "This is what comes of putting all your eggs in one basket," he thought, and let his mind dwell vindictively on the engineers who had designed the equipment on which his life depended. An exclamation from Gunga startled him. The Martian was pointing to the ventilator opening, the only part of this strange building that was not hermetically sealed against the hostile life of Inra. A dark rim had appeared at its margin, a loathsome black-green rim that was moving, spreading out. It crept over the metal walls like the low-lying smoke of a fire, yet it was a solid. From it emanated a strong miasmatic odor. "The giant mold!" Forepaugh cried. He rushed to his desk and took out his flash pistol, quickly set the localizer so as to cover a large area. When he turned he saw, to his horror, Gunga about to smash into the mold with his axe. He sent the man spinning with a blow to his ear. "Want to scatter it and start it growing in a half-dozen places?" he snapped. "Here!" He pulled the trigger. There was a light, spiteful ping, and for an instant a cone of white light stood out in the dim room like a solid thing. Then it was gone, and with it was gone the black mold, leaving a circular area of blistered paint on the wall and an acrid odor in the air. Forepaugh leaped to the ventilating louver and closed it tightly. "It's going to be like this from now on," he remarked to the shaken Gunga. "All these things that wouldn't bother us as long as the machinery kept the building dry and cool. They couldn't live in here. But it's getting damp and hot. Look at the moisture condensing on the ceiling." Gunga gave a guttural cry of despair. "It knows, boss. Look!" Through one of the round, heavily framed ports it could be seen, the lower part of its large, shapeless body half floating in the lashing water that covered their rocky shelf to a depth of several feet, the other part spectral and gray. It was a giant amoeba, fully 6 feet in diameter and in its present spheroid form, but capable of assuming any shape that would be useful. It had an envelope of tough, transparent matter, and was filled with a fluid that was now cloudy and then clear. Near the center there was a mass of darker matter, and this was undoubtedly the seat of its intelligence. The Earthman recoiled in horror. A single cell with a brain! It was unthinkable. It was a biological nightmare. Never before had he seen one, had, in fact, dismissed the stories of the Iranian natives as a bit of primitive superstition, had laughed at these gentle, stupid amphibians with whom he traded, when they, in their imperfect language, tried to tell him of it. They had called it the Ulul. Well, let it be so. It was an amoeba, and it was watching him. It floated in the downpour and watched him. With what? It had no eyes. No matter, it was watching him. And then it suddenly flowed outward until it became a disk rocking on the waves. Again its fluid form changed, and by a series of elongations and contractions it flowed through the water at an incredible speed. It came straight for the window, struck the thick, unbreakable glass with a shock that could be felt by the men inside. It flowed over the glass and over the building. It was trying to eat them, building and all. The part of its body over the port became so thin that it was almost invisible. At last, its absolute limit reached, it dropped away baffled, vanishing amid the glare of the lightning and the frothing waters like the shadows of a nightmare. The heat was intolerable and the air was bad. "Oh, we have to open ventilator, boss," gasped the Martian. Forepaugh nodded grimly. It wouldn't do to smother either. Though to open the ventilator would be to invite another invasion by the black mold, not to mention the amoebae and other fabulous monsters that had up to now been kept at a safe distance by the repeller zone, a simple adaptation of a very old discovery. A zone of mechanical vibrations, of a frequency of 500,000 cycles per second, was created by a large quartz crystal in the water, which was electrically operated. Without power, the protective zone had vanished. "We watch?" asked Gunga. "You bet we watch, every minute of the day and night." He examined the 2 chronometers, assuring himself that they were well wound, and congratulated himself that they were not dependent on the defunct power plant for energy. They were his only means of measuring the passage of time. The sun, which theoretically would seem to travel round and round the horizon, had rarely succeeded in making its exact location known, but appeared to shift strangely from side to side at the whim of the fog and water. "The fellas," Gunga remarked, coming out of a study, "why not come?" He referred to the Iranians. "Probably know something's wrong. They can tell the quartz oscillator is stopped. Afraid of the lull, I suppose." "Square," demurred the Martian. "Lull not bother fellows." "You mean it doesn't follow them into the underbrush. But it would find tough going there. Not enough water. Trees there, 400 feet high, with thorny roots and rough bark. They wouldn't like that. Oh no, these natives ought to be pretty snug in their dens. Why, they're as hard to catch as a muskrat. Don't know what a muskrat is, huh? Well, it's the same as the Iranians, only different, and not so ugly." For the next 6 days they existed in their straitened quarters, one guarding while the other slept. But such alarms as they experienced were of a minor nature, easily disposed of by their flash pistol. It had not been intended for continuous service, and under the frequent drains it showed an alarming loss of power. Forepaugh repeatedly warned Gunga to be more sparing in its use, but that worthy persisted in his practice of using it against every trifling invasion of the poisonous Iranian cave moss that threatened them, or the warm, soggy water spiders that hopefully explored the ventilator shaft in search of living food. "Bash him with a broom or something. Never mind if it isn't nice. Save our flash gun for something bigger." Gunga only looked distressed. On the 7th day their position became untenable. Some kind of sea creature, hidden under the ever-replenished storm waters, had found the concrete emplacements of their trading post to its liking. Just how it was done was never learned. It is doubtful that the creatures could gnaw away the solid stone. More likely, the process was chemical, but nonetheless it was effective. The foundations crumbled, the metal shell subsided, rolled half over so that silty water leaked in through the straining seams, and threatened at any moment to be buffeted and urged away on the surface of the flood toward that distant vast sea which covers 9/10 of the area of Inra. "Time to mush for the mountains," Forepaugh decided. Gunga grinned. The Mountains of Perdition were, to his point of view, the only part of Inra even remotely inhabitable. They were sometimes fairly cool, and though perpetually pelted with rain, blazing with lightning and reverberating with thunder, they had caves that were fairly dry and too cool for the black mold. Sometimes, under favorable circumstances, on their rugged peaks one could get the full benefit of the enormous hot sun for whose actinic rays the Martian-starved system yearned. "Better pack a few cans of the food tablets," the white man ordered. "Take a couple of waterproof sleeping bags for us and a few hundred fire pellets. You can have the flash pistol. It may have a few more charges in it." Forepaugh broke the glass case marked "Emergency Only" and removed 2 more flash pistols. Well, he knew that he would need them after passing beyond the trading area, perhaps sooner. His eyes fell on his personal chest, and he opened it for a brief examination. None of the contents seemed of any value, and he was about to pass when he dragged out a long, heavy, .45 caliber six-shooter in a holster, and a cartridge belt filled with shells. The Martian stared. "Know what it is?" his master asked, handing him the weapon. Gunga not know. He took it and examined it curiously. It was a fine museum piece in an excellent state of preservation, the metal overlaid with the patina of age, but free from rust and corrosion. "It's a weapon of the ancients," Forepaugh explained. "It was a sort of family heirloom and is over 300 years old. One of my grandfathers used it in the famous Northwest Mounted Police. Wonder if it'll shoot." He leveled the weapon at a flat, sightless wriggler that came squirming through a seam, squinting unaccustomed eyes along the barrel. There was a violent explosion, and the wriggler disappeared in a smear of dirty green. Gunga nearly fell over backward in fright, and even Forepaugh was shaken. He was surprised that the ancient cartridge had exploded at all. though he knew powder-making had reached a high level of perfection before explosive chemical weapons had yielded to the newer, lighter, and infinitely more powerful ray weapons. The gun would impede their progress. It would be of very little use against the giant carnivora of Inra. Yet something, perhaps a sentimental attachment, perhaps what his ancestors would have called a hunch, compelled him to strap it around his waist. He carefully packed a few essentials in his knapsack, together with one chronometer and a tiny gyroscopic compass. So equipped, they could travel with a fair degree of precision toward the mountains some 100 miles on the other side of a steaming forest, a crawl with feral life and hot with bloodlust. Man and master descended into the warm waters, and without a backward glance left the trading post to its fate. There was not even any use in leaving a note. Their relief ship, soon due, would never find the station without radio direction. The current was strong, but the water gradually became shallower as they ascended the sloping rock. After half an hour they saw ahead of them the loom of the forest, and with some trepidation they entered the gloom cast by the towering, fern-like trees, whose tops disappeared in murky fog. Tangled vines impeded their progress. Quagmires lay in wait for them, and tough weeds tripped them, sometimes throwing one or another into the mud among squirming small reptiles that lashed at them with spiked, poisonous feet and then fell to pieces, each piece to lie in the bubbling ooze until it grew again into a whole animal. Several times they almost walked under the bodies of great spheroid creatures with massive short legs, whose tremendously long sinuous necks disappeared in the leaky murk above, swaying gently like long-stalked lilies in a terrestrial pond. These were Azarnaks, mild-tempered vegetarians whose only defense lay in their thick, blubbery hides. Filled with parasites, stinking and rancid, their decaying covering of fat effectively concealed the tender flesh underneath, protecting them from fangs and rending claws. Deeper in the forest, the battering of the rain was mitigated. Giant neo-palm leaves formed a roof that shut out not only most of the weak daylight, but also the fury of the downpour. The water collected in cataracts, ran down the boles of the trees, and roared through the semicircular canals of the snake trees, so named by early explorers for their waving, rubbery tentacles, multiplied a millionfold, that performed the duties of leaves. Water gurgled and chuckled everywhere, spread in vast dim ponds and lakes, writhing with tormented roots, upheaved by unseen, uncatalogued leviathans, rippled by translucent disks of loathsome, luminescent jelly that quivered from place to place in pursuit of microscopic prey. Yet the impression was one of calm and quiet, and the waifs from other worlds felt a surcease of nervous tension. Unconsciously they relaxed. Taking their bearings, they changed their course slightly for the nesting place of the nearest tribe of Iranians, where they hoped to get food and at least partial shelter. For their food tablets had mysteriously turned to an unpleasant viscous liquid, and their sleeping bags were alive with giant bacteria easily visible to the eye. They were doomed to disappointment. After nearly 12 hours of desperate struggling through the morass, through gloomy aisles and countless narrow escapes from prowling beasts of prey in which only the speed and tremendous power of their flash pistols saved them from instant death, they reached a rocky outcropping which led to the comparatively dry rise of land on which a tribe of Iranians made its home. Their faces were covered with welts made by the hanging filaments of blood-sucking trees as fine as spider webs, and their senses reeled with the oppressive stench of the abysmal jungle. If the pampered ladies of the inner planets only knew where their $1,000 orchids sprang from. Converging runways showed the opening of one of the underground dens, almost hidden from view by a bewildering maze of roots, rendered more formidable by long, sharp stakes made from the iron-hard thigh bones of the flying cabo. Forepaugh cupped his hands over his mouth and gave the call. Auf, 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 auf! He repeated it over and over, the jungle giving back his voice in a muffled echo, while Gunga held a spare flash pistol and kept a sharp lookout for a carnivore intent on getting an unwary Iranian. There was no answer. These timid creatures, who are often rated the most intelligent life native to primitive Inra, had sensed disaster and had fled. Forepaw and Gunga slept in one of the foul, poorly ventilated dens, ate of the hard, woody tubers that had not been worth taking along, and wished they had a certain stock clerk at that place at that time. They were awakened out of deep slumber by the threshing of an evil-looking creature, which had become entangled among the sharpened spikes. Its tremendous maw, splitting it almost in half, was opened in roars of pain that showed great yellow fangs 8 inches in length. Its heavy flippers battered the stout roots and lacerated themselves in the beast's insensate rage. It was quickly dispatched with a flash pistol, and Gunga cooked himself some of the meat using a fire pellet. But despite his hunger, Forepaw did not dare eat any of it, knowing that this species, strange to him, might easily be one of the many on Inra that are poisonous to terrestrials. They resumed their march toward the distant invisible mountains, and were fortunate in finding somewhat better footing than they had on their previous march. They covered about 25 miles on that day, without untoward incident. Their ray pistols gave them an insuperable advantage over the largest and most ferocious beasts they could expect to meet, so that they became more and more confident, despite the knowledge that they were rapidly using up the energy stored in their weapons. The first one had long ago been discarded, and the charge indicators of the other 2 were approaching 0 at a disquieting rate. Forepaw took them both, and from that time on he was careful never to waste a discharge except in case of a direct and unavoidable attack. This often entailed long waits or stealthy detours through sucking mud, and came near to ending both their lives. The Earthman was in the lead when it happened. Seeking an uncertain footing through a tangle of low-growing, thick, ghastly white vegetation, he placed a foot on what seemed to be a broad, flat rock, projecting slightly above the ooze. Instantly there was a violent upheaval of mud. The seeming rock flew up like a trapdoor, disclosing a cavernous mouth some 7 feet across, and a thick triangular tentacle flew up from its concealment in the mud in a vicious arc. Forepaw leaped back barely in time to escape being swept in and engulfed. The end of the tentacle struck him a heavy blow on the chest, throwing him back with such force as to bowl Gunga over, and whirling the pistols out of his hands into a slimy, bulbous growth nearby, where they stuck in the phosphorescent cavities the force of their impact had made. There was no time to recover the weapons. With a bellow of rage, the beast was out of its bed and rushing at them. Nothing stayed its progress. Tough, heavily scaled trees, thicker than a man's body, shuddered and fell as its bulk brushed by them. But it was momentarily confused, and its first rush carried it past its dodging quarry. This momentary respite saved their lives. Rearing its plumed head to awesome heights, its knobby bark running with brown rivulets of water, a giant tree, even for the world of giants, offered refuge. The men scrambled up the rough trunk easily, finding plenty of hand and footholds. They came to rest on one of the shelf-like circumvoluting rings, some 25 feet above the ground. Soon the blunt brown tentacles slithered in search of them, but failed to reach their refuge by inches. And now began the most terrible siege that interlopers in that primitive world can endure. From that cavernous, distended throat came a tremendous, world-shaking noise. Hoom, 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 hoom. Forepaw put his hand to his head. It made him dizzy. He had not believed that such noise could be. He knew that no creature could long live amidst it. He tore strips from his shredded clothing and stuffed his ears, but felt no relief. Whom, 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 whom. It throbbed in his brain. Gunga lay asprawl, staring with fascinated eye into the pulsating scarlet gullet that was blasting the world with sound. Slowly, slowly, he was slipping. His master hauled him back. The Martian grinned at him stupidly, slid again to the edge. Once more, Forepaugh pulled him back. The Martian seemed to acquiesce. His single eye closed to a mere slit. He moved to a position between Forepaugh and the tree trunk, braced his feet. "No, you don't." The Earthman laughed uproariously. The din was making him light-headed. It was so funny. Just in time, he had caught that cunning expression and prepared for the outlashing of feet designed to plunge him into the red cavern below and to stop that hellish racket. And now... He swung his fist heavily, slamming the Martian against the tree. The red eye closed wearily. He was unconscious and lucky. Hungrily, the Earthman stared at his distant flash pistols, plainly visible in the luminescence of their fungus bedding. He began a slow, cautious creep along the top of a vine some 8 inches thick. If he could reach them... Crash! He was almost knocked to the ground by the thud of a frantic tentacle against the vine. His movement had been seen. Again the tentacle struck with crushing force. The great vine swayed. He managed to reach the shelf again in the very nick of time. Whom, 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 whom. A bolt of lightning struck a giant fern some distance away. The crash of thunder was hardly noticeable. Forepaugh wondered if his tree would be struck. Perhaps it might even start a fire, giving him a flaming brand with which to torment his tormentor. Vain hope. The wood was saturated with moisture. Even the fire pellets could not make it burn. Whom, 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 whom. The six-shooter. He had forgotten it. He jerked it from its holster and pointed it at the red throat, emptied all the chambers. He saw the flash of yellow flame, felt the recoil, but the sound of the discharges was drowned in the Brobdingnagian tumult. He drew back his arm to throw the useless toy from him, but again that unexplainable, senseless hunch restrained him. He reloaded the gun and returned it to its holster. Whom, 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 whom. A thought had been struggling to reach his consciousness against the pressure of the unbearable noise. The fire pellets. Couldn't they be used in some way? The small chemical spheres, no larger than the end of his little finger, had long ago supplanted actual fire along the frontiers, where electricity was not available for cooking. In contact with moisture, they emitted terrific heat, a radiant heat which penetrated meat, bone, and even metal. One such pellet would cook a meal in 10 minutes, with no sign of scorching or burning, and they had several hundred in one of the standard moisture-proof containers. As fast as his fingers could work the trigger of the dispenser, Forepaugh dropped the potent little pellets down the bellowing throat. He managed to release about 30 before the bellowing stopped. A veritable tornado of energy broke loose at the foot of the tree. The giant maw was closed, and the shocking silence was broken only by the thrashing of a giant body in its death agonies. The radiant heat, penetrating through and through the beast's body, withered nearby vegetation, and could be easily felt on the perch up the tree. Gunga was slowly recovering. His iron constitution helped him to rally from the powerful blow he had received, and by the time the jungle was still, he was sitting up mumbling apologies. "Never mind," said his master. "Shin down there and cut us off a good helping of roast tongue, if it has a tongue, before something else comes along and beats us out of a feast." "Him poison, maybe," Gunga demurred. They had killed a specimen new to zoologists. Might as well die of poison as starvation, Forepaugh countered. Without more ado, the Martian descended, cut out some large, juicy chunks as his fancy dictated, and brought his loot back up the tree. The meat was delicious and apparently wholesome. They gorged themselves and threw away what they could not eat, for food spoils very quickly in the Iranian jungles, and uneaten meat would only serve to attract hordes of the gauzy-winged, glutinous Iranian swamp flies. As they sank into slumber, they could hear the beginning of a bedlam of snarling and fighting, as the lesser carnivora fed on the body of the fallen giant. When they awoke, the chronometer recorded the passing of 12 hours, and they had to tear a network of strong fibers, with which the tree had invested them preparatory to absorbing their bodies as food. For so keen is the competition for life on Inra that practically all vegetation is capable of absorbing animal food directly. Many an Iranian explorer can tell tales of narrow escapes from some of the more specialized flesh-eating plants, but they are now so well known that they are easily avoided. A clean-picked framework of crushed and broken giant bones was all that was left of the late bellowing monster. 6-legged water dogs were polishing them hopefully, or delving into them with their long sinuous snouts for the marrow. The Earthman fired a few shots with his six-shooter, and they scattered, dragging the bodies of their fallen companions to a safe distance to be eaten. Only one of the flash pistols was in working order. The other had been trampled by heavy hoofs and was useless. A heavy handicap under which to traverse 50 miles of abysmal jungle. They started with nothing for breakfast except water, of which they had plenty. Fortunately, the outcroppings of rocks and gravel washes were becoming more and more frequent, and they were able to travel at much better speed. As they left the low-lying jungle they entered a zone which was faintly reminiscent of a terrestrial jungle. It was still hot, soggy, and fetid, but gradually the most primitive aspects of the scene were modified. The overarching trees were less closely packed, and they came across occasional rock clearings which were bare of vegetation except for a dense carpet of brown, lichen-like vegetation that secreted an astonishing amount of juice. They slipped and sloshed through this, rousing swarms of odd, toothed birds, which darted angrily around their heads and slashed at them with the razor-sharp saw edges on the back of their legs. Annoying as they were, they could be kept away with branches torn from trees, and their presence connoted an absence of the deadly jungle flesh-eaters, permitting a temporary relaxation of vigilance and saving the resources of the last flash gun. They camped that night on the edge of one of these rock clearings. For the first time in weeks it had stopped raining, although the sun was still obscured. Dimly on the horizon could be seen the first of the foothills. Here they gathered some of the giant oblong fungus that early explorers had taken for blocks of porous stone because of their size and weight, and by dint of the plentiful application of fire pellets managed to set it ablaze. The heat added nothing to their comfort, but it dried them out and allowed them to sleep unmolested. An unwary winged eel served as their breakfast, and soon they were on their way to those beckoning hills. It had started to rain again, but the worst part of their journey was over. If they could reach the top of one of the mountains, there was a good chance that they would be seen and rescued by their relief ship, provided they did not starve first. The flyer would use the mountains as a base from which to search for the trading station, and it was conceivable that the skipper might actually have anticipated their desperate adventure and would look for them in the Mountains of Perdition. They had crossed several ranges of the foothills, and were beginning to congratulate themselves, when the diffused light from above was suddenly blotted out. It was raining again, and above the echo-augmented thunder they heard a shrill screeching. "A web serpent!" Gunga cried, throwing himself flat on the ground. Forepaugh eased into a rock cleft at his side, just in time. A great grotesque head bore down upon him, many-fanged as a medieval dragon. Between obsidian eyes was a fissure whence emanated a wailing and foul odor. Hundreds of short, clawed legs slithered on the rocks under a long, sinuous body. Then it seemed to leap into the air again. Webs grew taut between the legs, strumming as they caught a strong uphill wind. Again it turned to the attack and missed them. This time Forepaugh was ready for it. He shot at it with his flash pistol. Nothing happened. The fog made accurate shooting impossible, and the gun lacked its former power. The web serpent continued to course back and forth over their heads. "Guess we'd better run for it," Forepaugh murmured. "Go ahead." They cautiously left their places of concealment. Instantly the serpent was down again, persistent if inaccurate. It struck the place of their first concealment and missed them. "Run!" They extended their weary muscles to the utmost, but it was soon apparent that they could not escape long. A rock wall in their path saved them. "Hole!" the Martian gasped. Forepaugh followed him into the rocky cleft. There was a strong draught of dry air, and it would have been next to impossible to hold the Martian back. So Forepaugh allowed him to lead on toward the source of the draught. As long as it led into the mountains, he didn't care. The natural passageway was untenanted. Evidently its coolness and dryness made it untenable for most of Inra's humidity and heat-loving life. Yet the floor was so smooth that it must have been artificially leveled. Faint illumination was provided by the rocks themselves. They appeared to be covered by some microscopic phosphorescent vegetation. After hundreds of twists and turns and interminable straight galleries, the cleft turned more sharply upward, and they had a period of stiff climbing. They must have gone several miles and climbed at least 20,000 feet. The air became noticeably thin, which only exhilarated Gunga, but slowed the Earthman down. But at last they came to the end of the cleft. They could go no further, but above them, at least 500 feet higher, they saw a round patch of sky, miraculously bright blue sky. "A pipe!" Forepaugh cried. He had often heard of these mysterious, almost fabulous structures sometimes reported by passing travelers. Straight and true, smooth as glass and apparently immune to the elements, they had been occasionally seen standing on the very tops of the highest mountains, seen for a few moments only before they were hidden again by the clouds. Were they observatories of some ancient race, placed thus to pierce the mysteries of outer space? They would find out. The inside of the pipe had zigzagging rings of metal, conveniently spaced for easy climbing. With Gunga leading, they soon reached the top, but not quite. "Eh?" said Forepaugh. "Huh?" said Gunga. There had not been a sound, but a distinct, definite command had registered on their minds. "Stop!" They tried to climb higher, but could not unclasp their hands. They tried to descend, but could not lower their feet. The light was by now relatively bright, and as by command their eyes sought the opposite wall. What they saw gave their jaded nerves an unpleasant thrill. A mass of doughy matter of a blue-green color, about 3 feet in diameter, with something that resembled a cyst filled with transparent liquid near its center. And this thing began to flow along the rods, much as tar flows. From the mass extended a pseudopod, touched Gunga on the arm. Instantly the arm was raw and bleeding. Terrified, immovable, he writhed in agony. The pseudopod returned to the main mass, disappearing into its interior with the strip of bloody skin. Its attention was centered so much on the luckless Martian that its control slipped from Forepaugh. Seizing his flash pistol, he set the localized for a small area and aimed it at the thing, intent on burning it into nothingness. But again his hand was stayed. Against the utmost of his willpower his fingers opened, letting the pistol drop. The liquid in the cyst danced and bubbled. Was it laughing at him? It had read his mind, thwarted his will again. Again a pseudopod stretched out, and a strip of raw, red flesh adhered to it and was consumed. Mad rage convulsed the Earthman. Should he throw himself tooth and nail on the monster, and be engulfed? He thought of the six-shooter. It thrilled him. But wouldn't it make him drop that, too? A flash of atavistic cunning came to him. He began to reiterate in his mind a certain thought. This thing is so I can see you better. This thing is so I can see you better. He said it over and over, with all the passion and devotion of a celibate's prayer over a uranium fountain. This thing is harmless, but it will make me see you better. Slowly, he drew the six-shooter. In some occult way, he knew it was watching him. Oh, this is harmless. This is an instrument to aid my weak eyes. It will help me realize your mastery. This will enable me to know your true greatness. This will enable me to know you as a god. Was it complacence or suspicion that stirred the liquid in the cyst so smoothly? Was it susceptible to flattery? He sighted along the barrel. In another moment, your great intelligence will overwhelm me, proclaimed his surface mind desperately, while the subconscious tensed the trigger. And at that, the clear liquid burst into a turmoil of alarm. Too late. Forepaugh went limp, but not before he had loosed a steel-jacketed bullet that shattered the mind cyst of the pipe denizen. A horrible pain coursed through his every fiber and nerve. He was safe in the arms of Gunga, being carried to the top of the pipe to the clean, dry air and the blessed, blistering sun. The pipe denizen was dying. A viscous, inert mass, it dropped lower and lower, lost contact at last, shattered into slime at the bottom. Miraculous sun! For a luxurious 15 minutes they roasted there on the top of the pipe, the only solid thing in a sea of clouds as far as the eye could reach. But no, there was a circular spot against the brilliant white of the clouds, and it was rapidly coming closer. In a few minutes it resolved itself into the Comet, fast relief ship of the terrestrial, Iranian, Genidian, and Zydian Lines, Inc. With a low buzz of her repulsion motors she drew alongside. Hooks were attached and ports opened. A petty officer and a crew of roustabouts made her fast. "What the hell's going on here?" asked the cocky little terrestrial who was skipper, stepping out and surveying the castaways. "We've been looking for you ever since your directional wave failed. But come on in, come on in." He led the way to his stateroom while the ship's surgeon took Gunga in charge. Closing the door carefully, he delved into the bottom of his locker and brought out a flask. "Can't be too careful," he remarked, filling a small tumbler for himself and another for his guest. "Always apt to be some snooper to report me. But say, you're wanted in the radio room." "Radio room nothing. When do we eat?" "Right away. But you'd better see him. Fellow from the Interplanetary News Agency wants you to broadcast a copyrighted story. Good for about 3 years' salary, old boy." "All right, I'll see him," with a happy sigh. "Just as soon as I put through a personal message." The End of The Planet of Dread.
Hello for Me by Frank W. Coggins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This was to be the day, but of course Professor Pettibone had no way of knowing it. He arose as he'd been doing for the previous 20 years, donned the tattered remains of his spacesuit, and went out into the open. He stood erect, bronzed, magnificent, faced distant Earth, and recited, "Good morning, bright sunshine, we're glad you are here. You make the world happy and bring us good cheer." It was something he had heard as a child, and isolated here on Mars, he had remembered it and used it to keep from losing his power of speech. The ritual finished, he walked to the edge of the nearest canal and gathered a bushel or so of dried Martian moss. He returned and began polishing the shiny exterior of the wrecked spaceship. It really had to glitter if it was to be an effective beacon in guiding the rescue ship. Professor Pettibone knew, had known for years, that a ship would come. It was just a matter of time, and as the years slipped by, his faith diminished not a whit. With his task half completed, he glanced up at the sun and quickened the polishing. It was a long walk to the place where the berry bushes grew, and if he arrived too late, the sun would have dried out the night's crop of fragile berries, and he would have to wait until the morrow for nourishment. But on this day he was fated to arrive at the bush area not at all, because an alien sound from above again drew the professor's eyes from his work, and he knew that the day had arrived. The ship was 3 times as large as any he had ever visualized, and its futuristic design told him, sharply, how far he had fallen behind in his dreaming. He had smiled and said, quite calmly, "I dare say I am about to be rescued." And he experienced a thrill as the great ship set down and 2 men emerged therefrom. A thrill tingled with a guilt sense, because emotional experiences were rare in an isolated life and seemed somehow indecent. The 2 men held weapons. They advanced upon Professor Pettibone, looked up into his face, reflected a certain wary hostility. That the hostility was tinged with instinctive respect, even awe, made it no less potent. One of them asked, "Fella, man came in ship, skyboat, long time ago. Him dead? Where?" Appropriate gestures accompanied the words. Professor Pettibone smiled down at the little man and bowed. "You are of course referring to me. I came in the ship. I am Professor Pettibone. It was nice of you to hunt me up." The eyes of the 2 Terran spacemen met and locked in startled inquiry. One of them voiced the reaction of both when he said, "What the hell?" "You are no doubt as curious as to the fate of the other members of the expedition. They were killed, all save Fletcher, who lasted a week." Professor Pettibone waved a hand. "There, in the graveyard." But their eyes remained on the only survivor of that ill-fated first expedition. It was hard to accept him as the man they sought, but faced with the undeniable similarity between what they expected and what they had found, the 2 spacemen had no alternative. "I hope your food supply is ample and varied," Professor Pettibone said. This seemed to bring them out of their bemusement. "Of course, Professor. Would you care to come aboard?" The other made a try at congenial levity. "You must be pretty hungry after 20 years. "Really, has it been that long? I tried to keep track at first. We can blast off any time you say. You're probably pretty anxious to get back." Indeed I am. The changes in 20 years must be breathtaking. I wonder if they'll remember me." A short time later, the professor said, "It's amazing. A ship of this size handled by only 2 men." Then he sat down to a repast laid out by one of the awed spacemen. But after nibbling a bit of this, a forkful of that, he found that satisfaction lay in the anticipation more so than in the eating. "We'll look around and see what we can find in the way of clothing for you, Professor," one of the spacemen said. Then the man's amusement returned. His eyes travelled over the magnificent physique before him, the perfect giant of a man, the great Apollo-like head with the calm, clear eyes, the expression of complete contentment and serenity. The spaceman said, "Professor, to what do you attribute the changes in your body? What is there about this planet?" "I really don't know." Professor Pettibone looked down at his torso with an impersonal eye. "I think the greenish skin pigmentation is a result of mineral-heavy vapors that occur during certain seasons. The growth, as to my body, I really don't know." But the 2 spacemen, though they didn't refer to it, were not concerned with the body so much as the aura of completeness, the radiation of contentment, which came from somewhere within. And it was passing strange that nothing more was said about the professor returning to Earth. No great revelation suddenly arrived at that he would not go. Rather, they discussed various things that 3 gentlemen, meeting casually, would discuss. Then Professor Pettibone arose from his chair and said, "It was kind of you to drop off and see me." And one of the spacemen replied, "A pleasure, sir. A real pleasure indeed." Then the professor left the ship and watched it lift up on a tail of red fire and go away. He raised an arm and waved. "Say hello for me," he called. Then he turned away, and, from force of habit, he began again to polish the hull, knowing that he would keep it shining and be proud of it for many years to come. Almost beyond reach of the planet, one of the spacemen flipped a switch and put certain sensitive communication mechanisms to work. So sensitive they could pick up etheric vibrations far away and make them audible. But only faintly came the pleasant voice of a contented man. "Good morning, bright sunshine. We're glad you are here. You make the world." The end. This is the end of Say Hello From Me by Frank W. Coggins.
Silverdome by Hal Vincent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Silverdome by Hal Vincent. In her deep buried kingdom of Theros, Festra reveals the amazing secret of the Silverdome. In a secluded spot among the hills of northern New Jersey stood the old DeBost mansion, a rambling frame structure of many wings and gables that was well nigh hidden from the road by the half-mile or more of second-growth timber which intervened. High on the hill it stood, and it was only by virtue of its altitude that an occasional glimpse might be obtained of weather-beaten gable or partly tumble-down chimney. The place was reputed to be haunted since the death of old DeBost some 7 years previously, and the path, which had once been a winding driveway, was now seldom trod by human foot. It was now 2 years since Edwin Leland bought the estate for a song and took up his residence in the gloomy old house, and it had then been vacant for 5 years since DeBost shot himself in the northeast bedroom. Leland's associates were sure he would repent of his bargain in a very short time, but he stayed on and on in the place with no company save that of his manservant, an aged hunchback who was known to outsiders only as Thomas. Leland was a scientist of note before he buried himself in the DeBost place, and had been employed in the New York research laboratory of one of the largest electrical manufacturers, where he was much admired and not a little envied by his fellow workers. These knew almost nothing of his habits or of his personal affairs, and were much surprised when he announced one day that he had come into a sizable fortune and was leaving the organization to go in for private research and study. Attempts to dissuade him were of no avail, and the purchase of the DeBost property followed, after which Leland dropped from sight for nearly 2 years. Then, on a blustery winter day, a strange telephone call was received at the laboratory where he had previously worked. It was from old Thomas, out there in the DeBost mansion, and his quavering voice asked for Frank Rowley, the genial young engineer whose work had been most closely associated with Leland's. "Oh, Mr. Rowley," wailed the old man, when Frank responded to the call. "I wish you would come out here right away. The master has been acting very queerly of late, and today he has locked himself in his laboratory and will not answer my knocks." "Why don't you break in the door?" asked Frank, looking through the window at the snowstorm that still raged. "I thought of that, Mr. Rowley, but it's of oak and very thick. Besides, it's bound with steel or iron straps and is beyond my powers." "Why not call the police?" growled Frank. He did not relish the idea of a 60 or 70-mile drive in the blizzard. "Oh, no, no, no!" Old Thomas was panicky at the suggestion. "The master told me he'd kill me if I ever did that." Before Frank could formulate a reply, there came a sharp gasp from the other end of the line, a wailing cry and a thud of a falling body, then silence. All efforts to raise Leland's number merely resulted in busy or line out of order reports. Frank Rowley was genuinely concerned. Though he had never been a close friend of Leland's, the two had worked on many a knotty problem together, and were in daily contact during the nearly 10 years that the other man had worked in the same laboratory. "Say, Tommy," said Frank, replacing the receiver and turning to his friend Arnold Thompson, who sat at an adjoining desk. "Something has happened out at Leland's place in Sussex County. Want to take a drive out there with me?" "What? On a day like this? Why not take the train?" "Don't be foolish, Tommy," said Frank. "The place is 8 miles from the nearest station, which is a flag stop out in the wilds, And even if you could find a cab there, which you couldn't, there isn't a taxi driver in Jersey who'd take you up into those mountains on a day like this. No, we'll have to drive. It'll be okay. I've got change on the rear and the heater in the old coupe, so it shouldn't be so bad. What do you say?" So Tommy, who usually followed wherever Frank led, was prevailed upon to make the trip. He had no particular feeling for Leland, but he sensed an adventure, and in Frank's company he could ask for no more. Frank was a careful driver, and 3 hours were required to make the 60-mile journey. Consequently, it was late in the afternoon when they arrived at the old DeBost estate. It had stopped snowing, but the drifts were deep in spots, and Frank soon found that the car could not be driven through the winding path from the road to the house. So they left it half buried in a drift and proceeded on foot. It was a laborious task they had undertaken, and by the time they set foot on the dilapidated porch, even Frank, husky and athletic as was his build, was puffing and snorting from his exertions. Little Tommy, who tipped the scales at less than 120, could hardly speak. They both were wet to the waist and in none too good humor. "Holy smoke!" gasped Tommy, stamping the clinging snow from his sodden trouser legs and shoes. "If it snows any more, how in Sam Hill are we going to get out of this place?" "Rotten trip I let you in for, Tommy," growled Frank, "and I hope Leland's worth it. But darn it all, I just had to come." "It's all right with me, Frank, and maybe it'll be worth it yet. Look, the front door's open." He pointed to the huge oaken door, and Frank saw that it was ajar. The snow on the porch was not deep, and they saw that footprints led from the open door to a corner of the porch. At that point the snow on the railing was disturbed, as if a hurrying man had clung to it a moment before jumping over and into the drifts below. But the tracks led no further, for the drifting snow had covered all excepting a hollow where somebody had landed. "Thomas!" exclaimed Frank, and he was in a hustle by the looks of the tracks. "Bet he was frightened while at the telephone and beat it." They entered the house and closed the door behind them. It was growing quite dark, and Frank searched for the light switch. This was near the door, and, at pressure on the upper button, the spacious old hall with its open staircase was relieved dimly by the single remaining bulb in a cluster set in the center of the high ceiling. The hall was unfurnished, excepting for a telephone table and chair, the chair having fallen to the floor and the receiver of the telephone dangling from the edge of the table by its cord. "You must have heard the chair fall," commented Tommy, "and it sure does look as if Thomas left in a hurry. Wonder what it was that frightened him." The house was eerily silent, and the words echoed awesomely through the adjoining rooms which connected with the hall through large open doorways. "Spooky place, isn't it?" returned Frank. And then they were both startled into immobility by a rumble that seemed to shake the foundations of the house. Heavier and heavier became this vibration, as if some large machine was coming up to speed. Louder and louder grew the rumble until it seemed that the rickety old house must be shaken down about their ears. Then there came a whistling scream from the depths of the earth, from far underground it seemed to be, and this mounted in pitch until their eardrums tingled. Then abruptly the sound ceased, the vibration stopped, and once more there was the eerie silence. Rather white-faced Tommy gazed at Frank. "No wonder old Thomas beat it," he said. "What on earth do you suppose that is?" "Search me," replied Frank. "But whatever it is, I'll bet it has something to do with Leland's strange actions, and we're going to find out." He had with him the large flash lamp from the car, and by its light the two made their way from room to room, searching for the iron-bound door mentioned by Thomas. They found all rooms on the first and second floors dusty and unused, with the exception of 2 bedrooms, the kitchen and pantry, and the library. It was a gloomy and spooky old house. Floorboards creaked startlingly and unexpectedly, and the sound of their footsteps echoed dismally. "Where in time is that laboratory of Leland's?" exclaimed Frank, his ruddy features showing impatient annoyance, exaggerated to an appearance of ferocity by the light of the flash lamp. "How about the cellar?" suggested Tommy. "Probably where it is," agreed Frank. "But I don't relish this job so much. I'd hate to find Leland stiff down there, if that's where he is." "Me too," said Tommy. "But we're here now, so let's finish the job and get back home. It's cold here too." "You said it. No steam in the pipes at all. He must have let the fire go out in his furnace, and that's probably in the cellar too. Usually is." While talking, Frank had opened each of the 4 doors that opened from the kitchen, and the fourth revealed a stairway that led into the blackness beneath. With the beam of his torch directed at the steps, he proceeded to descend, and Tommy followed carefully. There was no light button at the head of the stairs where it would have been placed in a more modern house, and it was not until they had reached the furnace room that they located a light fixture with a pull cord. An ordinary cellar with furnace, coal bin, and a conglomeration of dust-covered trunks and discarded furniture was revealed, and at its far end was the iron-bound door. The door was locked and could not be shaken by the combined efforts of the 2 men. "Have to have a battering ram," grunted Frank, casting about for a suitable implement. "Here you are," called Tommy after a moment's search. "Just the thing we are looking for." He had come upon a pile of logs, and one of these, evidently a section of an old telephone pole, was of some 10 or 12 inches diameter and about 15 feet long. Frank pounced upon it eagerly, and supporting most of the weight himself, led the attack on the heavy oak door with the iron bands. No sound from within greeted the thunderous poundings. Clearly, if Leland was behind that door, he was either dead or unconscious. Finally, the double lock gave way, and Tommy and Frank were precipitated headlong into the brightly lighted room beyond. Recovering their balance, they took stock of their surroundings and were amazed at what they saw. A huge laboratory fitted out with every modern appliance that money could buy. A completely equipped machine shop there was, bench after bench covered with the familiar paraphernalia of the chemical and physical laboratory, huge retorts and stills, complicated electrical equipments, dozens of cabinets holding crucibles, flasks, bottles, glass tubing, and what not. "Good Lord!" gasped Tommy. "Here's a laboratory to more than match our own. Why, Leland's got a fortune invested here." "I should say so. And a lot of stuff that our company does not even have. Some of it I don't know even the use of. But where is Leland?" There was no sign of the man they had come to help. He was not in the laboratory, though the door had been locked from within, and the lights left burning throughout. With painstaking care they searched every nook and cranny of the large single room, and were about to give up in despair when Tommy happened to observe an ivory button set into the wall at the only point in the room where there were no machines or benches at hand. Experimentally he pressed the button, and at the answering rumble from under his feet, jumped back in alarm. Slowly there opened in the paneled oak wall a rectangular door, a door of large enough size to admit a man. From the recess beyond there came a breath of air, foul with the musty odor of decayed vegetation, dank as the air of a tomb. "Ah," breathed Frank. "So that is where Ed Leland is hiding. The secret retreat of the gloomy scientist." He spoke half jestingly, yet when he squeezed his stalwart bulk through the opening and flashed the beam of his light into the darkness of a narrow passage ahead, he was assailed with vague forebodings. Tommy followed close behind and spoke not a word. The passage floor was thick with dust, but the marks of many footsteps going and returning gave mute evidence of the frequency of Leland's visits. The air was heavy and oppressive, and the temperature and humidity increased as they progressed along the winding length of the rock-walled passageway. The floor sloped ever downward, and in spots was slippery with slimy seepage. It seemed that they turned back on their course on several occasions, but were descending deeper and deeper into the heart of the mountain. Then abruptly the passage ended at the mouth of a shaft which dropped vertically from almost beneath their feet. "Whew!" exclaimed Frank. "Another step and I'd have dropped into it. That's probably what happened to Leland." He knelt at the rim of the circular opening and looked into the depths of the pit, Tommy following suit. The feeble ray of the flashlight was lost in the blackness below. "Say, Frank," whispered Tommy, "turn off the flash. I think I saw a light down there." And with the snapping of the catch, there came darkness. But miles below them, it seemed there was a tiny pinpoint of brilliance, an eerie green light that was like a wavering phosphorescence of will-o'-the-wisp. For a moment it shone and was gone. Then came the dreadful vibration they had experienced in the hall of the house, the whistling scream that grew louder and louder until it seemed they must be deafened. The penetrating wail rose from the depths of the pit, and the vibration was all around them in the damp rock floor on which they knelt, and in the very air of the cavern. Hastily Frank snapped on the light of his flash. "Oh, boy!" he whispered. "Leland is certainly up to something down there, and no mistake. How are we going to get down?" "Get down?" asked Tommy. "You don't want to go down there, do you?" "Sure thing. We're this far now, and by George, we're going to find out all there is to learn." "How deep do you suppose it is?" "Pretty deep, Tommy, but we can get an idea by dropping a stone and counting the seconds until it strikes." He played the light of the flash over the floor and soon located a smooth round stone of the size of a baseball. This he tossed over the rim of the pit and awaited results. "Good grief!" exclaimed Tommy. "It's not falling." What he said was true, for the stone poised lightly over the opening and drifted like a feather. Then slowly it moved, settling gradually into oblivion. Frank turned the flash downward, and they watched in astonishment as the 2-pound pebble floated deliberately down the center of the shaft at the rate of not more than 1 foot in each second. "Well, I'll be doggoned," breathed Frank admiringly. "Leland has done it. He has conquered gravity. For in that pit at least there is no gravity, or at any rate not enough to mention. It has been almost completely counteracted by some force he has discovered, and now we know how to follow him down there. Come on, Tommy, let's go." And suiting action to his words, Frank jumped into the mouth of the pit, where he bobbed about for a moment as if he had jumped into a pool of water. Then slowly he sank from view, and Tommy followed him. It was a most unique experience, that drop into the heart of the mountain. Practically weightless, the two young men found it quite difficult to negotiate the passage. For the first 100 or more feet they continued to bump about in the narrow shaft, and each sustained painful bruises before he learned that the best and simple method of accommodating himself to the strange condition was to remain absolutely motionless and allow the greatly weakened gravity to take its course. Each movement of an arm or leg was accompanied by a change in direction of movement, and contact with the hard stone walls followed. If they endeavored to push themselves from the contact, the result was likely to be an even more serious bump on the opposite side of the shaft. So they continued the leisurely drop into the unknown depth of the pit. Frank had turned off the flash lamp, for its battery was giving out, and he wished to conserve its remaining energy for eventualities. Thus they were in Stygian darkness for nearly a half hour, though the green luminosity far beneath them grew stronger with each passing minute. It now revealed itself as a clearly defined disk of light that flickered and sputtered continually, frequently lightening the lower end of the shaft with an unusual burst of brilliance. Remotely distant it seemed, though, and unconscionably slow in drawing nearer. "How far do you think we must drop?" called Tommy to Frank, who was probably 50 feet below him in the shaft. "Well, I figure we have fallen about 1,000 feet so far," came the reply. and my guess is that we are about 1/3 of the way down." "Then this shaft is over a half-mile deep, you think?" "Yes, at least 1,000 yards, I should say. And I hope his gravity neutralizing machinery doesn't quit all of a sudden and let us down." "Me too," called Tommy, who had not thought of that possibility. This was no joke, this falling into an unknown region, so far beneath the surface of good old Mother Earth, thought Tommy. And how they would ever return was another thing that was not so funny. Frank was always rushing into things like this without counting the possible cost, and, well, this might be the last time. Gradually the mysterious light became stronger, and soon they could make out the conformation of the rock walls they were passing at such a snail's pace. Layers of vari-colored rock showed here and there, and at one point there was a stratum of gold-bearing or mica-filled rock that glistened with a million reflections and re-reflections. The air grew warmer and more humid as they neared the mysterious light source. They moved steadily without acceleration, and Frank estimated the rate at about 40 feet a minute. Then, with blinding suddenness, the light was immediately below, and they drifted into a tremendous cavern that was illuminated by its glow. Directly beneath the lower end of the shaft through which they had passed, there was a glowing disk of metal about 15 feet in diameter. They drifted to its surface and sprawled awkwardly where they fell. Scrambling to gain footing, they bounced and floated about like toy balloons before realizing that it would be necessary to creep slowly from the influence of that repelling force which had made the long drop possible without injury. Gravity met them at the disk's edge with what seemed to be unusual violence. At first it seemed that their bodies weighed twice the normal amount, but this feeling soon passed, and they looked about them with incredulous amazement. The metal disk was quite evidently the medium through which the repelling force was set up in the shaft, and to this disk was connected a series of heavy cables that led to a pedestal nearby. On the pedestal was a controlling lever, and this moved over a quadrant that was graduated in degrees, one end of the quadrant being labeled up and the other down. The lever now stood at a point but a very few degrees from the center of zero mark, and on the downside. Frank pulled this lever over to the full down position, and they found that they could walk over the disk with normal gravity. "I suppose," said Frank, "that if the lever is at the other end of the scale one would fall upward with full gravity acceleration, reversed. At zero, gravity is exactly neutralized, and the intermediate positions are useful in conveying materials or human beings up and down the shaft as desired. Very clever, but what is the reason for it all?" In the precise center of the great cavern there was a dome or hemisphere of polished metal, and it was from this dome that the eerie light emanated. At times, when the light died down, this dome gleamed with dull flickerings that threatened to vanish entirely. Then suddenly it would resume full brilliance, and the sight was marvelous beyond description. A slight hissing sound came from the direction of the dome, and this varied in intensity as did the light. "Gosh," said Tommy, "that looks like silver to me. And if it is, what a wealthy man our friend Leland has become. He has spent his fortune well, even if he used it all to get to this." "Yes, but where is he?" commented Frank. Then, "Leland! Leland!" he called. His voice echoed through the huge vault and re-echoed hollowly, but there was no reply save renewed flickerings from the dome. Leaving the vicinity of the gravity disk, the two men advanced in the direction of the shining dome, which was about a quarter-mile from where they stood. Both perspired freely, for the air was very close and the temperature high, but the light of the dome was as cold as the light of a firefly, and they had no hesitancy in drawing near. It was a beautiful sight, this dome of silver, with its flickering lights and perfect contour. "By George, I believe it is silver!" exclaimed Frank, when they were within a few feet of the dome. "No other metal has that precise color. And look, there is a wheelbarrow and some mining tools. Leland has been cutting away some of the material." Sure enough, there was indisputable evidence of the truth of his statement, and the material was undoubtedly silver. "Silver dome," breathed Tommy, holding a lump of the metal in his hand. "A solid dome of pure silver, 50 feet high and 100 in diameter. How much does that figure in dollars and cents, Frank?" "Maybe it isn't solid," said Frank dryly, "though it's worth a sizable fortune even if it is hollow. And we haven't found Leland." They circled the dome twice and looked into every corner of the great cavern, but there was no sign of the man for whom they searched. The wheelbarrow was half filled with lumps of the heavy metal, and maul and drill lay where they had been dropped by a lone miner. A cavity 3 feet across and as many deep appeared in the side of the dome to show that considerably more than one wheelbarrow load had been removed. "Funny," grunted Tommy. "Seems almost like the old dome had swallowed him up." At his words there came the terrific vibration. The light of the dome died out, leaving them in utter darkness, and from its interior there rose the mounting scream that had frightened old Thomas away. From so closely by, it was hideous, devastating, and the two men clung to each other in fright, expecting momentarily that the earth would give way beneath their feet and precipitate them into some terrible depth from which there could be no return. Then the sound abruptly ceased, and a gleam of light came from under the dome of silver. A crack appeared between its lower edge and the rocky floor of the cavern, and through this crack there shone a light of dazzling brilliancy, a warm light of rosy hue. Wider grew the opening until there was a full 3 feet between the floor and the bottom of the dome. Impelled by some irresistible force from within, the two men stumbled blindly to the opening, fell to the floor, and rolled inside. There was a heavy thud, and the dome had returned to its normal position, with Frank and Tommy prisoners within its spacious hollow. The warm light bathed them with fearful intensity for a moment, then faded to a rosy glow that dulled their senses and quieted their nerves. Morpheus claimed them. When Frank awoke, he found himself between silken covers, and for a moment he gazed thoughtfully at a high arched ceiling that was entirely unfamiliar. Then, remembering, he sprang from the downy bed to his feet. The room, the furnishings, his silken robe, everything was strange. His bed, he saw, was a high one, and the frame was of the same gleaming silver as the dome under which they had been trapped. The arched ceiling glowed softly with the same rosy hue as had the inner surface of the dome. A large pool of water invited him, the surface of the pool being no more than a foot below the point where it was built into the tile floor of the room. A large open doorway connected with a similar adjoining room, where he suspected Tommy had been taken. On his bare toes he moved silently to the other room and saw that his guess had been correct. Tommy lay sleeping quietly beneath covers as soft as his own, and amidst equal luxury of surroundings. "Well," he whispered, "this doesn't look as though we would come to any harm, and I might as well take a dive in that pool." Returning to his own room, he removed the silken garment with which he had been provided, and was quietly immersed in the cool, invigorating water of the bath. His head cleared instantly. "Hi there!" called Tommy from the doorway. "Why didn't you wake me up? Where are we, anyway?" With dripping head and shoulders above the water, Frank was compelled to laugh at the sleepy-eyed, wondering expression on the blue-jowled face of his friend. "Thought you were dead to the world," he returned, "you old sleepy-head. And I don't know where we are, excepting that it is somewhere under the silver dome. What's more, I don't much care. You should get into this water. It's great." So saying, he dived to the bottom of the pool and stood on his hands, his feet waving ludicrously above the surface. Tommy sniffed once and then made a quick dash for the pool in his own room. He was not to be outdone by his more energetic partner. A half hour later, shaved and attired in their own garments, which had been cleaned and pressed and hung neatly in the closets, they settled themselves for a discussion of the situation. Having tried the doors of both rooms and found them locked from the outside, there was no other course open to them. They must await developments. "Looks like Leland has quite an establishment down here inside the mountain," ventured Tommy. Snorted Frank. "This place is none of Leland's work. He is probably a prisoner here, as are we. He just stumbled onto the Silver Dome and was captured by whatever race is living down here beneath it, the same as we were. Who the real inhabitants are and what the purpose of all this is remains to be seen." "You think we are in friendly hands?" "These quarters do not look much like prison cells, Tommy, but I must admit that we are locked in. Anyhow, I'm not worrying, and we will soon learn our fate and have to be ready to meet it. The people who own this place must have everything they want, and they sure have some scientific knowledge that is not known to us on the surface. Wonder if they are humans? Certainly they are. You never heard of wild beasts sleeping in beds like these, did you?" Tommy laughed as he examined the exquisite hand-wrought figures on the silver bedstead. "No, I didn't," he admitted. "But where on earth did they come from, and what are they doing here?" "You ask too many questions," replied Frank, shrugging his broad shoulders. "We must simply wait for the answers to reveal themselves." There was a soft rap at the door of Frank's room, where the two men were talking. "Come in," called Frank, chuckling at the idea of such consideration from their captors. A key rattled in the lock, and the door swung open to admit the handsomest man they had ever set eyes on. He was taller than Frank by several inches, standing no less than 6 feet 5 in his thin-soled sandals, and he carried himself with the air for an emperor. His marble white body was uncovered with the exception of a loincloth of silver hue, and lithe muscles rippled beneath his smooth skin as he advanced to meet the prisoners. His head, surmounted by curly hair of ebon darkness, was large and his forehead high. The features were classic and perfectly regular. The corners of his mouth drew upward in a benign smile. "Greetings," he said in perfect English and in a soft voice, "to the domain of Theros. You need fear no harm from our people and will be returned to the upper world when the time comes. We hope to make your stay with us enjoyable and instructive, and that you will carry back kind memories of us. The morning meal awaits you now." So taken aback were the two young Americans that they stared foolishly agape for a space. Then a tinkling laugh from the tall stranger set them once more at ease. "You will pardon us, I hope," apologized Frank, "but this is all so unexpected and so unbelievable that your words struck me speechless. And I know that my friend was similarly affected. We place ourselves in your hands." The handsome giant nodded understanding. "No offense was taken," he murmured, "since none was intended, and your feelings are not to be wondered at. You may call me Orrin." He turned toward the open door and signified that they were to follow him. They fell in at his side with alacrity, both suddenly realizing that they were very hungry. They followed in silent wonderment as Orrin led the way to a broad balcony that overlooked a great underground city, a city lighted by the soft glow from some vast lighting system incorporated in its vaulted ceiling high overhead. The balcony was many levels above the streets, which were alive with active beings of similar appearance to Orrin, these speeding hither and yon by means of the many lanes of traveling ways of which the streets were composed. The buildings, endless rows of them lining the orderly streets, were octagonal in shape and rose to the height of about 20 stories, as nearly as could be judged by earthly standards. There were no windows, but about every fifth floor there was an outer silver railed balcony similar to the one on which they walked. The air was filled with bowl-shaped flying ships that sped over the rooftops in endless procession and without visible means of support or propulsion. Yet the general effect of the busy scene was one of precise orderliness, unmarred by confusion or distracting noises. Orrin vouchsafed no explanations, and they soon re-entered the large building of which the balcony was a part. Here they were conducted to a sumptuously furnished dining room where their breakfast awaited them. During the meal, which consisted of several courses of fruits and cereals entirely strange to Frank and Tommy, they were tended by Orrin with the utmost deference and most painstaking attention. He anticipated their every want, and their thoughts as well, for when Frank endeavored to ask one of the many questions with which his mind was filled, he was interrupted by a wave of the hand and a smile from their placid host. "It is quite clear to me that you have many questions to propound," said Orrin, "and this is not a matter of wonder. But it is not permitted that I enlighten you on the points you have in mind. You must first finish your meal, then it is to be my privilege to conduct you to the presence of Phaestra, Empress of Theros, who will reveal all. May I ask that you be patient until then?" So friendly was his smile, and so polished his manner, that they restrained their impatience, and finished the excellent breakfast in polite silence. And Orrin was as good as his word, for no sooner had they finished when he led them from the room and showed the way to the elevator which conveyed them to the upper floor of the building. From the silver grilled cage of the lift they stepped into a room of such beauty and magnificence of decoration that they gazed about them in wondering admiration. The paneling and moldings were of hammered silver that gleamed with polished splendor in the soft rose glow of the hidden lights. The hangings were of heavy plush of deep green hue and bore intricate designs of silver thread woven into the material. At the opposite side of the room there was a pair of huge double doors of chased silver, and on either side of this pretentious portal there stood an attendant attired as was Orrin, but bearing a silver scepter to denote his official capacity. "Phaestra awaits the visitors from above," intoned one of the attendants. Both bowed stiffly from the waist when Orrin led the two young scientists through the great doors, which had opened silently and majestically at their approach. If the outer room was astonishing in its sumptuousness of decoration and furnishing, the one they now entered was positively breathtaking. On every side there were the exquisite green and silver hangings, tables, divans, and rugs of priceless design and workmanship. But the beauty of the surroundings faded into insignificance when they saw the Empress. A canopied dais in the center of the room drew their attention, and they saw that Phaestra had risen from her seat in a deeply cushioned divan and now stood at its side in an attitude of welcome. Nearly as tall as Frank, she was a figure of commanding and imperious beauty. The whiteness of her body was accentuated by the silver embroidered and tightly fitted black vestments that covered, yet did not conceal its charms. A halo of glorious golden hair surmounted a head that was poised expectantly alert above the perfectly rounded shoulders. The exquisite oval of her face was chiseled in features of transcendental loveliness. She spoke, and at sound of her musical voice, Frank and Tommy were enslaved. "Gentlemen of the upper world," she said gently, "you are welcome to Theros. Your innermost thoughts have been recorded by our scientists and found good. With a definite purpose in mind, you learned of the existence of the Silver Dome of Theros, yet you came without greed or malice, and we have taken you in to enlighten you on the many questions that are in your minds and to return you to mankind with a knowledge of Theros, which you must keep secret. You are about to delve into a mystery of the ages, to see and learn many things that are beyond the ken of your kind. It is a privilege never before accorded to beings from above." "We thank you, O Queen," spoke Frank humbly, his eyes riveted to the gaze of those violet orbs that seemed to see into his very soul. Tommy mumbled some commonplace. "Orrin, the sphere!" Phaestra, slightly embarrassed by Frank's stare, clapped her hands. At her command, Orrin, who had stood quietly by, stepped to the wall and manipulated some mechanism that was hidden by the hangings. There was a musical purr from beneath the floor, and through a circular opening which appeared as if by magic, there rose a crystal sphere of some 4 feet in diameter. Slowly it rose until it reached the level of their eyes, and there it came to rest. The Empress raised her hands as if in invocation, and the soft glow of the light died down, leaving them in momentary darkness. There came a slight murmur from the sphere, and it lighted with the eerie green flickerings they had observed in the dome of silver. Fascinated by the weaving lights within, they gazed into the depths of the crystal with awed expectancy. Phaestra spoke. "Men from the surface," she said, "you, Frank Rowley, and you, Arnold Thompson, are about to witness the powers of that hemisphere of metal you were pleased to term Silver Dome. As you rightly surmised, the dome is of silver, mostly. There are small percentages of platinum, iridium, and other elements, but it is more than 9/10 pure silver. To you of the surface, the alloy is highly valuable for its intrinsic worth by your own standards. But to us, the value of the dome lies in its function in revealing to us the past and present events of our universe. The dome is the eye of a complicated apparatus which enables us to see and hear any desired happening on the surface of the earth, beneath its surface, or on the many inhabited planets of the heavens. This is accomplished by means of extremely complex vibrations radiated from the hemisphere. These vibrations penetrating earth, metals, buildings, space itself, and returning to our viewing and sound reproducing spheres to reveal the desired past or present occurrences at the point at which the rays of vibrations are directed. In order to view the past on our own planet, the rays, which travel at the speed of light, are sent out in a huge circle through space, returning to Earth after having spent the requisite number of years in transit. Instantaneous effect is secured by a connecting beam that ties together the ends of the enormous arc. This, of course, is beyond your comprehension, since the 9th dimension is involved. When it is desired that events of the present be observed, the rays are projected direct. The future cannot be viewed, since in order to accomplish this, it would be necessary that the rays travel at a speed greater than that of light, which is manifestly impossible. "Great guns!" gasped Frank. "This crystal sphere, then, is capable of bringing to our eyes and ears the happenings of centuries past?" "It is, my dear Frank," said Phaestra, "and I would that I were able to describe the process more clearly." She smiled, and in the unearthly light of the sphere she appeared more beautiful than before, if such a thing were possible. On the pedestal which supported the sphere there was a glittering array of dials and levers. Several of these controls were now adjusted by Phaestra, the delicate motions of her tapered fingers being watched by the visitors with intense admiration. There came a change in the note of the sphere, a steadying of the flickering within. "Behold!" exclaimed Phaestra. They gazed into the depths of the sphere and lost all sense of detachment from the scene depicted therein. It seemed they were at a point several thousand miles from the surface of a planet. A great continent spread beneath them, its irregular shore line being clearly outlined against a large body of water. Here and there the surface was obscured by great white patches of clouds that cast their shadows below. "Atlantis!" breathed Phaestra reverently. "The lost continent of mythology, the fabled body of land that was engulfed by the Atlantic thousands of years ago. A fact!" Tommy glanced at Frank, noting that he had withdrawn his gaze from the sphere and was devouring Phaestra with his eyes. As if drawn by the ardor of his observation, she raised her own eyes from the sphere to meet those of the handsome visitor. Obviously confused, she dropped her long lashes and turned nervously to the controls. Tommy experienced a sudden feeling of dread. Surely his pal was not falling in love with this Theronian empress. Then there came another change in the note of the sphere, and once more they lost themselves in contemplation of the scene within. The surface of the lost continent was rushing madly to meet them. With terrific velocity they seemed to be falling. An involuntary gasp was forced from Tommy's lips. Mountains, valleys, rivers could now be discerned. Then the scene shifted slightly, and they were stationary directly above a large seacoast city. A city of great beauty it was, and its buildings were of the same octagonal shape as were those of Theros. There could be but one inference, that the Theronians were direct descendants of those inhabitants of ancient Atlantis. Yes, sighed Phaestra, in answer to the thought she had read. Our ancestors were those you now see in the streets of this city of Atlantis. A marvelous race they were too. When the rest of the world was still savage and unenlightened, they knew more of the arts and sciences than is known on the surface today. The mysteries of the fourth dimension they had already solved. Their telescopes were of such power that they knew of the existence of intelligent beings on Mars and Venus. They had conquered the air. They knew of the relation between gravity and magnetism, but recently propounded by your Einstein. They were prosperous, happy, then, but watch. Faint sounds of the life of the city came to their ears. A swarm of monoplanes roared past just beneath them. The streets were crowded with rapidly moving vehicles, the rooftops with aircraft. Then suddenly the scene darkened. A deep rumbling came from the sea. As they watched in fascinated wonder, a great chasm opened up through the heart of the city. Tall buildings swayed and crumbled, falling into heaps of twisted metal and crushed masonry, and burying hundreds of the populace in their fall. The confusion was indescribable, the uproar terrific, and within the space of a very few minutes the entire city was a mass of ruins, fully half of the wrecked area having been swallowed up by the heaving waters of the ocean. Phaestra stifled a sob. Thus it began, she stated. Trovus was first, the city you just saw. Then came 3 more of the cities of the western coast in rapid succession. Computations of the scientists showed that the upheaval was widespread and that the entire continent was to be engulfed in a very short time. The exodus began, but it was too late, and only a few hundred people were able to escape the continent before it was finally destroyed. The ocean became the tomb of 200 millions. The handful of survivors reached the coast of what is now North America, but the rigors of the climate proved severe and more than 3/4 of them perished within a few days after their planes landed. Then the rest took to the caves along the shore and for a while were safe. She manipulated the controls once more, and there was a quick shift to another coast, a rugged, wave-beaten shore. Closer they drew until they observed a lofty palisade that extended for miles along the barren waterfront. They saw a fire atop this elevation and active men and women at various tasks within the narrow circle of its warmth. A cave mouth opened at the brink of the precipice near the spot they occupied. Then came a repetition of the upheaval at Trovus. The ocean rushed in and beat against the cliff with such ferocity that its spray was tossed hundreds of feet in the air. The earth shook, and the group of people around the fire made a hasty retreat to the mouth of the cave. The sky darkened, and the winds howled with demoniac fury. Quake after quake rent the rugged cliffs. Huge sections toppled into the angry waters. Then a great tidal wave swept in and covered everything. Cliffs, cave mouths, and all. Naught remained where they had been but the seething waters. But some escaped, exulted Phaestra, and these discovered Theros. Though many miles of the eastern seaboard of your United States were submerged and the coastline entirely altered, these few were saved. Their cave connected with a long passage, a tunnel that led into the bowels of the earth. With the outer entrance blocked by the upheaval, they had no alternative save to continue downward. They traveled for days and days. Some were overcome by hunger and fell by the wayside. The most hardy survived to reach Theros, a series of enormous caverns that extends for hundreds of miles under the surface of your country. Here they found subterranean lakes of pure water, forests, game. They had a few tools and weapons, and they established themselves in this underground world. From that small beginning came this. Phaestra's slim fingers worked rapidly at the controls. The scenes shifted in quick succession. They were once more in the present and seemed to be traveling speedily through the underground reaches of Theros. Now they were racing through a long lighted passage, now over a great city, similar to the one in which they had arrived. Here they visited a huge workshop or laboratory. Here there a mine where radium or cobalt or platinum was being wrested from the vitals of the unwilling earth. Then they visited a typical Theronian household, saw the perfect peace and happiness in which the family lived. Again they were in a large power plant where direct application of the internal heat of the earth, as obtained through deep shafts bored into the interior, was utilized in generating electricity. They saw vast quantities of supplies, 50-ton masses of machinery, moved from place to place as lightly as feathers by use of the gravity discs, those heavily charged plates whose emanations counteracted the earth's attraction. In one busy laboratory they saw an immense television apparatus and heard scientists discussing moot questions with inhabitants of Venus, whose images were depicted on the screen. They witnessed a severe electrical storm in the huge cavern arch over one of the cities, a storm that condensed moisture from the artificially oxygenated and humidified atmosphere in such blinding sheets as to easily explain the necessity for well-roofed buildings in the underground realm. And in all the speech and activities of the Theronians there was evident that all-pervading feeling of absolute contentment and freedom from care. "What I cannot understand," said Frank during a quiet interval, "is why the Theronians have never migrated to the surface. Surely, with all your command of science and mechanics, that would be easy." Why?" Phaestra's voice spoke volumes. "Here, I'll show you the reason." And again the scene in the sphere changed. They were on the surface and a few years in the past, at Chateau Thierry. They saw their fellow men mangled and broken, saw human beings shot down by hundreds in withering bursts of machine gun fire, saw them in hand-to-hand bayonet fights, gassed and in delirium from the horror of it all. They traveled over the ocean, saw a big passenger liner the victim of torpedo fire, saw babies tossed into the water by distracted mothers, who jumped in after them to join them in death. A few years were passed by and they saw gang wars in Chicago and New York, saw militia and picketing strikers in mortal combat, saw wealthy brokers and bank presidents turn pistols on themselves following a crash in the stock market, government officials serving penitentiary terms for betrayal of the people's trust, opium dens, speakeasies, sex crimes. It was a fearful indictment. "Ah, no," said Phaestra kindly. "The surface world has not yet emerged from savagery. We should be unwelcome were we to venture outside. And now we come to the reason for your visit. You come in search of one Edwin Leland, a fellow worker at one time. Your motives are above reproach. But Leland came as a greedy searcher of riches. We brought him within to teach him the error of his ways and to beg him to desist from his efforts at destroying the dome of silver. He alone knew the secret. Then you followed him, and we took you in for similar reasons. though our scientists found very quickly that your mental reactions were of entirely different type from Leland's and that the secret would be safe in your keeping. Leland remains obdurate. He threatens us with physical violence, and his reactions to the thought-reading machines are of the most treacherous sort. We must keep him with us. He shall remain unharmed, but he must not be allowed to return. That is the story. You two are free to leave when you choose. I ask not that you give your word to keep the secret of Silverdome. I know it is not necessary." The lights had resumed their normal glow, and the marvelous sphere returned to its receptacle beneath the floor. Phaestra resumed her seat on the canopied divan. Frank dropped to a seat on the edge of the dais. Tommy and Orrin remained standing. Tommy lost in thought, and Orrin stolidly mute. The Empress avoided Frank's gaze studiously. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright with emotion. Frank was first to break the silence. "Leland is in solitary confinement?" he asked. "For the present he is under guard," replied Phaestra. "He was quite violent, and it was necessary to disarm him after he had killed one of my attendants with a shot from his automatic pistol. When he agrees to submit peacefully, he shall be given the freedom of Theros for the remainder of his life." "Perhaps," suggested Frank, "if I spoke to him?" "The very thing." Phaestra thanked him with her wondrous eyes. A high-pitched note rang out from behind the hangings, and in rapid syllables of the language of Theros, a voice broke forth from the concealed amplifiers. Orrin, startled from his stoicism, sprang to the side of his empress. She rose from her seat as the voice completed its excited message. "It is Leland," she said calmly. "He has escaped and recovered his pistol. I have been told that he is now at large in the palace, terrorizing the household. We have no weapons here, you see." "Good God!" shouted Frank. "Suppose he should come here!" He jumped to his feet just as a shot rang out in the antechamber. Orrin dashed to the portal when a second shot spat forth from the automatic, which must certainly be in the hands of a madman. The door swung wide, and Leland, hair disarranged and bloodshot eyes staring, burst into the room. Orrin went down at the next shot, and the hardly recognizable scientist advanced toward the dais. When he saw Frank and Tommy, he stopped in his tracks. "So you two have been following me?" he snarled. "Well, you won't keep me from my purpose. I'm here to kill this queen of hell." Once more he raised his automatic, but Frank had been watching closely, and he literally dove from the steps of the dais to the knees of the deranged Leland. As beautiful a tackle as he had ever made in his college football days laid the maniac low with a crashing thud that told of a fractured skull. The bullet intended for Phaestra went wide, striking Tommy in the shoulder. Spun halfway around by the impact of the heavy bullet, Tommy fought to retain his balance, but his knees went suddenly awry and gave way beneath him. He crumpled helplessly to the floor, staring foolishly at the prostrate figure of Leland and at Frank, who had risen to his feet and now faced the beautiful Empress of Theros. Strange lights danced before Tommy's eyes, and he found it difficult to keep the pair in focus. But he was sure of one thing: his pal was unharmed. Then the two figures seemed to merge into one, and he blinked his eyes rapidly to clear his failing vision. By George, they were in each other's arms. Funny world, above or below. It didn't seem to make any difference. But it was a tough break for Frank. Morganatic marriage and all that. No chance. Well, Tommy succumbed to his overpowering drowsiness. The awakening was slow, but not painful. Rather, there was a feeling of utter contentment, of joy at being alive. A delicious languor pervaded Tommy's being as he turned his head on a snow-white silken pillow and stared at the figure of the white-capped nurse who was fussing with the bottles and instruments that lay on an enamel table beside the bed. Memory came to him immediately. He felt remarkably well and refreshed. Experimentally, he moved his left shoulder. There was absolutely no pain, and it felt perfectly normal. He sat erect in his surprise and felt the shoulder with his right hand. There was no bandage, no wound. Had he dreamt of the hammer blow of that .45 caliber bullet? His nurse, observing that her patient had recovered consciousness, broke forth in a torrent of unintelligible Theronian, then rushed from the room. He was still examining his unscarred shoulder in wonder when the nurse returned with Frank Rowley at her heels. Frank laughed at the expression of his friend's face. "What's wrong, old timer?" he asked. "Why, I thought that fool of a Leland had shot me in the shoulder," stammered Tommy. "But I guess I dreamed. Where are we? Still in Theros?" "We are." Frank sobered instantly, and Tommy noted with alarm that his usually cheerful features were haggard and drawn and his eyes hollow from loss of sleep. "And you didn't dream that Leland shot you. That shoulder of yours was mangled and torn beyond belief. He was using soft-nosed bullets, the hellhound." "Then how—" "Tommy, these Theronians are marvelous. We rushed you to this hospital, and a half dozen doctors started working on you at once. They repaired the shattered bones by an instantaneous grafting process, tied the severed veins and arteries, and closed the gaping wound by filling it with a plastic compound and drawing the edges together with clamps. You were anesthetized and some ray machine was used to heal the shoulder. This required but 10 hours, and they now say that your arm is as good as ever. How does it feel?" "Perfectly natural. In fact, I feel better than I have in a month." Tommy observed that the nurse had left the room, and he jumped from his bed and capered like a schoolboy. This drew no sign of merriment from Frank, and Tommy scrutinized him once more in consternation. "And you?" he said. "What is wrong with you?" "Don't worry about me," replied Frank impatiently. Then, irrelevantly, he said, "Leland's dead." "Should be. I knew we shouldn't have started out to help him. But Frank, I'm concerned about you. You look badly." Tommy was getting into his clothes as he spoke. "Forget it, Tommy. You've been sleeping for 2 days, you know. Part of the cure. And I haven't had much rest during that time, that is all." "It's that Festra woman?" Tommy accused him. "Well, perhaps, but I'll get over it, I suppose. Tommy, I love her, but there's no chance for me. Haven't seen her since the row in the palace. Her counsel surrounds her continually, and I've been advised today that we are to be returned as quickly as you are up and around. That means immediately now." "Good. The sooner the better. And you just forget about this queen as soon as you are able. She's a peach, of course, but not for you. There's lots more back in little old New York." But Frank had no reply to this sally. There came a knock at the door, and Tommy called, "Come in." "I see you have fully recovered," said the smiling Theronian who entered at the bidding, "and we are overjoyed to know this. You have the gratitude of the entire realm for your part in the saving of our empress from the bullets of the madman." "I?" "Yes, you and your friend. And now, may I ask, are you ready to return to your own land?" Tommy stared. "Sure thing," he said. "Or rather, I will be in a few minutes." "Thank you. We shall await you in the transmitting room." The Theronian bowed and was gone. "Well, I like that," said Tommy. "He hands me an undeserved compliment and then asks how soon we can beat it. Ah, here's your hat. What's your hurry, sort of thing?" "It's me they're anxious to be rid of," remarked Frank, shrugging his broad shoulders. "And perhaps it's just as well." "You bet it is," agreed Tommy enthusiastically. "And I'm in favor of making it good and snappy." He completed his toilet as rapidly as possible, and then turned to face the downhearted Frank. "How do we go? The way we came?" he asked. "No, Tommy. They have closed off the shaft that led from the cavern of the Silver Dome. They are taking no more chances. It seems that the shaft down which we floated was constructed by the Theronians, not by Leland. They had used it and the gravity disk to transport casual visitors to the surface who occasionally mixed with our people in order to learn the languages of the upper world, and to actually touch and handle the things they were otherwise able to see only through the medium of Silver Dome and the crystal spheres. Further visits to the surface are now forbidden, and we are to be returned by a remarkable process of beam transmission of our disintegrated bodies." "Disintegrated?" "Yes, it seems they have learned to dissociate the atoms of which the human body is composed, and to transmit them to any desired point over a beam of etheric vibrations, then to reassemble them in the original living condition. What? You mean to say we are to be shot to the surface through the intervening rock and earth, disintegrated and reintegrated, and will not even be bent, let alone busted? This time he was rewarded by a laugh. That's right, and I have gone through the calculations with one of the Theronian engineers and can find no flaw in the scheme. We're safe in their hands. If you say so, Frank, it's okay with me. Let's go. Reluctantly, his friend lifted his athletic bulk from the chair. In silence, he led the way to the transmitting room of the Theronian scientists. Here they were greeted by two savants with whom Frank was already acquainted, Clarux and Ronus by name. A bewildering array of complex mechanisms were crowded into the high-ceilinged chamber, and prominent among them was one of the crystal spheres, this one of somewhat smaller size than the one in the palace of Festra. "Where do you wish to arrive?" asked Clarux. "As near to my automobile as possible," replied Frank, taking sudden interest in the proceedings. "It is parked in the lane between Leland's house and the road." Tommy looked quickly in his direction, encouraged by the apparent change in his attitude. The scientists proceeded to energize the crystal sphere. They were bent upon speeding the parting guests. Their beloved empress was to be saved from her own emotions. Quick adjustments of the controls resulted in the locating of Frank's car, which was still buried to its axles in snow. The scene included Leland's house, or rather its site, for it appeared to have been utterly demolished by some explosion within. Tommy raised questioning eyebrows. "It was necessary," explained Ronus, "to destroy the house in obliterating all traces of our former means of egress. It has been commanded that you two be returned safely, and we are authorized to trust implicitly in your future silence regarding the existence of Theros. This is satisfactory, I presume?" Both Tommy and Frank nodded agreement. "Are you ready, gentlemen?" asked Clarux, who was adjusting a mechanism that resembled a huge radio transmitter. Its 12 giant vacuum tubes glowed into life as he spoke. "We are," chimed the two visitors. They were requested to step to a small circular platform that was raised about a foot from the floor by means of insulating legs. Above the table there was an inverted bowl of silver in the shape of a large parabolic reflector. "There will be no alarming sensations," averred Clarux. "When I close the switch, the disintegrating energy from the reflector above will bathe your bodies for a moment in visible rays of a deep purple hue. You may possibly experience a slight momentary feeling of nausea. Then, presto, you have arrived." "Shoot!" growled Frank from his position on the stand. Clarux pulled the switch, and there was a murmur as of distant thunder. Tommy blinked involuntarily in the brilliant purple glow that surrounded him. Then all was confusion in the transmitting room. Somebody had rushed through the open door shouting, "Frank! Frank!" It was the Empress Festra. In a growing daze, Tommy saw her dash to the platform, seize Frank in a clutch of desperation. There was a violent wrench as if some monster were twisting at his vitals. He closed his eyes against the blinding light, then realized that utter silence had followed the erstwhile confusion. He sat in Frank's car alone. The journey was over, and Frank was left behind. With awful finality, it came to him that there was nothing he could do. It was clear that Festra had wanted his pal, needed him, come for him. From the fact that Frank remained behind, it was evident that she had succeeded in retaining him. A sickening fear came to Tommy that she had been too late, that Frank's body was already partly disintegrated, and that he might have paid the price of her love with his life. But a little reflection convinced him that if this were the case, a portion of his friend's body would have reached the intended destination. Then, unexplainably, he received a mental message that all was well. Considerably heartened, he pressed the starter button, and the cold motor of Frank's coupe turned over slowly, protestingly. Finally it coughed a few times, and after considerable coaxing by use of the choke, ran smoothly. He proceeded to back carefully through the drifts toward the road, casting an occasional regretful glance in the direction of the demolished mansion. He would have some explanation to do when he returned to New York. Perhaps, yes, almost certainly, he would be questioned by the police regarding Frank's disappearance, but he would never betray the trust of Phaestra, who indeed would believe him if he told the story. Instead, he would concoct a weird fabrication regarding an explosion in Leland's laboratory, of his own miraculous escape. They could not hold him, could not accuse him of murder without producing a body, the corpus delicti, or whatever they called it. Anyway, Frank was content. So was Phaestra. Tommy swung the heavy car into the road and turned toward New York, alone and lonely, but somehow happy, happy for his friend. End of Silverdome by Hal Vincent. Read by Lars Rolander.
Moving by Bradner Buckner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day Time Stopped Moving by Bradner Buckner. All Dave Miller wanted to do was commit suicide in peace. He tried, but the things that happened after he'd pulled the trigger were all wrong. Like everyone standing around like statues. No St. Peter, no pearly gate, no pitchforks or halos. He might just as well have saved the bullet. Dave Miller never would have done it had he been in his right mind. The Millers were not a melancholy stock, hardly the sort of people you expect to read about in the morning paper who've taken their lives the night before. But Dave Miller was drunk, abominably, roaringly so, and the barrel of the big revolver, as he stood against the sink, made a ring of coldness against his right temple. Dawn was beginning to stain the frosty kitchen windows. In the faint light, the letter lay a gray square against the drainboard tiles. With a melodramatic gesture of the very drunk, Miller had scrawled across the envelope, "This is why I did it." He had found Helen's letter in the envelope when he staggered into their bedroom 15 minutes ago, at 5:15. As had frequently happened during the past year, he'd come home from the store a little late, about 12 hours late, in fact, and this time Helen had done what she had long threatened to do. She had left him. The letter was brief, containing a world of heartbreak and broken hopes. "I don't mind having to scrimp, Dave. No woman minds that if she feels she's really helping her husband over a rough spot. When business went bad a year ago, I told you I was ready to help in any way I could. But you haven't let me. You quit fighting when things got difficult and put in all your money and energy on liquor and horses and cards. I could stand being married to a drunkard, Dave, but not to a coward." So she was trying to show him, but Miller told himself he'd show her instead. Coward, eh? Maybe this would teach her a lesson. Hell of a lot of help she'd been. Nag at him every time he took a drink. Holler bloody murder when he put $25 on a horse with a chance to make 500. What man wouldn't do those things? His drugstore was on the skids. Could he be blamed for drinking a little too much if alcohol dissolved the morbid vapors of his mind? Miller stiffened angrily and tightened his finger on the trigger. But he had one moment of frank insight just before the hammer dropped and brought the world tumbling about his ears. It brought with it a realization that the whole thing was his fault. Helen was right. He was a coward. There was a repugnant ache in his heart. She'd been as loyal as they came. He knew that. He could have spent his nights thinking up new business tricks instead of swilling whiskey. Could have gone out of his way to be pleasant to customers, not snap at them when he had a terrific hangover. And even Miller knew nobody ever made any money on the horses, at least not when he needed it. But horses and whiskey and business had become tragically confused in his mind. So here he was, full of liquor and madness, with a gun to his head. Then again anger swept his mind clean of reason, and he threw his chin up and gripped the gun tight. "Run out on me, will she?" he muttered thickly. "This'll show her." And the next moment the hammer fell, and Dave Miller had shown her. Miller opened his eyes with a start. As plain as black on white, he'd heard a bell ring, the most familiar sound in the world, too. It was the unmistakable tinkle of his cash register. How in hell? The thought began in his mind, and then he saw where he was. The cash register was right in front of him. It was open, and on the marble slab lay a customer's 5-spot. Miller's glance straight up and around him. He was right behind the drug counter, all right. There were a man and a girl sipping cokes at the fountain to his right, the magazine racks by the open door, the tobacco counter across from the fountain, and right before him was a customer. Good Lord, he thought, was all of this a dream? Sweat oozed out on his clammy forehead. That stuff of Herman's that he had drunk during the game, it had had a rank taste, but he wouldn't have thought anything short of marijuana could produce such hallucinations as he had just had. Wild conjectures came boiling up from the bottom of Miller's being. How did he get behind the counter? Who was the woman he was waiting on? What? The woman's curious stare was what jarred him completely into the present. Get rid of her, was his one thought. Then sit down behind the scenes and try to figure it all out. His hand poised over the cash drawer. Then he remembered he didn't know how much he was to take out of the 5. Avoiding the woman's glance, he muttered, "Let's see now. That was, how much did I say?" The woman made no answer. Miller cleared his throat, said uncertainly, "I beg your pardon, ma'am. Did I say 75 cents?" It was just a feeler, but the woman didn't even answer to that. And it was right then that Dave Miller noticed the deep silence that brooded in the store. Slowly his head came up and he looked straight into the woman's eyes. She returned him a cool, half-smiling glance. But her eyes neither blinked nor moved. Her features were frozen. Lips parted, teeth showing a little, the tip of her tongue was between her even white teeth, as though she had started to say "this" and stopped with the syllable unspoken. Muscles began to rise behind Miller's ears. He could feel his hair stiffen like filings drawn to a magnet. His glance struggled to the soda fountain. What he saw there shook him to the core of his being. The girl who was drinking a Coke had the glass to her lips, but apparently she wasn't sipping the liquid. Her boyfriend's glass was on the counter. He had drawn on a cigarette and exhaled the gray smoke. That smoke hung in the air like a large, elongated balloon with the small end disappearing between his lips. While Miller stared, the smoke did not stir in the slightest. There was something unholy, something supernatural about this scene. With apprehension rippling down his spine, Dave Miller reached across the cash register and touched the woman on the cheek. The flesh was warm but as hard as flint. Tentatively, the young druggist pushed harder, finally shoved with all his might. For all the result, the woman might have been a 2-ton bronze statue. She neither budged nor changed expression. Panic seized Miller. His voice hit a high hysterical tenor as he called to his soda jerker. "Pete! Pete!" he shouted. "What in God's name is wrong here?" The blond youngster, with a towel wadded in a glass, did not stir. Miller rushed from the back of the store, seized the boy by the shoulders, tried to shake him, but Pete was rooted to the spot. Miller knew, now, that what was wrong was something greater than a hallucination or a hangover. He was in some kind of trap. His first thought was to rush home and see if Helen was there. There was a great sense of relief when he thought of her. Helen, with her grave blue eyes and understanding manner, would listen to him and know what was the matter. He left the haunted drugstore at a run, darted around the corner and up the street to his car. But though he had not locked the car, the door resisted his twisting grasp. Shaking, pounding, swearing, Miller wrestled with each of the doors. Abruptly he stiffened as a horrible thought leaped into his being. His gaze left the car and wandered up the street, past the intersection, past the one beyond that, on up the thoroughfare until the gray haze of the city dimmed everything, and as far as Dave Miller could see, there was no trace of motion. Cars were poised in the street, some passing other machines, some turning corners. A streetcar stood at a safety zone. A man who had leaped from the bottom step hung in space a foot above the pavement. Pedestrians paused with one foot up. A bird hovered above a telephone pole, its wings glued to the blue vault of the sky. With a choke sound, Miller began to run. He did not slacken his pace for 15 minutes, until around him were the familiar, reassuring trees and shrub-bordered houses of his own street. But yet how strange to him. The season was autumn, and the air filled with brown and golden leaves that tossed on a frozen wind. Miller ran by 2 boys lying on a lawn, petrified into a modern counterpart of the sculptors, the wrestlers. The sweetish tang of burning leaves brought a thrill of terror to him, for looking down an alley from whence the smoke drifted, he saw a man tending a fire whose leaping flames were red tongues that did not move. Sobbing with relief, the young druggist darted up his own walk. He tried the front door, found it locked, and jammed a thumb against the doorbell. But of course the little metal button was as immovable as a mountain. So in the end, after convincing himself that the key could not be inserted into the lock, he sprang toward the back. The screen door was not latched, but it might as well have been a steel door of a bank vault. Miller began to pound on it, shouting, "Helen! Helen! Are you in there? My God, dear! There's something wrong! You've got to—" The silence that flowed in again when his voice choked off was the dead stillness of the tomb. He could hear his voice rustling through the empty rooms, and at last it came back to him like a taunt. "Helen! Helen!" Chapter 2. Time Stands Still. For Dave Miller, the world was now a planet of death on which he alone lived and moved and spoke. Staggered, utterly beaten, he made no attempt to break into his home. But he did stumble around to the kitchen window and try to peer in, anxious to see if there was a body on the floor. The room was in semi-darkness, however, and his straining eyes made out nothing. He returned to the front of the house, shambling like a somnambulist. Seated on the porch steps, head in hands, he slipped into a hell of regrets. He knew now that his suicide had been no hallucination. He was dead, all right, and this must be hell or purgatory. Bitterly he cursed his drinking that had led him to such a mad thing as suicide. Suicide! He, Dave Miller, a coward who had taken his own life. Miller's whole being crawled with revulsion. If he just had the last year to live over again, he thought fervently. And yet through it all some inner strain kept trying to tell him he was not dead. This was his own world, all right, and essentially unchanged. What had happened to it was beyond the pale of mere guesswork. But this one thing began to be clear. This was a world in which change or motion of any kind was a foreigner. Fire would not burn and smoke did not rise. Doors would not open, liquids were solid. Miller's stubbing toe could not move a pebble, and a blade of grass easily supported his weight without bending. In other words, Miller began to understand, change had been stopped as surely as if a master hand had put a finger on the world's balance wheel. Miller's ramblings were terminated by the consciousness that he had an acute headache. His mouth tasted, as Herman used to say after a big night, as if an army had camped in it. Coffee and a bromo were what he needed. But it was a great awakening to him when he found a restaurant and learned that he could neither drink the coffee nor get the lid off the bromo bottle. Fragrant coffee steam hung over the glass percolator, but even this steam was a brick wall to his probing touch. Miller started gloomily to thread his way through the waiters and back of the counter again. Moments later he stood in the street, and there were tears swimming in his eyes. "Helen!" His voice was a pleading whisper. "Helen, honey, where are you?" There was no answer but the pitiful palpitation of utter silence. And then there was movement at Dave Miller's right. Something shot from between the parked cars and crashed against him, something brown and hairy and soft. It knocked him down. Before he could get his breath, a red, wet tongue was licking his face and hands, and he was looking up into the face of a police dog. Frantic with joy at seeing another in this city of death, the dog would scarcely let Miller rise. It stood up to plant big paws on his shoulder and try to lick his face. Miller laughed out loud, a laugh with a throaty catch in it. "Where'd you come from, boy?" he asked. "Won't they talk to you either? What's your name, boy?" There was a heavy, brass-studded collar around the animal's neck, and Dave Miller read on its little nameplate, "Major." "Well, Major, at least we've got company now," was Miller's sigh of relief. For a long time he was too busy with the dog to bother about the sobbing noises. Apparently the dog failed to hear them, for he gave no sign. Miller scratched him behind the ear. "What shall we do now, Major? Walk? Maybe your nose can smell out another friend for us." They had gone hardly 2 blocks when it came to him that there was a more useful way of spending their time. The library. Half convinced that the whole trouble stemmed from his suicide shot in the head, which was conspicuously absent now, he decided that a perusal of the surgery books in the public library might yield something he could use. That way they bent their steps and were soon mounting the broad cement stairs of the building. As they went beneath the brass turnstile, the librarian caught Miller's attention with a smiling glance. He smiled back. "I'm trying to find something on brain surgery," he explained. With a shock then he realized he had been talking to himself. In the next instant Dave Miller whirled. A voice from the bookcases chuckled, "If you find anything, I wish you'd let me know. I'm stumped myself." From a corner of the room came an elderly, half-bald man with tangled gray brows and a rueful smile. A pencil was balanced over his ear, and a notebook was clutched in his hand. "You too," he said. "I had hoped I was the only one." Miller went forward hurriedly to grip his hand. "I'm afraid I'm not so unselfish," he admitted. "I've been hoping for 2 hours that I'd run into some other poor soul." "Quite understandable," the stranger murmured sympathetically. "But in my case, it's different. You see, I am responsible for this whole tragic business." "You?" Dave Miller gulped the word. I thought—" The man wagged his head, staring at his notepad, which was littered with jumbled calculations. Miller had a chance to study him. He was tall, heavily built, with wide, sturdy shoulders despite his 60 years. Oddly, he wore a gray-green smock. His eyes, narrowed and intent, looked gimlet-sharp beneath those toothbrush brows of his as he stared at the pad. "There's the trouble right there," he muttered. "I provided only 3 stages of amplification, whereas 4 would have been barely enough. No wonder the phase didn't carry through." "I guess I don't follow you," Miller faltered. "You mean something you did?" "I should think it was something I did." The baldish stranger scratched his head with the tip of his pencil. "I'm John Erickson, you know, the Wanamaker Institute." Miller said, "Oh," in an understanding voice. Erickson was head of Wanamaker Institute, first laboratory of them all when it came to exploding atoms and blazing trails into the wildernesses of science. Erickson's piercing eyes were suddenly boring into the younger man. "You've been sick, haven't you?" he demanded. "Well, no, not really sick." The druggist colored. "I'll have to admit to being drunk a few hours ago, though." "Drunk?" Erickson stuck his tongue in his cheek, shook his head, scowled. "No, that would hardly do it. There must have been something else. The impulsor wasn't that powerful. I can understand about the dog, poor fellow. He must have been run over, and I caught him just at the instant of passing from life to death." "Oh." Dave Miller lifted his head, knowing now what Erickson was driving at. "Well, I may as well be frank. I committed suicide. That's how drunk I was. There hasn't been a suicide in the Miller family in centuries. It took a skinful of liquor to set the precedent." Erickson nodded wisely. "Perhaps we will find the precedent hasn't really been set, but no matter." His lifted hand stopped Miller's eager, wondering exclamation. "The point is, young man, we 3 are in a tough spot, and it's up to us to get out of it. And not only we, but heaven knows how many others the world over." Maybe you can explain to my lay mind what happened?" Miller suggested. "Of course. Forgive me. You see, Mr. Miller. Dave Miller. Dave it is. I have a feeling we're going to be pretty well acquainted before this is over. You see, Dave, I'm a nut on so-called time theories. I've seen time compared to everything from an entity to a long pink worm. But I disagree with them all because they postulate the idea that time is constantly being manufactured. Such reasoning is fantastic. Time exists, not as an ever-growing chain of links, because such a chain would have to have a tail end, if it has a front end. And who can imagine the period when time did not exist? So I think time is like a circular train track, unending. We who live and die merely travel around on it. The future exists simultaneously with the past for one instant when they meet." Miller's brain was humming. Erickson shot the words at him staccato fashion, as if they were things known from the great primer days. The young druggist scratched his head. "You got me licked," he admitted. "I'm a stranger here myself. Naturally, you can't be expected to understand things I've been all my life puzzling about. Simplest way I can explain it is that we are on a train following this immense circular railway. When the train reaches the point where it started, it's about to plunge into the past. But this is impossible because the point where it started is simply the caboose of the train, and that point is always ahead, or behind, the time train. Now my idea was that with the proper stimulus, a man could be thrust across the diameter of this circular railway to a point in his past. Because of the nature of time, he could neither go ahead of the train to meet the future, nor could he stand still and let the caboose catch up with him. But he could detour across the circle and land farther back on the train. And that, my dear Dave, is what you and I and Major have done. Almost." "Almost?" Miller said hoarsely. Erickson pursed his lips. "We are somewhere partway across the space between present and past. We are living in an instant that can move neither forward nor back. You and I, Dave, and Major, and the Lord knows how many others the world over, have been thrust by my time impulsor onto a timeless beach of eternity. We have been caught in time's backwash. Castaways, you might say." An objection clamored for attention in Miller's mind. "But if this is so, where are the rest of them? Where's my wife?" "They're right here," Erickson explained. "No doubt you could see your wife if you could find her, but we see them as statues because for us time no longer exists. But there was something I did not count on. I did not know that it would be possible to live in one small instant of time as we are doing. And I did not know that only those who are hovering between life and death can deviate from the normal process of time." "You mean we're dead?" Miller's voice was a bitter monotone. "Obviously not. We're talking and moving, aren't we? But we were on the fence. When I gave my impulsor the jolt of high power, it went wrong, and I think something must have happened to me. At the same time instant, you had shot yourself. Perhaps, Dave, you were dying. The only way for us to find out is to try to get the machine working and topple ourselves one way or the other. If we fall back, we will all live. If we fall into the present, we may die. Either way, it's better than this," Miller said fervently. "I came to the library here hoping to find things I must know. My own books are locked in my study, and they might be cemented in their places for all their use to me. I suppose we might as well go back to the lab." Miller nodded, murmuring, "Maybe you'll get an idea when you look at the machine again." "Let's hope so," said Erickson grimly. "God knows I've failed so far." Chapter 3. Splendid Sacrifice. It was a solid hour's walk out to West Wilshire, where the laboratory was. The immense bronze and glass doors of Wanamaker Institute were closed, and so barred to the two men, but Erickson led the way down the side. "We can get in a service door. Then we climb through transoms and ventilators until we get to my lab." Major frisked along beside them. He was enjoying the action and the companionship. It was less of an adventure to Miller, who knew death might be ahead for the three of them. Two workmen were moving a heavy cabinet in the side service door. To get in, they climbed up the back of the rear workman, walked across the cabinet, and scaled down the front of the leading man. They went up the stairs to the 15th floor. Here they crawled through a transom into the wing marked "Experimental. Enter only by appointment." Major was helped through it. Then they were crawling along the dark metal tunnel of an air-conditioning ventilator. It was small and took some wriggling. In the next room they were confronted by a stern receptionist on whose desk was a little brass sign reading, "Have you an appointment?" Miller had had his share of experience with receptionist ways in his days as a pharmaceutical salesman. He took the greatest pleasure now in lighting his cigarette from a match struck on the girl's nose. Then he blew the smoke in her face and hastened to crawl through the final transom. John Erickson's laboratory was well lighted by a glass brick wall and a huge skylight. The sun's rays glinted on the time impulsor. The scientist explained the impulsor in concise terms. When he had finished, Dave Miller knew just as little as before, and the outfit still resembled 3 transformers in a line, of the type seen on power poles, connected to a great bronze globe hanging from the ceiling. "There's the monster that put us in this plight," Erickson grunted. "Too strong to be legal, too weak to do the job right. Take a good look." With his hands jammed in his pockets, he frowned at the complex machinery. Miller stared a few moments, then transferred his interest to other things in the room. He was immediately struck by the resemblance of a transformer in a far corner to the ones linked up with the impulsor. "What's that?" he asked quickly. "Looks the same as the ones you used over there." "It is." "But didn't you say all you needed was another stage of power?" "That's right." "Maybe I'm crazy." Miller stared from impulsor to transformer and back again. "Why don't you use it, then?" "Using what for the connection?" Erickson's eyes gently mocked him. "Wire, of course." The scientist jerked a thumb at a small bale of heavy copper wire. "Bring it over and we'll try." Miller was halfway to it when he brought up short. Then a sheepish grin spread over his features. "I get it," he chuckled. "That bale of wire might be the Empire State Building as far as we're concerned. Forgive my stupidity." Erickson suddenly became serious. "I like to be optimistic, Dave," he muttered. "But in all fairness to you, I must tell you I see no way out of this. The machine is, of course, still working, and with that extra stage of power the uncertainty would be over. But where, in this world of immovable things, will we find a piece of wire 25 feet long?" There was a warm, moist sensation against Miller's hand, and when he looked down, Major stared up at him commiseratingly. Miller scratched him behind the ear, and the dog closed his eyes, reassured and happy. The young druggist sighed, wishing there were some giant hand to scratch him behind the ear and smooth his troubles over. "And if we don't get out," he said soberly, "we'll starve, I suppose." "No, I don't think it will be that quick. I haven't felt any hunger. I don't expect to. After all, our bodies are still living in one instant of time, and a man can't work up a healthy appetite in 1 second. Of course, this elastic second business precludes the possibility of disease. Our bodies must go on unchanged. The only hope I see is, when we are on the verge of madness, suicide, that means jumping off a bridge, I suppose. Poison, guns, knives, all the usual wherewithal are denied to us. Black despair closed down on Dave Miller. He thrust it back, forcing a crooked grin. "Let's make a bargain," he offered. "When we finish fooling around with the apparatus, we split up. We'll only be at each other's throat if we stick together. I'll be blaming you for my plight, and I don't want to. It's my fault as much as yours. How about it?" John Erickson gripped his hand. "You're all right, Dave. Let me give you some advice. If ever you do get back to the present, keep away from liquor. Liquor and the Irish never did mix. You'll have that store on its feet again in no time." "Thanks," Miller said fervently, "and I think I can promise that nothing less than a whiskey antidote for snakebite will ever make me bend an elbow again." For the next couple of hours despondency reigned in the laboratory, but it was soon to be deposed again by hope. Despite all of Erickson's scientific training, it was Dave Miller himself who grasped the down-to-earth idea that started them hoping again. He was walking about the lab, jingling keys in his pocket, when suddenly he stopped short. He jerked the ring of keys into his hand. "Erickson," he gasped, "we've been blind. Look at this." The scientist looked, but he remained puzzled. "Well?" he asked skeptically. "There's our wire," Dave Miller exclaimed. "You've got keys, I've got keys. We've got coins, knives, wristwatches. Why can't we lay them all end to end?" Erickson's features looked as if he had been electrically shocked. "You've hit it!" he cried. "If we've got enough!" With one accord they began emptying their pockets, tearing off wristwatches, searching for pencils. The finds made a little heap in the middle of the floor. Erickson let his long fingers claw through thinning hair. "God, give us enough! We'll only need the one wire. The thing is plugged in already, and only the positive pole has to be connected to the globe. Come on!" Scooping up the assortment of metal articles, they rushed across the room. With his pocket knife, Dave Miller began breaking up the metal wristwatch straps, opening the links out so that they could be laid end to end for the greatest possible length. They patiently broke the watches to pieces, and of the junk they garnered made a ragged 1.5 feet of wire. Their coins stretched the line still further. They had 10 feet covered before the stuff was half used up. Their metal pencils taken apart gave them a good 2 feet. Keychains helped generously. With 18 feet covered, their progress began to slow down. Perspiration poured down Miller's face. Desperately, he tore off his lodge ring and cut it in two to pound it flat. From garters and suspenders, they won a few inches more. And then they stopped, feet from their goal. Miller groaned. He tossed his pocket knife in his hand. "We can get a foot out of this," he estimated, "but that still leaves us way short." Abruptly, Erickson snapped his fingers. "Shoes!" he gasped. "They're full of nails. Get to work with that knife, Dave. We'll cut out every one of them." In 10 minutes, the shoes were reduced to ragged piles of tattered leather. Erickson's deft fingers painstakingly placed the nails one by one in the line. The distance left to cover was less than 6 inches. He lined up the last few nails. Then both men were sinking back on their heels as they saw there was a gap of 3 inches to cover. "Beaten," Erickson ground out, "by 3 inches. 3 inches from the present, and yet it might as well be 1,000,000 miles. Miller's body felt as though it were in a vice. His muscles ached with strain. So taut were his nerves that he leaped as though stung when Major nuzzled a cool nose into his hand again. Automatically, he began to stroke the dog's neck. "Well, that licks us," he muttered. "There isn't another piece of movable metal in the world." Major kept whimpering and pushing against him. Annoyed, the druggist shoved him away. "Go away," he muttered. "I don't feel it." Suddenly, then his eyes widened as his touch encountered warm metal. He whirled. "There it is!" he yelled. "The last link! The nameplate on Major's collar!" In a flash, he had torn the little rectangular brass plate from the dog collar. Erickson took it from his grasp. Sweat stood shiny on his skin. He held the bit of metal over the gap between the wire and the pole. "This is it," he smiled brittly. "We're on our way, Dave. Where, I don't know, to death or back to life. But we're going." The metal clinked into place. Live, writhing power leaped through the wire, snarling across partial breaks. The transformers began to hum. The humming grew louder. Singing softly, the bronze globe over their heads glowed green. Dave Miller felt a curious lightness. There was a snap in his brain, and Erickson, Major, and the laboratory faded from his senses. Then came an interval when the only sound was the soft sobbing he had been hearing, as if in a dream. That and blackness that enfolded him like soft velvet. Then Miller was opening his eyes to see the familiar walls of his own kitchen around him. Someone cried out, "Dave! Oh, Dave, dear!" It was Helen's voice, and it was Helen who cradled his head in her lap and bent her face close to his. "Oh, thank God that you're alive!" "Helen," Miller murmured, "what are you doing here?" "I couldn't go through with it. I just couldn't leave you. I came back and I heard the shot and ran in. The doctor should be here. I called him 5 minutes ago." 5 minutes? How long has it been since I shot myself?" "Oh, just 6 or 7 minutes. I called the doctor right away." Miller took a deep breath. And it must have been a dream. All that to happen in a few minutes. It wasn't possible. How could I have botched the job?" he muttered. "I wasn't drunk enough to miss myself completely." Helen looked at the huge revolver lying in the sink. "Oh, that old .45 of Grandfather's. It hasn't been loaded since the Civil War. I guess the power got damp or something. It just sort of sputtered instead of exploding properly. Dave, promise me something. You won't ever do anything like this again, if I promise not to nag you?" Dave Miller closed his eyes. "There won't be any need to nag, Helen. Some people take a lot of teaching, but I've had my lesson. I've got ideas about the store which I'd been too lazy to try out. You know, I feel more like fighting now than I have for years. We'll lick 'em, won't we, honey?" Helen buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder and cried softly. Her words were too muffled to be intelligible, but Dave Miller understood what she meant. He had thought the whole thing a dream, John Erickson, the time impulsor, and Major. But that night he read an item in the Evening Courier that was to keep him thinking for many days. "Police investigate death of scientist here in laboratory. John M. Erickson, director of the Wanamaker Institute, died at his work last night. Erickson was a beloved and valuable figure in the world of science, famous for his recently publicized time-lapse theory. 2 strange circumstances surrounded his death. One was the presence of a German shepherd dog in the laboratory, its head crushed as if with a sledgehammer. The other was a chain of small metal objects, stretching from one corner of the room to the other, as if intended to take the place of wire in a circuit. Police, however, discount this idea, as there was a roll of wire only a few feet from the body." End of The Day Time Stopped Moving by Bradner Buckner. Recorded by Bill Coombs in Arizona, USA.
By Catherine McLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tibby Scott. The Natives by Catherine McLean. The old one said, "Stick close by me, child." "What'll it be like, Grandpa?" The youngster was frightened. "Dark, very dark and big. It moves fast, but we'll keep up with it." The tone was consciously reassuring. "Dark, Grandpa?" "Yes, it sucks heat and absorbs light." "You'll find out when you're old and strong enough to swim down to the bottom and see what's there. Now stay with me when we follow it, and don't get lost in the crowd. And don't get ahead of me or get too close to it. You might take in too much and get overcharged." "What's overcharged, Grandpa? Can you really get too much?" The youngster jigged up and down a little with excitement and anticipation. For a moment the oldster turned his attention from watching for the thing that was coming, and considered him fondly. "Poor youngling, I forget. You've had no chance to learn what it means to get enough. You're too young to ride the storms and tap the lightnings. Listen now. When a grown-up has to let out a flash of blue light, that means that he's overcharged and spinning off balance inside, and so he has to save himself by letting out his energy to let down the pressure. So be careful. Take enough, but don't be greedy and take in too much too suddenly. Now, let's just float here with the others and be ready." It was a beautiful, bright day. The sun poured down its flood of light, here and there energizing a molecule of the blue air into little sparkles of ionization, and below, a mist of bright clouds half veiled the darkness that was the bottom. What's it mean when someone blinks blue light in lots of flashes and then glows red and starts sinking, huh, Grandpa? I'll tell you later when you're older. Just be careful and don't get too close. He was abruptly excited. Here it comes! Out of the blue translucence far below, a black dot appeared and grew rapidly, rushing closer until it was a huge, fish-shaped object with widespread fins rushing toward them. It would pass slightly to the left of them, and already the waiting crowd was moving to intercept it. It flashed by, and the youngster thought they were going to lose it. It was going so much faster than they. But as the thought crossed his mind, and he saw the two churning, glowing openings in its rear, a burning blast of energy struck him. A multitude of glowing, charged particles crackled around him, streamed against him. His fields shifted to reach out and capture them. The spin of stored energy within spun faster, absorbing the new energy into its drive, its life pulse rising to a deep hum, and he felt strong, stronger than he had ever felt before in his life. They were flying faster now, accelerating faster than he had ever flown, and it was easy. They drew up closer to the dark thing, matching its speed for speed, laving in the glowing cloud of energy particles that roared backward from its jets. The youngster was astounded and exhilarated at the tremendous, effortless speed with which they were driving forward. This was the first time he had ever had so much power. It was 10 times more than any aurora borealis with its pale wash of energy waves. Drunken in his newfound strength, he pulled ahead closer to the roaring jets. At the peak of the arc of climb of the New York-Istanbul stratoliner, high in the ionosphere where the Earth was merely a giant globe far below, the pilot of the stratoliner boringly cut the jets for the fuel-saving glide that turned their nose toward Earth again. The radar was clanging its usual senseless warning of imminent collision with some solid objects, which had appeared closer than the automatic relays considered safe. It had been clanging for several minutes. The pilot glanced in annoyance at the radar screen, where several hundred globes, from 2 to 7 feet in diameter, showed vividly, trailing the ship in a fan-shaped cluster. Some day I'm going to take a hammer to that thing. The co-pilot, looking back from the control blister's rear window, saw nothing as usual, except a few of the shining globes which showed themselves transiently in a brief flash of blue light as they carelessly overloaded and discharged, and one, smaller than the rest, who blinked on and off rapidly in brilliant flashes of blue. As he watched, it ran suddenly down the color scale to red and began to lag behind, a glowing red globe sinking. I wonder what the hell they think they're doing, he grumbled. End of The Natives by Catherine McLean. Recording by Tibby Scott.
The New Accelerator by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Lau. The New Accelerator by H.G. Wells. Certainly, if ever a man found a guinea when he was looking for a pin, it is my good friend Professor Gibbon. I have heard before of investigators overshooting the mark, but never quite to the extent that he has done. He has really this time, at any rate, without any touch of exaggeration in the phrase, found something to revolutionize human life, and that when he was simply seeking an all-round nervous stimulant to bring languid people up to the stresses of these pushful days. I have tasted the stuff now several times, and I cannot do better than describe the effect the thing had on me. That there are astonishing experiences in store for all in search of new sensations will become apparent enough. Professor Gibbon, as many people may know, is my neighbour in Folkestone. Unless my memory plays me a trick, his portrait at various ages has already appeared in the Strand magazine, I think in late 1899, but I am unable to look it up, because I have lent that volume to someone who has never sent it back. The reader may, perhaps, recall the high forehead and the singularly long black eyebrows that give such a Mephistophelian touch to his face. He occupies one of those pleasant little detached houses in the mixed style that make the western end of the Upper Sandgate Road so interesting. He is the one with the Flemish gables and the Moorish portico, and it is in the little room with the mullioned bay windows that he works when he is down here, and in which of an evening we have so often smoked and talked together. He is a mighty jester, but besides he likes to talk to me about his work. He is one of those men who find a help and stimulus in talking, and so I have been able to follow the conception of the new accelerator right up from a very early stage. Of course, the greater portion of his experimental works is not done in Folkestone, but in Gower Street, in the fine new laboratory next to the hospital that he has been the first to use. As everyone knows, or at least all intelligent people know, the special department in which Gibbon has gained so great and deserved a reputation among physiologists is the action of drugs upon the nervous system. Upon soporifics, sedatives, and anaesthetics he is, I am told, unequalled. He is also a chemist of considerable eminence, and I suppose in the subtle and complex jungle of riddles that centres about the ganglion cell and the axis fibre there are little cleared places of his making, little glades of illumination, that until he sees fit to publish his results are still inaccessible to every other living man. And in the last few years he has been particularly assiduous upon this question of nervous stimulants, and already, before the discovery of the new accelerator, very successful with them. Medical science has to thank him for at least 3 distinct and absolutely safe invigorators of unrivalled value to practising men. In cases of exhaustion, the preparation known as Gibbon's bee syrup has, I suppose, saved more lives already than any lifeboat round the coast. "But none of these little things begin to satisfy me yet," he told me nearly a year ago. "Either they increase the central energy without affecting the nerves, or they simply increase the available energy by lowering the nervous conductivity, and all of them are unequal and local in their operation. One wakes up the heart and viscera, and leaves the brain stupefied. One gets at the brain champagne fashion, and does nothing good for the solar plexus. And what I want, and what, if it's an earthly possibility, I mean to have, is a stimulant that stimulates all round, that wakes you up for a time from the crown of your head to the tip of your great toe, and makes you go 2 or even 3 to everybody else's 1. Eh? That's the thing I'm after." "It would tire a man," I said. "Not a doubt of it, and you'd eat double or treble and all that. But just think what the thing would mean. Imagine yourself with a little fire like this." He held up a bottle of green glass and marked his points with it. "And in this precious fire is the power to think twice as fast, move twice as quickly, do twice as much work in a given time as you could otherwise do." "But is such a thing possible?" "I believe so. If it isn't, I've wasted my time for a year. These various preparations of the hypophosphites, for example, seem to show something of the sort. Even if it was only 1½ times as fast, it would do." "It would do?" I said. "If you're a statesman in a corner, for example, time rushing up against you, something urgent to be done, eh?" "He could dose his private secretary," I said, "and gain double time. And think if you, for example, wanted to finish a book." "Usually," I said, "I wish I'd never begun 'em." "Or a doctor driven to death wants to sit down and think out a case. Or a barrister or a man cramming for an examination." "Worth a guinea a drop," I said, "and more to men like that." "And in a duel again," said Gibbon, "where it all depends on your quickness in pulling the trigger." "Or in fencing," I echoed. "You see," said Gibbon, "if I get it as an all-round thing, it will really do you no harm at all, except perhaps to an infinitesimal degree. It brings you nearer old age. You will just have lived twice to other people's once." "I suppose," I meditated, In a duel, would it be fair?" "That's a question for the seconds," said Gibbon. I harked back further. "And you really think such a thing is possible?" I said. "As possible," said Gibbon, and glanced at something that went throbbing by the window, "as a motor bus. As a matter of fact." He paused and smiled at me deeply, and tapped slowly on the edge of his desk with the green file. "I think I know the stuff. Already I've got something coming." The nervous smile upon his face betrayed the gravity of his revelation. He rarely talked of his actual experimental work unless things were very near the end. "And it may be, I shouldn't be surprised, it may even do the thing at a greater rate than twice." "It will be a rather big thing," I hazarded. "It will be, I think, rather a big thing." But I don't think he quite knew what a big thing it was to be, for all that. I remember we had several talks about the stuff after that. The new accelerator, he called it, and his tone about it grew more confident on each occasion. Sometimes he talked nervously of unexpected physiological results its use might have, and then he would get a little unhappy. At others he was frankly mercenary, and we debated long and anxiously how the preparation might be turned to commercial account. "It's a good thing," said Gibbon, "a tremendous thing. I know I'm giving the world something, and I think it only reasonable we should expect the world to pay. The dignity of science is all very well, but I think somehow I must have the monopoly of the stuff for, say, 10 years. I don't see why all the fun in life should go to the dealers in ham." My own interest in the coming drug certainly did not wane in the time. I have always had a queer little twist towards metaphysics in my mind. I have always been given to paradoxes about space and time, and it seemed to me that Gibbon was really preparing no less than the absolute acceleration of life. Suppose a man repeatedly dosed with such a preparation, he would live an active and record life indeed, but he would be an adult at 11, middle-aged at 25, and by 30 well on the road to senile decay. It seemed to me that so far Gibbon was only going to do for any one who took his drug exactly what Nature had done for the Jews and Orientals, who are men in their teens and aged by 50, and quicker in thought and act than we are all the time. The marvel of the drugs has always been great to my mind. You can madden a man, calm a man, make him incredibly strong and alert, or a helpless log. Quicken his passion and allay that all by means of drugs, and here was a new miracle to be added to this strange armoury of phials the doctors use. But Gibbon was far too eager upon his technical points to enter very keenly into my aspect of the question. It was the 7th or 8th of August when he told me the distillation that would decide his failure or success, for a time was going forward as we talked, and it was on the 10th that he told me the thing was done and the new accelerator a tangible reality in the world. I met him as I was going up the Sandgate Hill towards Folkestone. I think I was going to get my hair cut, and he came hurrying down to meet me. I suppose he was coming to my house to tell me at once of his success. I remember that his eyes were unusually bright and his face flushed, and I noted even then the swift alacrity of his step. "It's done," he cried, and gripped my hand, speaking very fast. "It's more than done. Come up to my house and see." "Really, really," he shouted, "incredibly, come up and see." "And it does twice?" "It does more, much more. It scares me. Come up and see the stuff. Taste it, try it. It's the most amazing stuff on earth." He gripped my arm, and walking at such a pace that he forced me into a trot, went shouting with me up the hill. A whole charabankful of people turned and stared at us in unison after the manner of people in Chars-a-Banc. It was one of those hot, clear days that Folkestone sees so much of, every colour incredibly bright and every outline hard. There was a breeze, of course, but not so much breeze as sufficed under these conditions to keep me cool and dry. I panted for mercy. I'm not walking fast, am I?" cried Gibbon, and slackened his pace to a quick march. "You've been taking some of this stuff?" I puffed. "No," he said. "At the utmost, a drop of water that stood in a beaker from which I washed out the last traces of the stuff. I took some last night, you know, but that is ancient history now." "And it goes twice," I said, nearing his doorway in a grateful perspiration. "It goes 1,000 times, many thousand times," cried Gibbon, with a dramatic gesture, flinging open his early English carved oak gate. "Phew!" said I, and followed him to the door. "I don't know how many times it goes," he said. "And it throws all sorts of light on nervous physiology. It kicks the theory of vision into a perfectly new shape. Heaven knows how many thousand times. We'll try all that after. The thing is to try the stuff now." "Try the stuff?" I said, as we went along the passage. "Rather," said Gibbon, turning on me in his study. "There it is in that little green phial there, unless you happen to be afraid." I am a careful man by nature, and only theoretically adventurous. I was afraid. But on the other hand, there is pride. "Well," I haggled, "you say you've tried it." "I've tried it," he said, "and I don't look hurt by it, do I? I don't even look livery, and I feel—" I sat down. "Give me the potion," I said. "If the worst comes to the worst, it will save having my hair cut, and that, I think, is one of the most hateful duties of a civilised man. How do you take the mixture?" "With water," said Gibbon, whacking down a carafe. He stood up in front of his desk and regarded me in his easy chair. His manner was suddenly affected by a touch of the Harley Street specialist. "It's rum stuff, you know," he said. I made a gesture with my hand. "I must warn you, in the first place, as soon as you've got it down, to shut your eyes and open them very cautiously in a minute or so's time. One still sees. The sense of vision is a question of length, of vibration, and not of multitude of impacts. But there's a kind of shock to the retina, a nasty giddy confusion just at the time, if the eyes are open. Keep them shut." "Shut," I said. "Good." "And the next thing is, keep still. Don't begin to whack about. You may fetch something nasty a rap if you do. Remember, you will be going several thousand times faster than you ever did before. Heart, lungs, muscle, brain, everything. And you'll hit hard without knowing it. You won't know it, you know. You'll feel just as you do now, only everything in the world will seem to be going ever so many thousand times slower than it went before. That's what makes it so deuced queer." "Law," I said, "and you mean—" "You'll see," said he, and took up a little measure. He glanced at the material on his desk. "Glasses," he said. "Water. All here. Mustn't take too much for the first attempt." The little phial glucked out its precious contents. "Don't forget what I told you," he said, turning the contents of the measure into a glass in the manner of an Italian waiter measuring whisky. "Sit with the eyes tightly shut and in absolute stillness for 2 minutes," he said. "Then you will hear me speak." He added an inch or so of water to the little dose in each glass. "By the by," he said, "don't put your glass down. Keep it in your hand, and rest your hand on your knee. Yes, so. And now—" He raised his glass. "The new accelerator," I said. "The new accelerator," he answered, and we touched glasses and drank, and instantly I closed my eyes. You know that blank non-existence into which one drops when one has taken gas? For an indefinite interval it was like that. Then I heard Gibbon telling me to wake up, and I stirred and opened my eyes. There he stood, as he had been standing, glass still in hand. It was empty. That was all the difference. "Well?" said I. "Nothing out of the way?" "Nothing. A slight feeling of exhilaration, perhaps. Nothing more." "Sounds?" "Things are still," I said. "By Jove, yes! They are still, except the sort of faint patter, like rain falling on different things. What is it?" "Analysed sounds," I think he said, but I am not sure. He glanced at the window. Have you ever seen a curtain before a window fixed in that way before?" I followed his eyes, and there was the end of the curtain frozen, as it were, corner high, in the act of flapping briskly in the breeze. "No," said I. "That's odd." "And here," he said, and opened the hand that held the glass, expecting the glass to smash. But so far from smashing, it did not even seem to stir. It hung in mid-air, motionless. "Roughly speaking," said Gibbon, "an object in these latitudes falls 16 feet in the first second. This glass is falling 16 feet in a second now, only you see it hasn't been falling yet for the 100th part of a second. That gives you some idea of the pace of my accelerator." And he waved his hand round and round over and under the slowly sinking glass. Finally he took it by the bottom, pulled it down, and placed it very carefully on the table. "Hey?" he said to me, and laughed. "That seems all right," I said, and began very gingerly to raise myself from my chair. I felt perfectly well, very light and comfortable, and quite confident in my mind. I was going fast all over. My heart, for example, was beating 1,000 times a second, but that caused me no discomfort at all. I looked out of the window. An immovable cyclist, head down and with a frozen puff of dust behind his driving wheel, scorched to overtake a galloping char à banc that did not stir. I gaped in amazement at this incredible spectacle. "Gibbon," I cried, "how long will this confounded stuff last?" "Heaven knows," he answered. "Last time I took it, I went to bed and slept it off. I tell you, I was frightened. It must have lasted some minutes. I think it seemed like hours, but after a bit it slows down rather suddenly, I believe." I was proud to observe that I did not feel frightened, I suppose because there were two of us. "Why shouldn't we go out?" I asked. "Why not?" "They'll see us." "Not they, goodness, no. Why, we shall be going 1,000 times faster than the quickest conjuring trick that was ever done. Come along. Which way shall we go, window or door?" And out by the window we went. Assuredly, of all the strange experiences that I have ever had, or imagined, or read of other people having or imagining, that little raid I made with Gibbon on the Folkestone Leas, under the influence of the new accelerator, was the strangest and maddest of all. We went out by his gate into the road, and there we made a minute examination of the statuesque passing traffic. The tops of the wheels and some of the legs of the horses of this char à banc, the end of the whiplash, and the lower jaw of the conductor, who was just beginning to yawn, were perceptibly in motion, but all the rest of the lumbering conveyance seemed still, and quite noiseless, except for a faint rattling that came from one man's throat. And, as parts of this frozen edifice, there were a driver, you know, and a conductor, and 11 people. The effect, as we walked about the thing, began by being madly queer, and ended by being disagreeable. There they were, people like ourselves, and yet not like ourselves, frozen in careless attitudes. Caught in mid-gesture, a girl and a man smiled at one another, a leering smile that threatened to last for evermore. A woman in a floppy capelline rested her arm on the rail and stared at Gibbon's house with the unwinking stare of eternity. A man stroked his moustache like a figure of wax, and another stretched a tiresome, stiff hand with extended fingers towards his loosened hat. We stared at them, we laughed at them, we made faces at them, and then a sort of disgust came upon us, and we turned away and walked round in front of the cyclist towards the Leas. "Goodness!" cried Gibbon suddenly. "Look there!" He pointed, and there at the tip of his finger, and sliding down the air, with wings flapping slowly and at the speed of an exceptionally languid snail, was a bee. And so we came out upon the Leas. There the thing seemed madder than ever. The band was playing in the upper stand, though all the sound it made for us was a low-pitched wheezy rattle, a sort of prolonged last sigh that passed at times into a sound like the slow muffled ticking of some monstrous clock. Frozen people stood erect, strange, silent, self-conscious looking dummies hung unstably in mid-stride, promenading upon the grass. I passed close to a little poodle dog suspended in the act of leaping, and watched the slow movement of his legs as he sank to the earth. "Lord, look here!" cried Gibbon, and we halted for a moment before a magnificent person in white faint striped flannels, white shoes, and a Panama hat, who turned back to wink at two gaily dressed ladies he had passed. A wink studied with such leisurely deliberation as we could afford is an unattractive thing. It loses any quality of alert gaiety, and one remarks that the winking eye does not completely close, that under its drooping lid appears the lower edge of an eyeball and a little line of white. "Heaven give me memory," said I, "and I will never wink again." "Or smile," said Gibbon, with his eye on the lady's answering teeth. "It's infernally hot somehow," said I. "Let's go slower." "Oh, come along," said Gibbon. We picked our way among the bath chairs in the path. Many of the people sitting in the chairs seemed almost natural in their passive poses, but the contorted scarlet of the bandsmen was not a restful thing to see. A purple-faced little gentleman was frozen in the midst of a violent struggle to refold his newspaper against the wind. There were many evidences that all these people in their sluggish way were exposed to a considerable breeze, a breeze that had no existence so far as our sensations went. We came out and walked a little way from the crowd and turned and regarded it. To see all that multitude changed to a picture smitten rigid, as it were, into the semblance of realistic wax was impossibly wonderful. It was absurd, of course, but it filled me with an irrational and exultant sense of superior advantage. Consider the wonder of it! All that I had said and thought and done since the stuff had begun to work in my veins had happened, so far as those people, so far as the world in general went, in the twinkling of an eye. "The new accelerator," I began, but Gibbon interrupted me. "There's that infernal old woman," he said. "What old woman?" "Lives next door to me," said Gibbon. "Has a lapdog that yaps. Gods, the temptation is strong." There is something very boyish and impulsive about Gibbon at times. Before I could expostulate with him, he had dashed forward, snatched the unfortunate animal out of visible existence, and was running violently with it towards the cliff of the Leas. It was most extraordinary. The little brute, you know, didn't bark or wriggle or make the slightest sign of vitality. It kept quite stiffly in an attitude of somnolent repose, and Gibbon held it by the neck. It was like running about with a dog of wood. "Gibbon," I cried, "put it down." Then I said something else. "If you run like that, Gibbon," I cried, "you'll set your clothes on fire. Your linen trousers are going brown as it is." He clapped his hand on his thigh and stood hesitating on the verge. "Gibbon," I cried, coming up, "put it down. This heat is too much. It's our running so. 2 or 3 miles a second. Friction of the air." "What?" he said, glancing at the dog. "Friction of the air," I shouted. "Friction of the air. Going too fast. Like meteorites and things. Too hot. And, Gibbon, Gibbon, I'm all over pricking and a sort of perspiration. You can see people stirring slightly. I believe the stuff's working off. Put that dog down." "Eh?" he said. "It's working off," I repeated. "We're too hot, and the stuff's working off. I'm wet through." He stared at me, then at the band, the wheezy rattle of whose performance was certainly going faster. Then, with a tremendous sweep of the arm, he hurled the dog away from him, and it went spinning upward, still inanimate, and hung at last over the grouped parasols of a knot of chattering people. Gibbon was gripping my elbow. "By Jove!" he cried, "I believe it is a sort of hot pricking, and yes, that man's moving his pocket handkerchief perceptibly. We must get out of this sharp." But we could not get out of it sharply enough. Luckily, perhaps, for we might have run, and if we had run we should, I believe, have burst into flames. Almost certainly we should have burst into flames. You know, we had neither of us thought of that. But before we could even begin to run, the action of the drug had ceased. It was the business of a minute fraction of a second. The effect of the new accelerator passed like the drawing of a curtain, vanished in the movement of a hand. I heard Gibbon's voice in infinite alarm. "Sit down," he said. and flop down upon the turf at the edge of the leads I sat, scorching as I sat. There is a patch of burnt grass there still, where I sat down. The whole stagnation seemed to wake up as I did so. The disarticulated vibration of the band rushed together into a blast of music. The promenaders put their feet down and walked their ways. The papers and flags began flapping. Smiles passed into words. The winker finished his wink and went on his way complacently, and all the seated people moved and spoke. The whole world had come alive again, was going as fast as we were, or rather we were going no faster than the rest of the world. It was like slowing down as one comes into a railway station. Everything seemed to spin round for a second or two. I had the most transient feeling of nausea, and that was all. And the little dog, which seemed to hang for a moment when the force of Gibbon's arm was expended, fell with a swift acceleration clean through a lady's parasol. That was the saving of us. Unless it was for one corpulent old gentleman in a bath chair, who certainly did start at the sight of us, and afterwards regarded us at intervals with a darkly suspicious eye, and finally, I believe, said something to his nurse about us. I doubt if a solitary person remarked our appearance among them. Plop! We must have appeared abruptly. We ceased to smoulder almost at once, though the turf beneath me was uncomfortably hot. The attention of every one, including even the Amusements Association band, which on this occasion, for the only time in history, got out of tune, was arrested by the amazing fact, and the still more amazing yapping and uproar caused by the fact that a respectable overfed lapdog sleeping quietly to the east of the bandstand should suddenly fall through a parasol of a lady on the west, in a slightly singed condition, due to the extreme velocity of its movements through the air. In these absurd days, too, when we were all trying to be as psychic and silly and superstitious as possible. People got up and trod on other people. Chairs were overturned. The lead policeman ran. How the matter settled itself I do not know. We were much too anxious to disentangle ourselves from the affair, and get out of range of the eye of the old gentleman in the bath chair to make minute inquiries. As soon as we were sufficiently cool and sufficiently recovered from our giddiness and nausea and confusion of mind to do so, we stood up, and, skirting the crowd, directed our steps back along the road below the Metropole towards Gibbon's house. But amidst the din I heard very distinctly the gentleman who had been sitting beside the lady of the ruptured sunshade using quite unjustifiable threats and language to one of those chair attendants who have "Inspector" written on their caps. "If you didn't throw that dog," he said, "who did?" The sudden return of movement and familiar noises, and our natural anxiety about ourselves. Our clothes were still dreadfully hot, and the fronts of the thighs of Gibbon's white trousers were scorched a drabbish brown, prevented the minute observations I should have liked to make on all these things. Indeed, I really made no observations of any scientific value on that return. The bee, of course, had gone. I looked for that cyclist, but he was already out of sight as we came into the Upper Sandgate Road, or hidden from us by traffic. The char a banc, however, with its people now all alive and stirring, was clattering along at a spanking pace, almost abreast of the nearer church. We noted, however, that the window-sill on which we had stepped in, getting out of the house, was slightly singed, and that the impression of our feet on the gravel of the path were unusually deep. So it was I had my first experience of the new accelerator. Practically we had been running about and saying and doing all sorts of things in the space of a second or so of time. We had lived half an hour while the band had played, perhaps 2 bars, but the effect it had upon us was that the whole world had stopped for our convenient inspection. Considering all things, and particularly considering our rashness in venturing out of the house, the experience might certainly have been much more disagreeable than it was. It showed, no doubt, that Gibbon has still much to learn before his preparation is a manageable convenience, but its practicability it certainly demonstrated beyond all cavil. Since that adventure he has been steadily bringing its use under control, and I have several times and without the slightest bad result, taken measured doses under his direction, though, I must confess, I have not ventured abroad again while under its influence. I may mention, for example, that this story has been written at one sitting, and without interruption, except for the nibbling of some chocolates by its means. I began at 6:25, and my watch is now very nearly at a minute past the half hour. The convenience of securing a long, uninterrupted spell of work in the midst of a day full of engagements cannot be exaggerated. Gibbon is now working at the quantitative handling of his preparation with a special reference to its distinctive effects upon different types of constitution. He then hopes to find a retarder with which to dilute its present rather excessive potency. The retarder will, of course, have the reverse effects to the accelerator. Used alone, it should enable the patient to spread a few seconds over many hours of ordinary time, and so to maintain an apathetic inaction, a glacier-like absence of alacrity, amidst the most animated or irritating surroundings. The two things together must necessarily work an entire revolution in civilized existence. It is the beginning of our escape from that time garment of which Carlyle speaks, while this accelerator will enable us to concentrate ourselves with tremendous impact upon any moment or occasion that demands our utmost sense and vigour. The retarder will enable us to pass in passive tranquillity through infinite hardship and tedium. Perhaps I am a little too optimistic about the retarder, which has indeed still to be discovered, but about the accelerator there is no possible sort of doubt whatever. Its appearance upon the market in a convenient, controllable, and assimilable form is a matter of the next few months. It will be obtainable of all chemists and druggists in small green bottles at a high, but, considering its extraordinary qualities, by no means excessive price. Gibbon's nervous accelerator it will be called, and he hopes to be able to supply it in 3 strengths, one in 200, one in 900, and one in 2000, distinguished by yellow, pink, and white labels respectively. No doubt its use renders a great number of very extraordinary things possible, for, of course, the most remarkable and possibly even criminal proceedings may be effected with impunity by thus dodging, as it were, into the interstices of time. Like all potent preparations, it will be liable to abuse. We have, however, discussed this aspect of the question very thoroughly, and we have decided that this is purely a matter of medical jurisprudence and altogether outside our province. We shall manufacture and sell the accelerator, and as for the consequences, we shall see. End of The New Accelerator by H. G. Wells. Recording by Alex Lau. Manchester, 2012.
of Venus by Anthony Pelcher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Douglas Nelson. Vampires of Venus by Anthony Pelcher. It was as if someone had thrown a bomb into a Quaker meeting, when adventure suddenly began to crowd itself into the life of the studious and methodical Leslie Larner, professor of entomology. Fame had been his since early manhood, when he began to distinguish himself in several sciences, but the adventure and thrills he had longed for had always fallen to the lot of others. His father, a college professor, had left him a good working brain and nothing else. Later his mother died, and he was left with no relatives in the world, so far as he knew. So he gave his life over to study and hard work. Still youthful at 25, he was hoping that fate would give him a break. It did. He was in charge of a government department having to do with oriental beetles, Hessian flies, boll weevils and such, and it seemed his life had just been one bug after another. He took creeping, crawling things seriously, and believed that, unless curbed, insects would some day crowd man off the earth. He sounded an alarm, but humanity was not disturbed. So Leslie Larner fell back on his microscope and concerned himself with saving cotton, wheat, and other crops. His only diversion was fishing for the elusive rainbow trout. He managed to spend a month each year in the Colorado Rockies angling for speckled beauties. Larner was anything but a clock watcher, but on a certain bright day in June he was seated in his laboratory doing just that. Just 5 minutes to go, he mused. It was just 4:25 p.m. He had finished his work, put his affairs in order, and in 5 minutes would be free to leave on a much-needed and well-earned vacation. His bags were packed and at the station. His fishing tackle, the pride of his young life, was neatly rolled in oiled silk and stood near at hand. "I'll just fill my calabash, take one more quiet smoke, and then for the mountains and freedom," he told himself. He settled back with his feet on his desk. He half closed his eyes in solid comfort. Then the bomb fell and exploded. Brrr! The buzzer on his desk buzzed, and his feet came off the desk and hit the floor with a thud. His eyes popped open, and the calabash was immediately laid aside. That buzzer usually meant business, and it would be his usual luck to have trouble cash in on him just as he was on the edge of a rainbow trout paradise. A messenger was ushered into the room by an assistant. The boy handed him an envelope, said, "No answer," and departed. Larner tore open the envelope lazily. He read and then reread its contents, while a look of puzzled surprise disturbed his usually placid countenance. He spread the sheet of paper out on his desk, and for the 10th time he read, "Confidential. Memorize this address and destroy this paper. Tula Bela, 1726 88th Street, West, City of Hesper, Republic of Pana, Planet Venus. Will meet you in the frying pan." That was all. It was enough. Larner lost his temper. He crumpled the paper and tossed it in the wastebasket. He was not given to profanity, but he could say Judas Priest in a way that sizzled. "Judas Priest!" he spluttered. "Anyone who would send a man a crazy bunch of nonsense like that, at a time like this, ought to be snuffed out like a beetle." He fished the paper out of the wastebasket, found the envelope, placed the strange message within, and put it inside his coat pocket. Then he seized his suitcase and fishing tackle and, rushing out, hailed a taxi. Not long after, he was on his way west by plane. As the country unrolled under him, he retrieved the strange note from his pocket. He read it again and again. Then he examined the envelope. It was an ordinary one of good quality, designed for business rather than social usage. The notepaper appeared quite different. It was unruled, pure white, and of a texture which might be described as pebbly. It was strongly made, and of a nature unlike any paper Larner had ever seen before. It appeared to have been made from a fiber rather than a pulp. "Wonder who wrote it?" Larner asked himself. "It is beautiful handwriting, masculine yet artistic. Wonder where he got the frying-pan idea. At any rate, I'm not going to the frying-pan this year. I'm camping on Tennessee Creek in Lake County, Colorado. The country there is more beautiful and restful. But this street address on the planet Venus. Seems to me I read somewhere that Marconi had received mysterious signals that he believed came from the planet Venus. Hesper. Hesper. It sounds familiar somehow. Wonder if there could be anything to it." Something impelled him to follow out the instructions in the note. He spent the next few hours repeating the address over and over again. When he was satisfied that he had memorized it thoroughly, He tore the strange paper into bits and sent it fluttering earthward like a tiny snowstorm. Larner was not a gullible individual, but neither was he unimaginative. He was scientist enough to know that the impossibilities of today are the accomplishments of tomorrow. So while not convinced that the note was a serious communication, still his mind was open. The weird address insisted on creeping into his mind and driving out other thoughts, even those of his speckled playfellows, the rainbow trout. "I've a notion to change my plans and go from Denver to the frying pan," he cogitated. Then he thought, "No, I won't take it that seriously." Anyone who knows the Colorado Rockies knows paradise. There is no more beautiful country on the globe. Lake County, where Larner had chosen his fishing grounds, has as its seat the old mining camp of Leadville. It has been visited and settled more for its gold mines than the golden glow of its sunsets above the clouds. But the gold of the sunsets is eternal, while the gold of the miners is fading quickly away. Leadville, with its 5,000 inhabitants, nestles above the clouds, at an altitude of more than 10,000 feet. Mount Massive, with its 3 peaks, lies back of the town in panorama and rises to a height of some 14,400 feet. In the rugged mountains thereabouts are hundreds of lakes fed by wild streams and bubbling crystal springs. All these lakes are above the clouds. Winter sees the whole picture decorated with bizarre snowdrifts from 20 to 40 feet deep, but spring comes early. The beautiful columbines and crocuses bloom before the snow is all off the ground in the valleys. The lands up to 12,000 feet altitude are carpeted with a light green grass and moss. Giant pines and dainty aspens, with their silvery bark and pinkish leaves, blossom forth and whisper, while the eternal snows still linger in the higher rocky cliffs and peaks above. Indian paint blooms its blood red in contrast to the milder colorings. Blackbirds and bluebirds chatter and chipmunks chirp. The gold, so hard to find in the mines, glares from the skies. The hills cuddle in banks of snowy clouds, and above all a pure, clear blue sky sweeps. The lakes and streams abound with rainbow trout, the gamest of any freshwater fish. It is indeed a paradise for either poet or sportsman. In any direction near to Leadville a man can find heaven and recreation and rest. Finding himself on Harrison Avenue, the main street of the county seat, Larner, after renewing some old acquaintanceships, started west in a flivver for Tennessee Creek. The flivver is a modern adjustment. Until a few years ago, the only means of traversing these same hills was by patient, sure-footed donkeys, which carried the pack while the wayfarer walked along beside. The first day's fishing was good. Trout seemed to greet him cheerily and sprang eagerly to the fray. They bit at any sort of silken fly he cast. The site chosen by Larner for his camp was in a mossy clearing separated from the stream by a fringe of willows along the creek. Then came a border of aspens backed by a forest of silver-tipped firs. It was ideal, and his eyes swept the scene with satisfaction. Then he began whittling bacon to grease his pan for frying trout over the open fire. Suddenly he heard a rustle in the aspens, and looking up beheld a picture which made his eyes bulge. A man and a woman, garbed seemingly in the costumes of another world, walked toward him. Neither were more than 5 feet tall, but were physically perfect, and marvelously pleasing to the eye. There was little difference in their dress. Both wore helmets studded with what Larner believed to be sapphires. He learned later they were diamonds. Their clothing consisted of tight, trouser-like garments surmounted by tunics of some white pelt resembling chamois save for color. A belt studded with precious stones encircled their waists. Artistic laced sandals graced their small, firm feet. Their skin was a pinkish white. Their every feature was perfection plus, and their bodies curved just enough wherever a curve should be. The woman was daintier and more fully developed, and her features were even more finely chiseled than the man. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to distinguish their sex. Larner took in these details subconsciously, for he was awed beyond expression. All he could do was to stand seemingly frozen, half bent over the campfire with his frying pan in his hand. The man spoke. "I hope we did not startle you," he said. "I thought my note would partly prepare you for this meeting. We expected to find you in the frying-pan district. When you did not appear there, we tuned our radio locator to your heartbeats, and in that way located you here. It was hardly a second's space flying time from where we were." Larner said nothing. He could only stand and gape. "I do not wonder that you are surprised," said the strange little man. "I will explain that I am Nern Bela, of the city of Hesper, on the planet Venus. This is my sister Tula. We greet you in the interest of the Republic of Pana, which embraces all of the planet you know as Venus." When Larner recovered his breath, he lost his temper. "I don't know what circus you escaped from, but I crave solitude, and I have no time to be bothered with fairy tales," he said with brutal brusqueness. Expressions of hurt surprise swept the countenances of his visitors. The man spoke again. "We are just what we assert we are, and our finding you was made necessary by a condition which grieves the souls of all the 900 million inhabitants of Venus. We have come to plead with you to come with us and use your scientific knowledge to thwart a scourge which threatens the lives of millions of people." There was a quiet dignity about the man and an air of pride about the woman which made Larner stop and think, or try to. He rubbed his hand over his brow and looked questioningly at the pair. "If you are what you say you are, how did you get here?" he asked. "We came in a Targo, a space flying ship capable of doing 426,000 miles an hour. This is just 1,200 times as fast as 355 miles an hour, the highest speed known on Earth. Come with us, and we will show you our ship." They looked at him appealingly, and both smiled a smile of wistful friendliness. Larner, without a word, threw down his frying-pan and followed them through the aspens. The brother and sister walking ahead of him gave his eyes a treat. He surveyed the perfect form of the girl. Her perfection was beyond his ken. "They certainly are not of this world," he mused. A few hundred yards farther on there was a beach of pebbles, where the stream had changed its course. On this plot sat a gigantic spherical machine of a glass-like material. It was about 300 feet in diameter, and it was tapered on two sides into T's, which Larner rightly took to be lights. "This is a Targo, our type of space flyer," said Nern Bela. "It is capable of making 2 trips a year between Venus and the Earth. We have visited this planet often, always landing in some mountain or jungle fastness, as heretofore we did not desire Earth-dwellers to know of our presence." "Why not?" asked Larner, his mouth agape and his eyes protruding. His mind was so full of questions that he fairly blurted his first one. "Because," said Bela, slowly and frankly, "because our race knows no sickness, and we feared contagion, as your race has not yet learned to control its being." "Oh," said Larner thoughtfully. He realized that humans of Earth, whom he had always regarded as God's most perfect beings, were not so perfect after all. "How do you people control your being, as you express it?" he asked. "It is simple," was the reply. "For 90 centuries we have ceased to breed in perfection, crime, and disease. We deprived no one of the pleasures of life, but only the most perfect mental and physical specimens of our people care to have children. In other words, while we make no claim to controlling our sex habits, we do control results." "Oh," said Larner again. Nern Bela led the way to a door which opened into the side of the space flyer near its base. "We have a crew of 4 men and 4 women," he said. "They handle the entire ship, with my sister and I in command, making 6 souls aboard in all." "Why men and women?" thought Larner. As if in answer to his thought, Bela said, "On the Earth, the 2 sexes have struggled for sex supremacy. This has thrown your civilization out of balance. On Venus, we have struggled for sex equality and have accomplished it. This is a perfect balance. Men and women engage in all endeavor and share all favors and rewards alike." "In war, too?" asked Larner. "There has not been war on Venus for 600,000 years," said Bela. "There is only one nation, and the people all live in perfect accord. Our only trouble in centuries is a dire peril which now threatens our people. And it is of this that I wish to talk to you more at length." They were standing close to the targo. Larner was struck by the peculiar material of which it was constructed. There was a question in his eyes, and Nern Bela answered it. "The metal is duranium. It is metallized quartz. It is frictionless, conducts no current or ray except repulsion and attraction ray NTR 69X6, by which it is propelled. It is practically transparent, lighter than air, and harder than a diamond. It is cast in molds after being melted, or rather fused. We use cold light, which we produce by forcing oxygen through air tubes into a vat filled with the fat of a deep-sea fish resembling your whale. You are aware, of course, that that is exactly how cold light is produced by the firefly, except for the fact that the firefly uses its own fat." Larner was positively fascinated. He smoothed the metal of the targo in appreciation of its marvelous construction, but he longed most to see the curious light-giving mechanism, for this was closer to his own line of entomology. He had always believed that the light-giving organisms of fireflies and deep-sea fishes could be reproduced mechanically. The interior of the ship resembled in a vague way that of an ocean liner. It was controlled by an instrument board at which a man and a girl sat. They did not raise their heads as the 3 people entered. When called by Bela and his sister, who seemed to give commands in unison, the crew assembled and were presented to the visitor. "Earth dwellers are not the curiosity to us that they seem to be to you," said Tula Bela, speaking for the first time and smiling sweetly. Larner was too engrossed to note the remark further than to nod his head. He was lost in contemplation of these strange people, all garbed exactly alike and all surpassingly lovely to look upon. An odor of food wafted from the galley, and Larner remembered he was hungry, with the hunger of health. He had swung his basket of fish over his shoulder when he left the campfire, and Tula took it from him. "Would you like to have the chef prepare them for you?" she said, as she caught his hungry glance at his day's catch. This time Larner answered her. "If you will pardon me," he said awkwardly, "really, I am famished." "You will not miss your fish dinner," said the girl. "I believe there is enough for all of us," said Larner. "I caught 20 beauties. I never knew fish to bite like that. Why they—" And he was off on a voluminous discourse on a favorite subject. Those assembled listened sympathetically. Then Tula took the fish, and soon the aroma of broiling trout mingled with the other entrancing galley odors. After dinner, at which some weird yet satisfying viands were served and much unusual conversation indulged in, Nern Bela led the way to what appeared to be the captain's quarters. The crew and their visitor sat down to discuss a subject which prove to be of such a terrifying nature as to scar human souls. "People on Venus," said Nern, and his eyes took on a worried expression, "are unable to leave their homes after nightfall, due to some strange nocturnal beast which attacks them and vampirishly drains all blood from their veins, leaving the dead bodies limp and empty." "What? How?" questioned Larner, leaning far forward over the conference table. The others nodded their heads, and in the eyes of the women there was terror. Larner could not but believe this. "The beasts, or should I say insects, are as large as your horses, and they fly, actually fly by night, striking down humans, domestic animals, and all creatures of warm blood. How many there are we have no means of knowing, and we cannot find their hiding and breeding places. They are not native to our planet, and where they come from we cannot imagine. They are actually monstrous flies, or bugs, or some form of insects." Larner was overcome by incredulity, and showed it. "Insects as big as horses?" he questioned, and he could hardly suppress a smile. "Believe us, in the name of the God of us all," insisted Nern. "They have a mouth which consists of a large suction disk, in the center of which is a lance-like tongue. The lance is forced into the body at any convenient point, and the suction disk drains out the blood. If we only knew their source! They attack young children and the aged, up to 500 years alike." "What? 500 years?" exploded Larner again. "I should have explained," said Nern simply, "that Venus dwellers, due to our advanced knowledge of sanitation and health conservation, live about 800 years, and then die invariably of old age. The only unnatural cause of death encountered is this giant insect. Accidents do occur, but they are rare. There are no deliberate killings on Venus." Larner did not answer. He only pondered. The more he ran over the strange happenings of the last week in his mind, the more he believed he was dreaming. His thoughts took a strange turn. Why do these vain people go around dressed in jeweled ornaments? Nern again anticipated a question. "Diamonds, gold, and many of what you call precious stones are common on Venus," he volunteered. "Talc and many other things are more valuable." "Talc?" "Yes, we use an immense quantity of it. We have a wood that is harder than your steel. We build machinery with it. We cannot use oil to lubricate these wooden shafts and bearings, as it softens the wood, so all parts exposed to friction are sprayed constantly by a gust of talc from a blower. You use talc mostly for toilet purposes. We use it for various purposes. There is little left on Venus, and it is more valuable to us than either gold or diamonds. We draw on your planet now for talc. You dump immense quantities. We just shipped 100 1,000-ton globes of it from the Cripple Creek district, and the district never missed it. We drew most of it from your mine dumps." Nern tried not to look bored as he explained more in detail. "We brought 100 hollow spheres constructed of duranium. We suspended these over the Cripple Creek district at an altitude of 10,000 feet above the Earth's surface. Because of the crystal glint of duranium, they were invisible to Earth dwellers at that height. Then we use a suction draft at night, drawing the talc from the Earth, filling one drum after another. This is done by tuning in a certain selective attraction that attracts only talc. It draws it right out of your ground in tiny particles, and assembles it in the transportation drums as pure talc. On the Earth, if noticed at all, it would have been called a dust storm. The drums, when loaded with talc, are set to attract the proper planetary force, and they go speeding toward Venus at the rate of 426,000 miles an hour. They are prevented from colliding with meteors by an automatic magnetic device. This is controlled by magnetic force alone, and when the targo gets too close to a meteor, it changes its course instantly. The passenger targo we ride in acts similarly. And now may I return to the subject of the vampires of Venus?" "Pardon my ignorance," said Larner, and for the first time in his life he felt very ignorant indeed. "I know little more than I have told you," said Nern, rather hopelessly. "Our knowledge of your world, your people, and your language comes from listening in on you and observing you without being observed or heard. This might seem like taking an advantage of you, were it not for the fact that we respect confidences and subjugate all else to science. We have helped you at times by telepathically suggesting ideas to your thinkers. We would have given you all our inventions in this way gladly, but in many instances we were unable to find minds attuned to accept such advanced ideas. We have had the advantage of you because our planet is so many millions of years older than your own." There was a plaintive note in Nern's voice as he talked. "But now we are on our knees to you, so to speak. We do not know everything, and desperately we need the aid of a man of your caliber. In behalf of the distraught people of Venus, I am asking you bluntly to make a great sacrifice. Will you face the dangers of a trip to Venus and use your knowledge to aid us in exterminating these creatures of hell?" There was a positive pleading in his voice, and in the eyes of his beautiful sister there were tears. "But what would my superiors in the Government Bureau think?" feebly protested Larner. "I could not explain." "You have no superiors in your line. Our government needs you at this time more than any earthly government. Your place here is a fixture. You can always return to it, should you live. We are asking you to face a horrible death with us. You can name your own compensation, but I know you are not interested so much in reward. Now, honestly, my good professor, there is no advantage to be gained by explanation. Just disappear. In the name of God, and in the interests of science and the salvation of a people who are at your mercy, just drop out of sight. Drop out of life on this planet. Come with us. The cause is worthy of the man I believe you to be." "I will go," said Larner, and his hosts waited for no more. An instant later the targo shot out into interstellar space. "How do you know what course to follow?" asked Larner after a reasonable time, when he had recovered from his surprise at the sudden take-off. "We do not need to know. Our machine is tuned to be attracted by the planetary force of Venus alone. We could not go elsewhere. A repulsion ray finds us as we near Venus and protects us against too violent a landing. We will land on Venus like a feather about 3 months from tonight." The time of the journey through outer space was of little moment save for one incident. Larner and the other travelers were suddenly and rather rudely jostled about the rapidly flying craft. Larner lost his breath, but not his speech. "What happened?" he inquired. "We just automatically dodged a meteor," explained Nern. Most of the time of the trip was spent by Larner in listening to explanations of customs and traditions of the people of the brightest planet in the universe. There was a question Larner had desired to ask Nern Bela, yet he hesitated to do so. Finally, one evening during the journey to Venus, when the travelers had been occupying themselves in a scientific discussion of comparative evolution on the 2 planets, Larner saw his opportunity. "Why," he asked rather hesitantly, "did the people of Venus always remain so small? Why did you not strive more for height? The Japanese, who are the shortest in stature of Earth people, always wanted to be tall." "Without meaning any offense," replied Nern, "I must say that it is characteristic of Earth-dwellers to want something without knowing any good reason why they want it. It is perfectly all right for you people to be tall, but for us it is not so fitting. You see, Venus is smaller than the Earth. Size is comparative. You think we are not tall because you are used to taller people. Comparatively, we are tall enough. In proportion to the size of our planet, we are exactly the right size. We keep our population at 900 million, and that is the perfectly exact number of people who can live comfortably on our planet. Arriving on Venus, Larner was assigned a laboratory and office in one of the government buildings. It was a world seemingly made of glass. Quartz, of rose, white, and crystal coloring, Larner found, was the commonest country rock of the planet. In many cases it was shot full of splinters of gold, which the natives had not taken the trouble to recover. This quartz was of a terrific hardness, and was used in building, paving, and public works generally. The effect was bewildering. It was a world of shimmering crystal. The atmosphere of Venus had long puzzled Larner. While not an astronomer in the largest sense of the word, yet he had a keen interest in the heavens as a giant puzzle picture, and he had given some spare time to the study. He knew that from all indications Venus had a most unusual atmosphere. He had read that the atmosphere was considerably denser than that of the Earth, and that its presence made observation difficult. The actual surface of the planet he knew could hardly be seen, due either to this atmosphere or seemingly perpetual cloud banks. He had read that the presence of atmosphere surrounding Venus is indicated to earthly astronomers during the planet's transit by rings of light due to the reflection and scattering of collected sunlight by its atmosphere. Astronomers on Earth, he knew, had long been satisfied of the presence of great cloud banks, as rocks and soils could not have such high reflecting power. He knew that, like the Moon, Venus, when viewed from the Earth, presents different phases from the crescent to the full or total stage. Looking up at the sky from the quartz streets of Venus, Larner beheld, in sweeping grandeur, massed cloud banks, many of them apparently rain clouds. Nern noted his skyward gaze and said, "We have accomplished meteorological control. Those clouds were brought under control when we conquered interplanetary force, what you call gravity. We form them and move them at will. They are our rain factory. We make rain when and where we will. This ensures our crops and makes for health and contentment. The air, you will note, is about the same or a little more moist than the Earth air at sea level. This is due to the planet's position nearer the sun. We have been striving for centuries to make the air a little drier and more rare, but we have not succeeded yet. The heavy content of disintegrated quartz in our soil makes moisture very necessary for our crops, so our moist atmosphere is evidently a provision of Providence. We are used to breathing this moist air, and when I first visited the Earth I was made uncomfortable by your rarefied atmosphere. Now I can adjust myself to breathing the air of either planet. However, I find myself drinking a great deal more water on Earth than on Venus." In this fairyland, which had enjoyed centuries of peace, health, and accord, stark terror now reigned. In some instances, the finely bred, marvelously intelligent people were in a mental condition bordering on madness. This was especially true in the farming districts, where whole herds of lats had been wiped out. Lats, Larner gleaned, were a common farm animal similar to the bovine species on Earth, only more woolly. On these creatures the Venus dwellers depended for their milk and dairy supplies, and for their warmer clothing, which was made from the skin. The hair was used for brushes, in the building trades, and 1,000 ways in manufacturing. Besides the domestic animals, hundreds of people continued to meet death, and only a few of the flying vampires had been hunted down. The giant insects were believed to breed slowly as compared to Earth insects, their females producing not more than 10 eggs, by estimate, after which death overtook the adult. In spite of this, they were reported to be increasing. In the government building, Larner was placed in touch with all the government scientists of Venus. His nearest collaborator was one Zorn Zada, most profound scientist of the planet. The two men, with a score of assistants, worked elbow to elbow on the most gigantic scientific mystery in the history of two planets. A specimen of the dread invader was mounted and studied by the scientists, who were so engrossed in their work that they hardly took time to eat. As for sleep, there was little of it. Days were spent in research and nights in hunting the monsters. This hunting was done by newly recruited soldiers and scientists. The weapons used were a short ray gun of high destructive power, which disintegrated the bodies of the enemies by atomic energy blasts. The quarry was wary, however, and struck at isolated individuals rather than massed fighting lines. Seated at his workbench, Larner asked Zorn Zada what had become of Nirn Bela. In his heart, he had a horrible lurking fear that the beautiful Tula Bela might fall before a swarm of the strange vampires, but he did not voice his anxiety. "Nirn and his sister are explorers and navigators," was the reply. "They have been assigned to carry you anywhere on this or any other planet where your work may engage you. They await your orders. They are too valuable as space navigators to be placed in harm's way." Breathing a sigh of relief, Larner bent to his labors. "What other wild animals or harmful insects have you on this planet?" he asked Zorn. "I get your thought," replied the first scientist of Venus. "You are seeking a natural enemy to this deadly flying menace, are you not?" "Yes," admitted Larner. "All insects left Venus with this one exception are beneficial," said Zorn. "There are no wild animals and no harmful insects. All animals, insects, and birds have been domesticated and are fed by their keepers. We get fabrics from forms of what you call spiders and other web builders and cocoon spinners. All forms of birds, beasts, and crawling and flying things have been brought under the dominion of man. We will have to seek another way out than by finding an enemy parasite." "Where do you think these insect invaders came from?" asked Larner. "You have noticed they are unlike anything you have on Earth in anatomical construction," said the savant. "They partake of the general features of Coleoptera, beetles, in that they wear a sheath of armor, yet their mouth-parts are more on the order of Diptera, flies. I regard them more as a fly than a beetle, because most Coleoptera are helpful to humanity, while practically all, if not all, Diptera are malignant. As to their original habitat, I believe they migrated here from some other planet." "They could not fly through space," said Larner. "No, that is the mystery of it," agreed Zorn. "How they got here, and where they breed, are the questions that we have to answer." Long days passed on Venus. Long days and sleepless nights. The big insects were hunted nightly by men armed with ray guns, and nightly the blood-sucking monsters took their toll of humanity and animals. Finally, Larner and Zorn determined to capture one of the insects alive, muzzle its lance and suction pad, and give it sufficient freedom to find its way back to its hiding place. By following the shackled monster, the scientists hoped to find the breeding grounds. All the provinces of the planet joined in the drive. Men turned out in automatic vehicles, propelled by energy gathered from the atmosphere. They came on foot and in aircraft. Mobilization was at given points, and leading the van were Zorn and Larner and their confreres in the targo of Nirn and Tula Bela. The great army of Venus carried giant searchlights and was armed with deadly ray guns. Headquarters of the vast army of offense was in the targo of the Belas. Larner was in supreme command. Just before the big army set out to scour the planet to seek the breeding place of the monsters, Larner issued a bulletin that set all Venus by the ears. "Addressed to President Vol Vesta of the Republic of Pana and the good people of Venus, It read, "As is generally known, it has been the habit of the nation's space-flying merchantmen to visit the sunlit side of the planet Mercury to obtain certain rare woods and other materials not found on this planet. One side of Mercury, as is known, is always turned from the sun and is in a condition of perpetual night. In this perpetual darkness and dampness, where many rivers flow into warm black swamps, the vampires have bred for centuries. Conditions were ideal for their growth, and so through the ages they evolved into the monsters we have encountered lately on Venus. During some comparatively recent visit to Mercury, the grubs of these insects have found their way aboard a vegetation-laden targo left standing near the edge of the black swamps of Mercury. These grubs were thus transported to Venus and underwent their natural metamorphosis here. Reaching adult stage, they have found some place to hide and breed, and thus is explained the origin of the vampires of Venus." This was widely read and discussed, and was finally accepted as the means of the invasion of peaceful, beautiful Venus by a horror that might well have originated in Hell. However, this did not reveal the breeding grounds, or remove the nationwide scourge of the horrible winged vampires, so the mobilization of all forces of the planet continued. As day followed day, the hordes of fighting Venus-dwellers grew in the concentration camps. In the Targo of the Belas, Larner, brain-weary and body-racked as he was with overwork, found a grain of happiness in being in the presence of Nirn and his beautiful petite sister. With Zorn, Larner was supervising the construction of a big net of strongly woven wire mesh, in which it was hoped to catch one of the vampires. It was decided to bait the trap with a fat female lat. Zorn, Larner, and the Belas fared forth from the concentration camp, followed by a company of soldiers carrying the big net. Tula, with her own hand, led the fat lat heifer. His eyes were filled with commiseration for the poor animal. Thousands of soldiers and citizenry in fighting array watched the departure of the little group. In a glade the trap was set, and the net arranged to fall over the monster once it attacked the calf. From a thicket, in utter darkness, Zorn and Larner and the two Belas waited for the possible catch. The whole nation stood awaiting the order to advance. On the fourth night the vigil was rewarded in a manner frightful to relate. A clumsy flutter of giant wings broke the stillness. The four waiting forms in the thicket rejoiced, believed the fat lat was about to be attacked. Onward came the approaching horror, the measured flap of its armored wings drawing nearer and nearer. Then horror, horrors. A feminine scream rent the air. Cries loud and shrill arose above a hysterical feminine cry for help. The monster had chosen Tula Bela for its prey. Zorn exploded an alarm bomb. A compressed air siren brought the army forward on the run. Giant floodlights began to light up the scene. The blood of Larner and Nirn froze. The monster had borne the girl to the ground. Its frightful lance and copper was upraised to strike. Larner was the nearest and the quickest to act. He grabbed for his ray gun, swung at his belt. It was gone. In horror, he remembered he had left it at the base. He seized a short knife and threw himself forward, rolling his body between that of the girl and the descending lance and copper. As the lance pierced his shoulder, Larner, in one wild gesture of frenzy, drove his knife through the soft, yielding flesh of the vampire's organ of suction. Protected by no bony structure, the snout of the monster was amputated. The terrible creature had been disarmed of his most formidable weapon, but he continued to fight. Larner felt the spikes of the monster's legs tear at his flesh. "Don't kill the thing!" he shouted. "Bring on the net! For the love of God, bring on the net!" Then he lost consciousness. It was daylight when Larner, somewhat weakened from loss of blood, regained consciousness. The beautiful Tula Bela was leaning over him. She whispered comforting words to him in a language he did not fully understand. She whispered happy exclamations in words he did not know the meaning of, but the tone was unmistakably those of a sweetheart towards her lover. Finally, in answer to a true scientist's question in his eyes, she said in English, "They caught the thing alive. They await your order to advance." "Let us be on our way," said Larner, and he started to arise. "You are hardly strong enough," said Tula. "Believe me, I'm all right," insisted Larner, and after several trials he got to his feet. His constitution was naturally strong, and his will was stronger, so he fought back all feelings of weakness and soon announced himself ready to go ahead with the project at hand. For speed was all important, and the young professor found himself unable to remain inactive. He rejoiced when Zorn told him that the big insect that had attacked Tula Bela had been captured alive and had been kept well nourished by Lat's blood injected into its stomach. With Zorn, Larner went to inspect the hideous monstrosity, and found it in leash and straining. It was ready to be used to lead the way back to its breeding place. Its wings shackled, the lumbering insect floundered on its way straight north. Ponderously and half-blindly, it crawled as the searchlight's glare was kept far enough in advance to keep from blinding the monster. True to instinct, it finally brought up at early dawn under a high cliff of smoky quartz. Here, in the great crevices, the drove of diabolical vampires were hiding. As the light struck their dens, they attempted clumsily to take wing, but an interlacing network of devastating disintegrating rays from the ray guns shattered their bodies to dust, which was borne away by the wind. The next few months were spent in combing the quartz crags of Venus for similar infested areas, but only the one breeding nest was found. The scourge had been conquered in its first and only stronghold. So ended the greatest reign of terror in the history of Venus. Leslie Larner was given a vote of thanks, and riches were showered upon him by the good people of the sky's brightest star. His modesty was characteristic, and he insisted that his part in saving humanity on the planet had been small. Passage back to Earth was offered him, but Nern and Tula Bela urged him to stay and live his life on Venus. This he finally agreed to do. "If I returned," he said, "I would always be tempted to tell my experiences while away, and there is not a jury in the world which would account me sane after I had once spoken." That the story of Larner's adventure reached Earth-dwellers at all is due to the fact that Nern Bela, on a subsequent visit to the Earth, narrated it to a Colorado quartz miner. This miner, a bronzed and bearded prospector for gold, stumbled on the Targo in a mountain fastness, and there was naught to do but make him welcome and pledge him to secrecy. The miner surveyed the crystal Targo in rapt wonderment, and said, "And to think I'm the only Earthman who ever viewed such a craft." "No," answered Nern Bela, "there is one other." And then the stirring story of Leslie Larner's life on Venus was told. The End of Vampires of Venus.
Point by C.C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vince D. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. In perspective, theoretically the vanishing point is at infinity, and therefore unattainable. But reality is different. Vanishment occurs a lot sooner than theory suggests. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced, but I told him, get it to working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make 'em all by guesswork, as you call it. That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists who thinks they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see 'em. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school, but I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him to help me with a series of real estate paintings I'd got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. Was a little too much for me to handle alone, because I never studied that kind of things, you know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors, figures, and trees, and so on. He did fine. Job came out real good, client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple of months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, but Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square that anybody could have made in a half a minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things and a bunch of slide rules, calculators, and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already. So I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three, but four-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. Huh, you don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come over to the window here. You see how that road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course, the road doesn't really get smaller. It just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me? I just throw 'em in wherever I need 'em. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together some way and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn 'em around so the arrows point to different figures and things. Here's the square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is the tangent function, whatever that means. Log there is for logarithm. Oh, and he had a bunch of scientific stuff in his head all the time. Dunno whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly-looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it, it ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like that. Tesser something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money. That perspective machine. I told him nobody ever made a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell them. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to the question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself, and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present, non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack. That's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine, about how he'd figured out all that we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras, I asked him. Take a picture with a camera, and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality, without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures, I asked. They're closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it's open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now some of them think time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we're taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who is right, the scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we might make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there, and squinted around at the different scales and dials, and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared, real small at first, just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening, and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter and saw his face white as a sheet. "Good God!" he says, just like that. "Good God!" That's all. "Well," I says to him, "who was right, the scientists or the artists?" "The artists!" he sort of screeches. "The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created ourselves. And now I've ripped a hole in that." He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing it out of here like something was after him, jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. Nah, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go farther and farther away. Happens every day. That's what us artists mean by perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like my getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. We'd better hurry or it'll be too late. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. Recording by Vince D.